Welcome to the 10-year, $10 million, 10,000 chickens challenge. Can we do it? Let's explain the rules. So you can see we are here in Iowa Plains on the Iowa Plains view map, and we are at the Case IH dealership. We have no money, so what's the value of us being here? Well, we're gonna go over a few mods that I have created that should be out to you guys soon once we get through some testing, and I'm gonna try to get them on itch for you guys if you're interested in using them. So let's take a look at them. The line of credit mod that I have written here will allow us to pull out a line of credit up to $10 million right now. That is in sandbox mode. I'm also working on a default mode that is based on the value that you have in your account, just like the extended loan system is. So what we're gonna do for this challenge is we're gonna allow ourselves to take out a $5 million line of credit. So the line of credit is now out, but we haven't used any of it. Our current balance, you can see, is at 0. We have 120 months to use this line of credit. At the end of the 120 months, it has to be closed. So we're not gonna actually hit that because of the way things work. So at the end of this series, this loan has to be paid off and closed. There's also the net worth tracker. So here we have a little bug, so we're gonna ignore this 6709, but our net worth is 0 right now. Now, if I come here and I draw some money, let's say we need $25,000, we can see $25,000 is withdrawn. We now have $4,975,000 in our line of credit available to us. And over here, we can see our balance now shows $25,000. Now, the net worth mod also did update, so we can see cash value of $25,000. And the loan, for some reason, is not being deducted. I think that's gonna take a little bit longer to actually show up in here. There we go, it is now updated. So a little bit of timing issues with this mod that I will be fixing. So we have $25,000 in cash, but because we have that loan taken out of $25,000, it kind of balances itself out there. So right now, let's go ahead and make a payment of the full amount of $25,000 because we don't know how much we want to use yet. And I wanted to use a line of credit because I don't know exactly what I want to spend on day one, but I want to give myself that limit of $5 million to start with. So why does it seem to make it easy? I don't think it's going to. So we're going to head around town and we're going to find some land that we want to purchase. And we are going to count August through December as year one. That's why the 120 months won't completely work when we get to 10 years. I might make some changes to the mod to make that represent it that way with 10 years. I was trying to start in January, but I'm not sure the UI would help. We would show year 11 at the end of year 10, so I didn't want to do it that way. So that's why we're starting in August, so that everything in the UI looks correct throughout the whole time. Man, this map's looking awesome. This is my first look at it as well. So what we need to do is talk about the rest of the rules. We're gonna head this way because I think there's a plot of land we're gonna buy over here. But so we did say 10,000 chickens. The theme is chickens. We can only make money from selling products that come from chicken. So base game, we can sell eggs. We could also add in a slaughterhouse if we can find one that we like and sell the chickens for meat. We'll see if we go down that route, but that's the main purpose of this. So the only other gotcha is if a product contains eggs, we can make it and sell it. If it is needed, if it's a product that's needed to feed or take care of the chickens, we can sell it. So wheat, barley, and not oats, but sorghum could then be turned into a product we could make money off of. And the reason why I want to do it that way is just to limit what we're focused on this playthrough. Similar to the maze challenge that we did in FS22, we're going to be completely focused on everything chickens. And the reason I made these mods is I kind of want this to be repeatable with the same setup and the same starting function here of getting a good head start, getting a decent amount of land because the challenge is huge. I don't think we're making it too easy on ourselves. We're going to find out. We're going to use this one as a baseline for that amount of line of credit that we can take out, as well as the net worth. So $10 million net worth is what we're going to be looking at the end of the game here. You can see the loans still not completely working correctly there. So that's why I'm not releasing these mods yet, trying to work on a few bugs there. It looks like when I save the game, that does get fixed right now. So I'll get that sorted out. But here we go. Farmland 20 has 73.65 acres, which can potentially yield us 364,000 liters of wheat. So that's a good amount of feed for chickens. We'll do some calculations later on to see what we're gonna need for a year of 10,000 chickens. So the other winning condition, and we'll get a cool little graphic for you guys on all the winning conditions of this, but 10,000 chickens need to be on our property and owned by us. They need to be fully fed for 12 straight months before that part of the challenge is complete. So we'll have 10,000 chickens fed for 12 months. We'll also have $10 million net worth, our loan paid off, and that's about it. So a lot to do. We are gonna hop in here and take out enough money to purchase field 20. So we're gonna take out $1 million right now. Let's go ahead and head on over here. We'll draw funds. That is $1 million. And this interest rate does fluctuate a little bit. So each month it could change and our monthly payment could change due to that. And the reason I'm using the line of credit instead of the in-game finances is because this does an interest only. I want the line of credit to actually go towards interest and principal every month and require us to do that. So where this payment is calculated to pay this off in the months remaining on the loan. So as we get later into the series, when those months decrease, if we do take out more money, the payment's gonna be even bigger. So kind of the idea there. So let's see, we do have enough money now. Let's go ahead and buy field 20 here, and that is ours. So we have another $120,000 with that first $1 million we took out. Corn, we can't harvest corn, but this to me, we're gonna hop in the sky. Looks like an absolute great spot for our farmyard. So this entire field here, I think, could eventually be just a huge plot of our property. Yeah, let's do it. So let's see the value here. 260,000. We're gonna take out another 160. Let's just do round numbers here to keep it clear for us, and we can pay off whatever we can later on. So we do have $280,000. Let's go ahead and get this purchased. And I think instantly we're gonna jump into this mode because we're gonna do some building here. A little different and unique start of a series for me, and I think we're gonna really like it. And to painting, I do wanna just go with a dirt here. We'll just go with this right here. Let's go ahead and find our little button here, widen it up. And I don't have the mod to lock in the straight line, so we are gonna completely get rid of this field though. I mean, maybe we'll keep some of it, but we're definitely gonna let it just kind of go away. So I'm gonna get this done and I'll rejoin you. All right, so that looks, doesn't look great, but we'll be making it look better. So we have our little entrance on the road here. So let's go ahead and find some gravel now. And this is definitely something that a liberty that I take. You can see it's not costing us any money, and that's really the way that I want it to work. So I need to get terraforming anywhere installed so I can finish this entrance. So we'll get that fixed eventually. But I do want to kind of have it kind of loop into the property here, and we might line this. I just don't see a good dirt. Maybe this is, yeah, this is pretty good here. Dirt, gravel, let's take a, oh yeah, I like that much better. So I think what I'm gonna do is get a decent layout going and then rejoin you as we start placing down buildings. All right, what I wanna do is kind of reserve an area. Yeah, I think I wanna do it on this side. And we're gonna come like this. And all of this is gonna be reserved for our residency. So where we put our house and maybe a little playground and area for our family. It is one of my series, so we're definitely gonna be doing some things that aren't necessarily towards the winning conditions, but I absolutely want in the farm build. So that's where we're gonna reserve that, and we probably will bring this through eventually and have like an entrance here. And maybe line this long path with some trees. And I'm gonna come up with a better solution, but I'm just kind of getting the layout here. Probably turn this into more, have a little bit of grass overgrowing on it, and then this will have some grass in it as well. But all right, there we go there. And we're gonna go into our line of credit now, and I'm gonna pull out about 1.5 million right now. So right now our balance is at 1.519. So I want to start placing down some buildings. So one of the things we want to think about is chickens. So we don't necessarily need to buy chickens yet, but let's go ahead and grab our facility that we're going to need for it. And the mod we're going to use, let's see, can we customize this? I don't like the look of it, But we have this one here that holds 2,500 and this one holds 5,000. So the thought is that if we can get 5,000 chickens and get 2 of these facilities completely full, that's a route we could go. Or we could go with maybe like 2 of these and 1 of these type of a thing. Or we could start even smaller, which, you know, isn't really small, with 1,250. So financially, it would make a lot of sense to go with the bigger one. I just don't want us to scale too fast. And the chicken condition might end up being one of the early games things that we actually win. So let's see. Let's go ahead. I think we will. We got the money, right? Let's go ahead, and I think I'm going to go with the, well, it would be cheaper to go with 2 of these. So if we respected the land here and went 1 here and 1 here, but then we could bring it out a little bit to add room. So what I want to do is place that down, instantly sell it. And that we lost, you know, 200 some bucks in terraforming, which is completely fine, but that gives us that footprint there. So now we know if we come around about right here, we should be safe. And let's try to get that as straight as possible. And I do want snapping to be on. So let's go ahead and change that. Pretty nice. Okay, so if we put that one there, and then we'll roughly line up the second one later on behind it. But that'll give us the ability to build like a path that can lead us into this facility and out of it. So it looks like eggs will spawn here and straw goes in here. So this could get a manure pit added as well, which we might be able to sneak in there, and we could get manure to sell or use. Interesting. Okay, we will learn about that. That might be something we do. Okay, the next thing we're gonna want is, you know, some sheds and a place that is our like place of business. So let's go into tools, and we do have this shedaminium is what they call it. We call them barndominiums where I come from. And snapping is on, but it seems like this building isn't actually straight. I guess it is. I guess it is. Let's see how we can customize this though. Let's go in here and let's grab, you know, let's grab our favorite color. I don't know, do we dig that? Seems a little dark. Let's bring it up a little bit to be a little on brand here. And yeah, that's not terrible. What if we just went with a red? Oh, I actually like that faded look. It's a little pink, but I think if we pull it a little more towards red. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So this should be our shed, and it could be a temporary, I think it might have a sleeping location, but I could be wrong. But it definitely will be where we can store some vehicles and do some maintenance on it, I believe. So let's go ahead and line this one up back here, like so. And let's see how bad the terrain is looking here. It's not terrible, not great, but we could come in here and soften things up a little bit, I believe. Oh, that might just be a color difference. I think that does look good. Okay, not bad. And there's a little lip there, so it'll be interesting when we have vehicles, but I do want to kind of see this thing. Now we can get an actual scale going here. Let's go ahead and open this up. Nice US flag, I love it. And our wardrobe in here. A workshop. Does not have a sleeping quarters. That's okay. We'll get a house for that. And let's get that open too. And it looks like we do have a back gate as well that we probably won't use. Oh, we can sleep. We can sleep on the couch. Perfect. So until we get that house, we need to sleep. We can sleep there. All right, starting to look okay out here. The next thing we want to kind of figure out is probably silos. Kind of want this to be somewhat close to the entrance here. And yeah, that looks straight. So if we put that there, I don't think we're gonna need more than 2 million liters at any given time, but if we do, we can add some extensions to this. We could come in here and, you know, grab, oh, what's the most? 250,000 at a time. and add these extensions. So we could think about that later on, or get a second silo if we really need to. So that's gonna go there. And then some other sheds are gonna be needed, but I don't really wanna purchase those until we know all the equipment we have and where we need to store everything. I really enjoy the look of this farmhouse. So I think what I wanna do, so we have this entrance coming in, have like a front yard, and we'll pull this directly back. And we'll do something like that. And then this doesn't have a garage. I don't know if this is an American style house, but I think it's sweet. I think it'll work out pretty nice. Let's go ahead and look at sheds and see if there's anything that we have that could act as a garage over here for us. Kind of thinking like, what if we had this old barn? The scale of it's just kind of too small. That's not enough for like a carport, but we could do like something like that. Definitely gonna get added over here somewhere. I just don't know if there's anything that actually works as a garage in the mods that I have right now downloaded. So we might think about that a little bit differently later on, but that's a decent start there. And I want to do all the decorating. We're gonna do that slowly over time, but I do want to at least get like some grass in here, so I'll be back momentarily. All right, we are back here. So this is what we've got so far. We just added some, paths and changed things up a little bit and added some grass in. I did want to start showing like these decorative trees that we do have that are going to cost us money. I do a lot of terraforming that doesn't cost money, but in these type of playthroughs, because it doesn't really change the game for me, like the end condition, but I want it to look good for you guys. So that's what we're kind of doing. So I want to look at these trees and see, what do I want to kind of lead in with? I'd like some, do we have maple trees? I don't know if we actually do, but I want the ones that turn nice colors at the end of the year. Hickory, these oak trees. So I think we'll do some of this. So yeah, this is going to cost money. Just start lining this way. And like I said, there'll be more sheds and things eventually, but give us a nice little entrance like that. Don't get too close to the field there. And yeah, we'll go all the way up here. And I don't know what I'm gonna do for a garage by the house yet, so we're not gonna do the detailing up there until that comes, until we decide on that. But I think that works. And I think like, yeah, in here, let's do a couple different trees. Yeah, we'll do like this one here. We'll do, yeah, a couple of them right there. Just kind of mix it up, and we'll throw in there as well. So some of them might go away. And, again, a lot of this area probably will be used for some other sheds once we figure out exactly what we need. But I think that's enough time not farming. Let's get back to the store. I thought about doing this in a way that we just purchase everything we need right away. But the reason we have the line of credit is because I don't want to burn through it all. So we're going to buy what we need. So heading up to the dealership right now, there's the Plains, the Iowa Plains equipment. Yeah, both of these are nice. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna hop in here. Does this door open? Oh, we don't get to go in, or does it? No, let's hop in the store though. So the first thing we're gonna do is harvest that wheat that is on our property, and then that'll allow us to be able to, or enable us to be able to purchase some chickens. So let's go down to harvesters. We're gonna start off with the big boy. So we need to take out a little bit more of this line of credit now. We only have 2 million left. Let's just take it all. Let's take it all. We'll add back what we don't use. Ugh. We're gonna be short here. I spent too much already. But we are gonna go with the big pipe here on the AF11 Case IH harvester, and we will go with the Flex Draper, the FD 250, and I do want the transport wheels on this thing, and we'll do the US model, so it will cost a little bit more money. We are going to go with the Magnum AFS Connect series, and we can get this up to 432 horsepower. We'll go with the US style, and I think we're just going to go with the wide wheels. I think that'll work. We're gonna get this Kenzie 851 grain cart here, the auger wagon. We're also gonna start with this Kenwood truck. We could push this all the way to 1500 horsepower, but we'll see how it is without that. We're gonna start with it as is, and we're gonna go with the Wilson trailer here as well. So this is everything that should get us going for a harvest. And where did the trailer ended up in the back there because we did too much stuff. All right, let's get this stuff moved. Let's start with the truck here, which might actually need to be last. Your eyes do not deceive you. You are seeing a lot of red. All right, first thing I want to do is get this home and make sure it will fit underneath the silo. Oh, look at the cab in here. This thing's futuristic. Pretty modern. All right, it's not looking bad. Not looking bad over here. First time kind of driving in. Do see some rendering issues with the terrain texture color that I'll probably want to change. This opening's nice and wide. These trees look pretty sweet. And we should come in here and unload. Works perfect. But if we also need to come over here with this, we can drop off some grain. All right, and then finish looping around this way. So we have $1.3 million to play with still, and a lot of equipment left to get, but this is a good start. I think what we'll do is get this over yonder. Right about here. And we'll go ahead and shut that off for now. We didn't go over the settings. It's pretty late in the playthrough at this point, but I mean, not really. So crop destruction will be on, periodic plowing will be off, field stones will be off, weeds required will be on, or weeds will be on, lime required will be on, disaster destruction enabled. That is what we're playing with there. We do want to also change these settings that I wish would just not be on by default. And now we're getting our new case tractor and the Kenzie auger wagon back to the farm. Now let's see if we hurt ourselves by putting this tree here. Now, I think we got enough room. Yeah, this could be the perfect spot for that. Okay, so now we did get the tires on this, so we should be able to attach this. I do see it, perfect. Oh, what a beast of a harvester. Now, the main reason why I wanted to start with this way with the line of credit was I've done so many like start from scratch from $0, and I just felt like doing one like this where we got to pay it off. Like, it's not free, so it's not a head start really. I mean, it gives us a good start, but it's a legitimate thing taking out loans like this to get your business up and running. 5 million might be a stretch, but again, like I said, I want to use this as kind of a benchmark to see how to make these really hard and enjoyable at the same time challenges. So this is something we might have blocked ourselves with, but we should be okay because we got plenty of room here and everything will be cleared for us just like this every time we harvest. So let's go ahead and drop that. And we might, look into more fields. We're gonna see how far we can push this one before we do that though. Because if we're able to get through this challenge with this one field financially, I think that is the idea, right? And get started here. So we should drop swath. Let's make sure that is enabled, because that'll be an extra possibility as we look into the manure for the chickens. So now that we can put straw into that facility, I guess that means we can sell it as well based off the rules. So looking like we're getting a small amount. Do we not have precision? I don't have precision farming enabled. Okay, let's get the soil samples here. 13,000 bucks is what that's going to cost us. Not the best, but 102 total looks like what we're looking at here. All right, I'm back at it. I guess we could have let the harvester warm up a little bit. It's only at 94 degrees there. It's getting up there though, over 100 now. Cranking along there. We got this new mod I've added down here. I already forgot what it's called, but we will be learning how to use it on the channel moving forward. 82% yield is what we're getting right now. So I don't think, we're gonna be able to increase it by 18%. So we'll get a decent idea from this field, but not 100% what we're gonna get. So not too bad. I think what I'm gonna do here is, well, probably about a headland on my own and see how things are going, and then we'll probably set up a little bit of auto drive to help. This is a ginormous field. It's time to get busy. Wow, this is gonna be quite the harvest. So much land here. Such a big field. All right, let's slow down. We're gonna get to 100% here. Here we go. Let's go ahead and open the pipe. Like I said, we'll do this a little bit the first ourselves, but I think after we get done with the headland, I'll then start setting up a little bit of a course here. And we finally got the time moving. We are gonna do 1 day per month on this playthrough. I know I did adjust that on Whiskey RP, but that was for RP purposes. I definitely think these challenges should all be single day months. I could see some of them being extended, but I do like it this way on the challenges. Otherwise, you really don't limit yourself on what you can do in a given month if you just add infinite days. I know you can only go up to a certain amount, but you know what I mean. All right, so plenty of distance. Pipe is big enough. Was a little concerned about that, but plenty of clearance between the header and the pipe there. Get that unloaded. And I don't know how close this thing will become to get full. I didn't double check the liters on that, but it's looking like it's gonna get about 60%, I think. The harvester's dancing over here. It's moving around a ton. All right, so 20,000 liters went in, and it's at 66%, so about what I thought. And back at it. You know, and getting another tractor and a baler will probably be happening soon, but gotta keep an eye on them dollar amounts. After we turn the corner and go straight, I want to take a look at our net worth tracker and see if that is updating correctly, and we should start seeing, you know, a little differences in there based off of the loan that we have completely pulled out at this point, as well as our equipment and buildings that we own. So we should get a decent look at that here soon, but is this gonna just... It's just gonna work. What a cool field. We do the headland on one little line. It's continuous. You know, I'm not gonna complain about that. So right now we are showing a negative $440,000 net worth. So that's what we wanted to see here. So that's gonna get worse as the vehicles start to depreciate and the buildings start to depreciate. The land value is probably gonna stay the same. I don't think that will change, but we'll see. Cash in hand is going to keep going down, but that is exactly what we wanted to see there. We do have a negative net worth right now, and that'll probably get worse as we spend the rest of the money. So while we have some time just thinking, finishing this pass, we're at 43% full. The limitation that we put ourselves on with chickens, so selling just the eggs or their poultry, and then we can sell any type of grain that we have left over that we aren't feeding them. So if we're producing wheat because we want to feed them, we can sell wheat. So the straw was something that I didn't realize that mod does produce manure. So manure is something we can sell or use. Probably use it so we can save money on fertilizer. This is a huge field. But that means we can sell the excess straw that we're not putting into the chicken coop. So that's another revenue stream, but that's pretty much going to limit the revenue stream right there. I don't think we're going to go into the bakery because there's so much we would have to get into to be able to do that, but we can make adjustments, you know, year 3, 4, and 5, and really see where we can push the limits of this type of series. And I set it to 10 years and $10 million net worth. We might adjust that, and like I said at the beginning as well, I am using this as a baseline for these type of series as well, so probably will burn through this series relatively fast as I can with these harvests. And really is a style of playing that I really want to lock into. You know, sometimes we'll start with nothing and we will not use the line of credit, but we will use the net worth probably. Sometimes we will use the line of credit based on how we want to set up these 10-year challenges. And I think putting a time limit on it and a dollar amount is best for all of us. We know a goal that we're going towards instead of just starting a series and saying it's done when we feel like it's done. Yeah, not completely sold on that house yet. I will probably be looking around for different mods. That probably will get swapped out. And the hopper is going to be full again here of the harvester. So 20,000 liters again. And that's going to fill this up. So we will dump into the truck afterwards and then finish the headland and give it a fresh start at that point in the harvester when we hand it over to course play. And I don't know if one gravity wagon or auger wagon here is going to fill up the trailer of the semi, but we're gonna find out. I think it would be kind of ideal if it did. So every time we come over here and unload, it would automatically go to the silo afterwards. But let's see how quickly this back fills up. It seems like we are going to completely fill. It's going to be less than 30,000 goes into here. I should have paid attention to that to make sure these are compatible. Oh, it is more than 30. Perfect. Okay. Good, good, good. So that's completely empty, and we still have capacity in the trailer. All right, let's finish this headland. Then we're going to deliver some grain to the chicken coop and get some chickens. And we'll see if we're close enough to just unload it when we drive by here. And it looks like it is going to line up pretty perfect. Since we weren't able to completely empty the harvester, it's still at 79%. All right, let's go ahead and top this off and finish this semi up here. And the semi is full. Yeah, that finishes the headland. Another 6,500 about we're going to get here, 6,300. So now if we create a course here and we do one headland, it should respect what we did. And then we're going to come in here and save this course. Let's create a folder. We'll call it 20 for the field number. Save the course. Oh, select that and then save the course as harvest/bale. So we'll be able to reuse that course anytime we want. And let's see, we want to potentially turn on our eyes here, and this should do it. So if we come here and go to nearest waypoint, they will start harvesting. All right, so let's get that shut off now. 2 hours. Boy, we got 2 hours left. All right, so let's get in the semi. You know, for efficiency purposes, we might want a second harvester. You know, and it doesn't have to be the exact harvester, but it needs to have the same header at least. Now, I don't know. We have 40,700 liters in here. I do not know what the capacity is over here. So let's go ahead and get our wheat dropped off. We'll drop off as much as it lets us. The rest will go in the silo. I imagine it's going to take a good amount. Okay, it did take all of it. Good to know. Actually, I was going to back up and get back to the harvester, but let's go ahead and get some chickens purchased. And we'll see a little bit more about this mod and what it holds here. So it holds 200,000. That is good to know. So we want, let's start with the 6-month-old ones so we can get some income right away. And let's spend about, I mean, I kind of want to learn, so let's get a nice round number. Let's start with 200. That's 200 of 5,000 that will fit in here. We could have purchased all 5,000, but let's slow roll it, and we can fit 100,000 straw. So we will need to get that silo added, the manure pit added. All right, I am going to shut the recording off for a while, get all of my automation going here, and rejoin you when we're closer to being done with this harvest. Okay, I think I have everything set up right here with auto drive. The one thing we could do is adjust this to try to get them to unload on the go and dive in here and try to figure that out real fast. I think we do have the settings correctly. We'll see how it works. See if this guy will start unloading him or not. But I think it's when they're at 60%. So this is all good. This is all good. 63% won't. That's just how we're gonna have to deal with it on here, I think. I think it'll be all right. Okay, 1.3 million left. So let's look at balers. Absolutely going square here. And we'll go with the K brand. Should be able to do 240. That's fine. The twine can be the default. Is there one that's cheaper? Oh, just empty. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy that. 195 horsepower is what that requires. So we could go into like a medium tractor here, save a little bit of money, and we can put this one up to 302 horsepower. We'll add the front loader just in case we want to use it eventually. And I think that's all we're gonna do on this tractor. Now, it's in our best interest to not burn through the entire budget of the $5 million. So we gave ourselves that. We don't have to use it. We could have gone a lot cheaper, but you know, I wanted it to be a fun playthrough where we have some good equipment, some big fields to start with, And if we had money left over after buying the equipment is when I would start looking at a second possible field. And we do have a decent amount of variety of prices on this map, so we're not out of the woods yet. We need something to plant with, and I think we're gonna go with a direct drill, so we shouldn't need a cultivator. Well, periodic plowing's on, so we might need to get a plow eventually. And then we need something for treating weeds. We need something for lime and fertilizer. And I don't think we'll have enough manure. You know, I do not have any restriction on leasing, though I'm not a big fan of it. So we should be able to come in here and load this course and do first waypoint, and they should just start working. Now we're gonna use universal auto load. Oh man, let's go ahead and let's stop that. I don't want the mismatch of bales, so we are going to, I guess we'll just deal with it for this one. Let's go ahead and switch the bale size to 240, and we'll let them go ahead and continue on the nearest waypoint. No calculation. Oh, an hour and 30 minutes. So yeah, so this won't take as long, but getting a nice head start here. And they are cutting into the field. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. They are not going to make it back, I don't think, before needing to be unloaded. So they'll have to do their little maneuver there. But let's look at possibilities here for trailers. I do have one that I want right here. I don't know how to say the brand, guys. The platform semi-trailer here. So I think this will work really good for pallets and bales. So we're going to have this set at standard in the auto load settings here. And I don't think we need anything fancy, but combinations, we'll look at trucks we can purchase. And for this one, 52,000. Yeah, this is a cheap one. So let's go ahead and buy another one of those. So we'll have two of the same semis, which eventually, if we really need to, we can get another grain trailer, but I think we'll get away with just one on this playthrough, at least for now. And at least to start here, this will be my job to make sure we get the bales out of the way and make sure they're not going to interfere with the harvest. Now, if this is all working correctly, oh, look, they're unloading, or they're getting ready to. We should be able to just drive up and pick these up. And yes, perfect. Okay, so we'll see how this stacks and how many we get, but we're gonna follow the baler around the headland and make sure all of these are getting out of the way as they drop. And then once they start doing the ups and downs, it won't be as important to keep up and make sure, but we have nothing else to do at this point. And the mismatch size, oh, look at that. Let's say the mismatch size doesn't show up much, but it is kind of overhanging a little bit, so we might want to adjust that in the configuration later on. Now these big bales, they're not going to drop very often, so this is good setup. And we'll get that manure pit here purchased in a minute. All right, getting an idea of where we're at in this harvest, and we are not even making a dent in it yet. And nothing in here, I believe. Yeah, they're coming back. They should just be able to come right through here and loop around to drop off the goods. But let's see, we want to sneak one in the back here. So we're gonna go to silo extensions, I believe is what we want. And we should be able to take advantage of this here. We want it the other way. I do see the unload there, okay. Come on. And we're gonna go ahead and hit B so we can place it where we want. Like so, okay. And then just do a little bit of repair work here. We're gonna go with this grass just to darken it up a little bit. And then we'll get our grass back here. Okay, now let's make sure that did attach. Net worth is looking even worse now, guys. It's gonna go down before it goes up. And over here, manure is showing up as 0, so that is good. And we have 80,000 liters already. So once we get through the headland, I will drop off as much of the straw as I can and start getting that manure being produced. Though more chickens would be helpful, but it's gonna be interesting to see how this turns out, guys. All right, I think they're safe to leave alone for a little bit, but I wanna make sure this turn doesn't get interrupted here. And that was about perfect. Okay, let's go drop this off and have some chickens make their poop worth it. If we just cruise on right over here, and once we stop completely, this should switch like that. And then please take it, please. Oh boy. All right, I think that did it. Let's give it a shot. Same problem. Or did it take some? I don't think it took any. says straw right there. Let's try putting it on the ground. Maybe the manure pit's not connected. I don't know. Let's make sure this is gonna unload to the right. So we'll do that. And then it's not taking it. Okay. We'll debug that off camera a little bit and see if it needs an implement and it doesn't take bales. So, I mean, this being a food icon, but it shows straw there. Yeah, I'll do some testing. But let's get back unloading, and I think at this point we'll probably... those might be in the way. We need to move those, but we'll probably shut the recording off for a little bit. All right, we are at the dealership. We're picking up the front loader because I did test it out, and this is how we're gonna have to do it. So the feed mixer is what we're gonna have to use, and it does work. So we'll be able to utilize the straw. I was getting a little worried that that mod didn't actually work, but I did figure it out, and I'll show you guys here in a sec. All right, what I'm gonna do is park it super close right here. So we're sneaking up right on the building, and that might not have been close enough, so I'm gonna give it a little shimmy here. And I think right there will do, but whoops. We will reconnect to that in a minute to make sure. But it's just time to load it on up, and I'm gonna try to grab 2 at a time. I'm gonna try to grab 4 at a time. I think weight might be an issue here, but we'll do 2 here and I'll show you, and then we'll go get back to making sure everything's going okay with the harvest. Just back away. And that should mix good once we connect. Oh, it's already doing it for us. Okay, so then we just hook up to the mixer here, if we can get close enough, and it works right there. All right, I'm gonna get busy, and I'm gonna get this back to baling now that probably got a good head start. A couple things to talk about here. We got an hour and a half to finish this harvest. You can see we're getting close. The wheat does turn bad in September. It will wither, so luckily we're gonna get all this done. It was looking close for a while. As you can see, here's one grain cart operator, or one, yeah, and here's another. We ended up spending more money, and it was possibly a mistake, but I don't think we would have got this harvest done in time, so we're absolutely going to need 2 grain cart operators, and 1 semi-truck seems to be handling it just fine at this point. So they should be out here getting ready. Where are they at? Oh no, they went in. So this one's going to come in here, and then once, sorry for all the tabbing, once we get this to 50%, the other grain cart operator will come. So it should be good. We should be ready to finish, but the other development, the chickens are not producing manure. I don't know why it has this option if it's not working, and why it was in ModHub. Chickens produce, let's see, let's read this down here. The manure shows there, straw is populated. I don't see anything else that we need to add to it, so not 100% sure. I expect things that are on ModHub to work and be tested before they're released to us, so be it. So that brings me to a dilemma on, do we even sell the straw if we can't actually use it as a product for our cattle, or sorry, not cattle, our chickens? And then it also begs the question of this extra equipment we purchased, do we need this extra semi? Do we need this baler? Is it actually a product that we're using for chickens? Since it's not base game, I'm leaning towards no, and I think I'm just gonna sell all this equipment and make the straw vanish. And I think that's the best course of action here, and we'll probably do that afterwards, and not do straw moving forward. 63% full. They should be able to turn around and get unloaded. The grain cart operator is heading out to do that now, so we should beat midnight. And getting this filled up, having a little bit of issue with these operators, but it's nothing that we can't just fix ourselves. It is a big operation. I am enjoying it. So this one's gonna go away. They're done for the night. So we have the other grain cart operator gonna finish the job, and we're gonna start stacking some things in here to see how we're doing capacity wise. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this in here though. Let's go about right there for now, and then we'll figure that out later. So finishing up the baling, and then they're gonna loop around for the last pass, but I think I am gonna get the baler out of the way for now. And I need to think through that a little bit. I am leaning towards not doing the straw. Let's look at time-saving stock check here in a second. So net worth, almost negative 900,000 at this point. Time-saving stock check, we do show already 155,000 liters in wheat in the silo. And then we have like $200,000 worth of straw. It's kind of why I'm leaning towards not doing it. Over here, we do have the full 200,000 in here. They've eaten a little bit, but we filled this up to 200,000 liters of wheat already for our 200 chickens. And they should be unloading. I don't understand why they wait. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But there's no reason why we can't do the driving ourselves. Let's finish this harvest, and then we'll take a look at some things and make some decisions here. And coming to the end of harvest, I'm gonna get everything unloaded, all put away. And at that point, we're gonna rejoin you and do a little recap to see what we actually produced on this harvest and make some decisions on what we're gonna do moving forward. And just finishing up the baling here, let's take a look at our numbers now. We added 200,000 liters into the chicken feed, and we also have 200,008 liters in the silo. So the chicken coop got completely full. As you can see, it has, it's just used a little bit. So right now we can make about $500,000. You know, eggs will produce a little bit more, but $600,000 is what our bills are gonna be at least if we spend this other 292,000. So before midnight hits, which we are pretty close, we are gonna come in here and make a payment. And I am gonna make a $200,000 payment here. And that should satisfy the monthly one, so it shouldn't charge us overnight. We'll see if I did that correct. Otherwise, we are gonna have another $53,000 removed from our balance there. And you can see we did repay 200,000, but we only have 175,000 available because it did pay the interest first. So a little bit of a thing there. There was a grace period that it does no interest, but we're way beyond that grace period. So you can see how losing money is gonna work there. So at midnight, we'll see it tick over and make sure that that is working correctly. And this should go down to 119 payments left. Yeah, I think the payments are gonna hurt. We still have a lot to buy. Might as well see it at midnight. I was gonna sleep, but let's see what happens. 3 minutes to go. Long night. Oh man. Perfect, it worked correctly. Let's go ahead and look in here and see what the stats are showing now. Though that didn't update. I think I have to, there's something going on with that. To where the UI is not updating correctly. We'll see. It might take a little bit of time for that to show up, but you see the interest rate did jump to 6.7, so the payment's going to get adjusted once it calculates all of that. Net worth is now at, it's going down. Almost $1 million negative, which is what I expected. So it's a grind. We got to increase that by 11 million at this point to call this challenge good in 9 years. Like, that's rough. We need a pressure washer. We need a lot of things. We need to make sure we can get through the year with payments. Otherwise, bankruptcy and loss. Or we can sell things. We're going to have to sell things, and we're going to make adjustments. But I'm going to make it daylight so we can think through some things here. Yeah, so manure shows it can hold 4 million. It's not working, so I don't know. Maybe I'm going to try something here before we call this a failure. We're going to sell this one. We did lose a little bit of money on it. But let's go into actual silos because we did an extension last time. And we'll try this one. And we'll see if it makes a difference. Otherwise, I think what the plan already is, we're gonna do sorghum. And I think what my thought process is wheat produces, well, chickens eat wheat and wheat produces straw, so we can sell the straw. That's what we're gonna stick to. And our first day here, we did not get a full pallet, but I have a feeling that's gonna change for us momentarily or in a few months. Looking at time-saving stock check, you know, $3,000 worth of eggs. That needs to increase big time. I'm a little concerned about us getting through this full year without going bankrupt, but we will find out. We have things we could sell, things we can get rid of. And if this manure pit doesn't work, it's It's a good opportunity for us to make some money off of selling equipment. And being that we are going to switch to sorghum, looking at the calendar, we have until April to get prepped for that, figuring out how we're going to apply lime, fertilizer, and herbicide, or treat the weeds another way. We might be leasing some equipment this first year. So we are in October. You can see the payment did come out, and it was about $25,000 in interest. Let's go up here now. Yeah, so it is decreasing now. Interest rate is 6.41 this time around, 54,000 this month. We need to make some money or figure out how to get some money for that payment. And tracking net worth, yep, going down just slightly as the equipment and buildings are going to start depreciating. And to get that payment, enough for the payment, I am going to do a couple loads of straw. We're going to go sell it. A little bit of a journey, but I am going to make sure this gets filled up. And let's double check this manure pit now and make a decision on that. Yeah, it's not working. I'm not going to worry about debugging it. So this is going to get sold. Actually, before we sell the straw, let's go ahead and grab one of our tractors here. And this might be enough money to get us to be able to make that payment for October. Yeah, and I don't believe in just giving us back money for our mistakes when we made the mistake. And this one's debatable. Like, nah, we don't need to repaint it. We don't need to repair it either. Let's just sell this. We are going to get $73,000. So that is going to help big time there. That'll get us through October. We don't need to sell straw while the prices aren't at their peak. Didn't really, or we'll sell the manure pit too, but I didn't really want to completely do manure, but I don't know. It was tempting, extra money, extra, save us money on fertilizer, but I'm not going to debug something that's a mod hub mod. So let's jump in the sky. Let's get us about $12,000 back from selling the manure pit here, the manure heap. Too bad we don't get it all back, but that's okay. We actually lost about $25,000 in that process. But how to get a seeder, how to get a spreader, it's gonna be rough. This is kind of pathetic for the 1st November, but we do see that eggs are at their peak price, so let's figure out where we're selling them. And the pancake house seems to be the closest one with the same top price as one that's farther away. So we'll definitely go to the closer place, but next year, we might be looking into getting more chickens, seeing how slowly they're going through that feed right now, that we have a ton of it. And I wanted to be hesitant on that to begin with, but I think we know our answer now. So this should bring in about $11,000. We'll be good already for the November payment. And then December we'll be selling some straw and wheat. So we should be good to get to April at minimum without going bankrupt. So I think we're gonna be okay. There we go. We do have an environmental score negative right now. So that's something we might wanna look at taking care of and try to improve before selling the rest of the stuff. That was rough. Forgot about that part. The only thing we could really do is some pH work, which it's already kind of high, like nitrogen's hurting us. So not getting this planted before selling, such a small gap there, 46. I wonder if getting the pH higher would get us to at least the where we need to be. And then soil sampling here, spending the money on that might help. Well, we have no field. Will it let us? It looks like it won't. Okay, so that shouldn't be counting. Oh, sampling's full. I'm silly. Sampling is full. Weeding's at 15. We could get pH a little bit higher, I think. So I'm gonna figure out what we want for a spreader long term, and I'll rejoin you. So I did elect to lease this time around to save us a little bit of cash, and we're gonna need a lot more lime. So we'll probably get the semi and the flatbed over here once we get started doing the liming, or when we need it. We have time. There's no reason to burn money on workers right now. So we'll get this all filled up and start doing the lime session, and hopefully when it clicks over to December, that bonus or the environmental score goes to at least 50, because I believe that's where we need it to be neutral and not lose money or gain money from the environmental score bonus. Long term, we will get a lime station added to the farmyard, but we got to have some cash in hand a little bit better than we have right now before we do that. I do love this new mod. We can see at the bottom, we are pulling 32 tons total. And I think that includes the weight of the tractor, but it makes me feel a little bit better when I see that number and know that, why some of these tractors struggle to pull things. We do have a lot of bales in the way. We'll see if they become a problem or not. We'll give it a shot. Hopefully they're not lined up to where we run into them. And away we go. No speed override in this challenge. So 11 miles an hour it is. It's going to make it even harder on us. Because time matters. We have to get things done in a timely manner. And I wanted it to be a little bit more realistic. Though I don't know how realistic a $5 million land loan is like this, or construction line of credit, but I love it. Maybe $2 million would be a better idea moving forward. Again, baseline here. I think it'll be fun though. Moving forward, I have a lot of ideas for different scenarios for these challenges. Yep, we're gonna have to get that truck out. Oops, didn't mean to stop it. We're gonna have to get the semi out here so we can move bales around, and we're definitely gonna need a whole lot of lime. And back at it, we'll keep moving them as we need to. But we've used 62% already, or we have 62% left, and that's all we've done. So you can see it's gonna be a long day putting lime down. Definitely needed. And we're going to burn through a lot of it. Definitely will be looking into something with more capacity and a larger spreading width long term. If you have any good mods in mind, let me know. But we're not even going to get around the headland with 14,000 liters. Boy, we're going to need a lot of lime. And let's use all of it. Didn't mean to waste some there. All right, so let's get in the semi again. I think what we'll do... I know, oh man. We're just gonna get as much as we can fit on this semi-trailer. Starting to think I made this too easy, but I don't think it is. It's definitely gonna be a lot of work. Lots of people wandering around. This map's beautiful. I'm loving the trees. We'll have to take a look at ours. I didn't even notice if ours changed colors. They should have. If not, we're gonna swap them out for different trees. All right, let's load up on some lime. You know, when we do 8 at a time, it's gonna be 3,600 each time. So I'm gonna do 4 sets right now. Once we get done with the liming session, we will have to figure out a way to have enough money. That's all it's gonna fit? Is this not gonna double stack? Oh, it is, okay. And then that should be all that it carries. All right, that's okay. We'll be able to move 40,000 liters at a time, and that should get us a little bit of runway before we have to come back, but we'll keep on grinding. Probably shut the recording off for a little bit. When we spend money, well, before we make it December, we'll definitely rejoin you. And I think we're gonna have to get used to working through the night on this series, which is fun. It's fun, it's going good. We are finishing up. We'll take a look at the finance screen to see how much money we spent on lime. It was a lot. You see we're down to $28,000 in our account. We're gonna have to do some straw selling, I think is what I wanna do, instead of taking out more of that line of credit. Save on some interest, because it's becoming pretty clear that those monthly payments, until we get that paid down, is really gonna hurt us. So we bought about the right amount there with 1,700 left. I am gonna find a spot to drop this, and we'll return the spreader, which we definitely used for more than an hour today. So I'm sure I just missed that fee. But when we take a look at the finance tab, we'll probably recognize that here. All right, the vehicle is returned, and look at the finance tab. A little bit of an expensive month. Miscellaneous, $91,000. And I believe that is where the cost for the lime is in there. So it was a pretty expensive day. We could see not as expensive as August, where we spent a lot of money, but we had, you know, miscellaneous costs in here for the line of credit and everything. Boy, all right, let's look at the net worth tracker right now. We're close to $1 million. So doing exactly what I thought it would do. Let's shut that off for a second, but let's go ahead and get some of these further. I don't know. We'll just pick up some that I can find here. Some straw. We'll sell one. See how close that gets us to our payments. Let's take a look at that so we know. Oh, interest rate's down to 4%, so that's in our favor. 49,000 is what it's going to be this week, and that is dynamic. I have no control over that. It is built into the code base of the mod itself. All right, let's get some straw. Get up to that $48,000 amount. And go from there. Yeah, unfortunate that we're doing this at night. Hopefully it looks okay for you guys on YouTube. Have no idea how much each load's gonna bring in financially, so we'll see how many times we have to do this trip. But it's 180,000 liters, so it should be a decent amount. And not too far to drive. You can see we're almost there already. Beautiful moon in the sky. Here in Iowa Plains. This must be the animal dealer up here. Looks like it. Perfect. Cruise on in and see how, like, we're gonna lose some money here because we're not gonna get that. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Can we just do this? Oh, we're gonna have to, oh, we could do that. All right, so strap them in and then let go, and those should sell. Then we can pull forward. Losing a lot of money with that environmental score, but we did get to the dollar amount we need to sleep on one load. That's not bad. So hopefully overnight, that score will change. I'm not 100% sure when it gets recalculated. I think it is every night. And hopefully we can get rid of that negative penalty there. All right, $3,000 to start December. Let's take a check in here. Didn't change much, did not change much. Our debt is down to 4.7 million. So we do have, you know, about $250,000 to spend on, you know, anything that we need. I'm gonna move this with super strength into the shed here. And we do need more sheds, but we got priorities. So let's take a look at time-saving stock check. And the prices are pretty close. We're just gonna wait a little bit of time today and get some money. Let's go ahead and look at the chickens. We have some babies, which is good. So now we are up to 600 already. So this is gonna get populated pretty quick. Not bad. So I don't think we need to buy anymore. We'll let that naturally happen over time. And yeah, gotta start getting more eggs. We gotta get more eggs to get produced. All right, I'll see you probably after we sell everything. And we're getting ready to wrap up the first year here, sitting in our office, just kind of looking over things. Let's take a look at the finance screen here first. Well, first, let's take a look here. Our environmental score did not go up this month. I'm not 100% sure when that ticks over, but let's take a look at the finance screen. We did have a lot of negative here of miscellaneous. Some of it's the payment. Some of that is also the environmental score that we lost. And we see we have bales sold $177,000 we made, and harvest income of almost $250,000. Sitting pretty good there. We're looking at right now, our net worth is all of a sudden at negative $538,244. We have 600 chickens, $4,727,478 with 117 months remaining. I'm gonna fix that in between eventually. That'll line up with the end of our 10 years. Right now, you know, we should see 108 months left. But year one is in the bag here, and kind of debating, do we hold on to the money? Does it make sense to hold on to the money, or do we make a payment here? And let's see, let's do 400,000 right now. Make a payment of 400,000. We're just gonna help ourselves out here with the debt. So that puts the debt down to $4,345,011. But the net worth did jump. Oh no, that needs to save. Let's go here, hit save. 555,778 is our net worth negative. Not bad for the first year. We're gonna get to the next month here and get to, what was it, April? So we can plant some sorghum and decide if we're gonna purchase or lease this time around. And I'm not gonna show all of this, but we'll do it in January here. We have nothing to do on the farm. Let's go check on the chickens just to make sure they have enough feed and how the eggs are doing. But we are gonna have to take out a little bit of money from the line of credit to make our payment, which is always fun to rob Peter to pay Paul. I think that is the saying. Still 600 chickens, so they'll get to that 5,000 in plenty of time, but we do have a full pallet. Not producing a ton. Not a ton. So we have 1,500 here. We'll see in February how high that gets. But 45,000 is what we need. So we need to take out, we're just gonna do $25,000 just to be safe. So we'll amount to draw here, 25,000. And that should cover it because the interest rate, well, oh, it went up. Okay, so that's gonna be a game we're gonna have to play there. 7.32 this month. All right, we're gonna take out another 20 just to make sure things do clear. And we'll see where money's sitting and how much we have left in that line of credit when we get to April. All right, it is April, and if I'm understanding this right, so we have 1,000 chickens now. So we're gonna get to that 5,000 probably close to the end of this year. And we're producing about a pallet a night now. So not bad, not bad. The production is going up on that. So we can see right now we have roughly $16,000 worth of eggs. Pretty good. So let's take a look at our equipment and remind ourselves what horsepower we have on the tractor we're gonna use for planting. 435, and we have 2 of those. Okay, so I mean, value here, we're gonna see this stuff start to decline over time. But let's go into the store. Let's take a look at seeders, and there's a lot of things we want to take into account here. I was eyeing this. It can go 9 miles an hour, 12 meter width, can do fertilizer and seed, and we have plenty of horsepower. Then we look at this, we have enough horsepower, and it's a 15 meter and can do both, but would require tillage, where this one does not. So that's what I'm leaning towards. 9-meter width, this one's 12. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. So let's look at the line of credit. Is this something that makes sense to purchase? So we have 600,000 available. I am gonna take out 200,000 here. Let's do 250 right now. We got to keep in mind we have a lot of months yet to get through before we make more money. So we're still not out of the woods yet. We do have a lot of equipment that we could sell. Oh, I leased that without upgrading it. There was an upgrade to the capacity left. Oh no, we bought it. We purchased that. We haven't purchased it yet. I'm being silly, getting ahead of myself. We are gonna buy it. That way we don't have to worry about the cost of leasing it being a waste, where we purchase it and we'll lose value in it, but it'll still go towards our net worth. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem as much of a waste when you buy it, right? Okay, so I do want to upgrade. It's $3,500 for that, and that's all we're gonna do there. No idea how much seed we're gonna use, so I'm gonna buy 2 of these. And solid fertilizer, I'm gonna buy 3. And let's look at the line of credit now. We do just have enough to get through the month if we don't have to buy anything else. But can it be that simple financially there? I don't think so. I bet we're gonna have to buy more fertilizer, probably seed as well. And let's make sure we get this set to the correct crop type here. And we messed up. We messed up. You can't do sorghum with these. Okay, Chris. All right, everything should be sorted out now. We do have the Kenzie here with a little bit wider width than what we did have, you can see, which I guess is a good thing, but we ended up spending a lot more money than I was planning on. And we'll see how quickly we do go through this seed and fertilizer. But yeah, 11 miles an hour, actually pretty happy with that instead of the 7, and a bigger width, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. Getting around the headland the first time here. The fertilizer cost is going to be rough here today. So I think the dream of getting another field is definitely out the window, if I didn't mention that already. Maybe year 3? Maybe. But 40% burnt through of the fertilizer. Not a lot of the seed. So let's get this partial pass out of the way here next. And we'll start doing ups and downs, and hopefully that's not doubling the fertilizer we're using. Every penny's gonna count right now. I'm interested in the net worth calculation here. Let's go ahead and save it, make sure the loan is updated correctly. I haven't got a chance to fix that yet. All right. Okay, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Is that right? We still have, okay, that math does add up. 300,000 to play with, but we're gonna need that for our payments until we have this next harvest, because we're just not producing enough eggs to really make a dent, even if we wanted to sell it. There is a little bit of wheat here, not a lot, and 100,000 in straw that's stuck in that production back there, or the chicken coop. So we got some things we can sell. We'll probably sell the baler and that extra tractor we have, if it comes to that. I don't see us, until we get more fields, needing more tractors, so that might make sense to do before April ends. All right, well, the fertilizer went a little farther than I thought it was gonna go, so that's a positive. So let's go ahead and turn around and lock in. We're gonna get the semi again, and once we have a little bit of cushion, we're definitely going to purchase the little silo containers, the bins that we can just purchase directly from, or just fill them up. We'll probably purchase from the store and fill them up so they're on location, so we don't have to do as much driving around like this. And before damage gets too bad on some of these vehicles, we're definitely going to need to get a pressure washer. Probably we'll do that after seeding or planting. We also need to get a weeder. I think that's the route we're going to go financially on that, because we're not going to be able to afford the See and Spray. Let's go ahead and we're going to purchase, we need to do liquid here. And I'm just gonna grab 10,000, which is gonna be, gosh, $16,000. And we'll probably need more, but I just want to start with that for now. Lots of money being spent. Oh, we can just do it here. Say, while I'm thinking about it, we are just gonna sell this stuff, get our money in a little bit better of a state. So all this stuff's gonna get sold. We're not gonna need it. Not that. Whoa, slow down. Yep. And the Puma is gonna go away too. All right, I think that's gonna help. Is this one we have to fold up to load? There we go, I think we did. Or we just got close enough now. Alrighty, be a little annoying each time having to do that, but we'll get by and back at it. It'll be interesting to see how far we get with this 2,800 liters. Be able to fill up two more times at least, maybe 3. My math's off there. All right, back at it, guys. The only problem we're having with this planter is how to fill it up, and sometimes it's confusing where it has to be. So we might, you know, like we said, switch it up how we're getting the fertilizer in here, but I think we bought the right amount. We're gonna have 1,800 liters to do just this strip here and the rest of a full pass. So going good. We bought the right amount. Let's get this out of the way for now. And this truck really isn't gonna have a job for a while, but I did want to show this going on. 6 miles an hour because cruise control was set low. I was wondering why they were going so slow. I guess they can go 7, but they're getting it done, making good time here. We did purchase this outright as well, so this is how we're gonna treat weeds. No herbicide needed. Should help with that environmental score big time. Once that weeding is done, it'll be time to get straight to harvest, outside of spending money on the loan every month. But I think we're in a good place. So we did trade that tractor and the baler for the equipment we have now. Feels like a good trade-off, and financially we're pretty much in the same spot we were. Looking at that debt of, well, I think that it might be the highest it's been. Almost $1 million. So hopefully that starts ticking closer to 0 as we finish year 2. And all done planting. Awesome. Let's go ahead and stop so this can fold. We absolutely need to get the pressure washer. We're gonna get that going before we do the harvest. Such big equipment we're working with, I love it. So kind of future planning here. I do think I want a shed probably in this area. So I'm gonna put this here for now, just to kind of remind me of that. And while that weeding's going, we're gonna get this in the shed-aminium, the barn-aminium here. And I should be able to weave, maybe not. And that's all prepped for harvest, besides getting washed. All right, and we will take this over. We'll just have to keep in mind that everything to the left is done except for the headland. And they made a decent chunk for us, or did a decent chunk of it. But now it's time to finish. I did want to clarify something for the video here. We have the chicken flattening here, the mod that we're using. And there is a note down here. The base game does not normally support straw manure for chickens. Manure production and manure consumption therefore only work on maps with customized animal XML. Add straw and manure in animals XML for chickens. So we could make that adjustment, but I think we're just gonna move on, not using fertilizer or manure. I'm about halfway done with the weeding, we can see. Ready to get to that harvest, man, I'm itching. And we're gonna start working on getting our maintenance taken care of. So I'm picking something up here. Let's go ahead and head in the store. And right here for $4,400, the dual wheeled pressure washer. Let's buy it. I've been itching to try this thing out. Let's see if we can figure out how to hook it up to the front of the tractor here. Was there an option I didn't select? Let's see. Oh yeah, we want that. We want that. Okay, so let's go ahead and head back. We can modify it over there. Silly. I got all this time to kill and I'm still rushing. Ooh, you can go fast in this one. Nice. Well done. Cool mod. All right, let's go ahead and get out of it. We should be able to hop in here, customize it, and we will add the 3-point hookup. Why not add the lighting and everything? It's just a little bit more money. Now I'm gonna put it on the back. I know you can put it on the front too, but I don't know if we can on this one. I think I only have a 3-point on the back, but that is slick. Can we use it like that? We can. All right, I dig this. Look how much faster things are getting cleaned too. That is sweet. Nice. All right, let's get home. Oh, if we can. Let me in. Perfect. And we can just cruise around and get everything washed while this is hooked up to the back here. But I do want to get fuel. I did notice that we're getting a little low and we got that harvest coming up. So while we're away from the farm, we can go to the strategically placed fuel station, it looks like here. just a fence between us and our property. Another expense we're just gonna have to deal with. $507. We now have 647 liters in the tank. Won't show all of it, but you know, we're just gonna wash things. Super fast too. That number just decrease. Now, how far can we go with these? Can I wander all the way in here? No way. That's cool. Got that done. Just get these done in no time. No more reason to be lazy when I can move this far. I can do it this fast. Can we sneak out? I don't know if we can. So we've got the header on the other side. So let's just hop back in here. We'll drive over, get the header washed. And then we'll just have the semi and the grain trailer to wash, as well as the other tractor out doing work and the weeder. Oh, we gotta get the seeder too, or the planter. And this one's filthy, but not for long. And I'm gonna take a peek. Well, you know, we need to get the header moved in here and see the maintenance costs on that. But this should be able to sneak in there as well and stay, so we can look at that at the same time. Oh, fuel is below, well, let's do the maintenance first, then we'll go top this off before the harvest. We're definitely gonna need fuel on this for the harvest. But if I get this somewhat close, I think just being in this room will have this show up now. So let's take a look. We're not gonna worry about paint conditions, but we are gonna repair everything. So a little bit of expense here, but not too terrible. The wagons I really don't care about, but those we will get done. Leave that there for now. We'll top this off with some diesel as well. And probably the other case when it gets done. I think the semis are fine. But it is nice. I didn't even realize how close this was. Super convenient. Yeah, this is gonna be pricey. Probably over $1,000 here. Wow, 1,200. It's expensive to be a farmer. It is August in year 2, and we are ready to harvest. But let's take a look at where we're sitting before we do the harvest here. Let's start with time saving stock check here. We do have 12,000 eggs at this point for $50,000. Starting to look good. Let's actually take a peek in here. That's a lot of chickens. Let's go over there and see the total. So 2,000. So we're getting there. We're 20% there for the amount of chickens, and they're starting to produce pretty good. They're also burning through food faster, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind. So now let's take a look at some other things. Let's save first to make sure my broken mod updates. Our line of credit right now, we have 4.5 million taken out of it, and yeah, that's looking pretty good, but our net worth is now at a negative 1 million. The depreciation of our vehicles and buildings is really kicking in, and the money that we have is also somewhat of an issue. But we are gonna go ahead and where are you going? Get started on this harvest here. Get everything all prepped, get all of our vehicles in place. And we're gonna want to, first, we're gonna drop off at the chickens. And you're probably gonna need some help, aren't you? Yeah, I had a feeling. That was my bad. Bad parking job there. And these ones should be good to just get going. And looking at the yield information here, 120% yield bonus right now. It's starting to update. So we're seeing a nice green color here, and that is definitely gonna help. 120%, getting 17 tons per hectare. We're gonna have to stop a lot more. 2 hours, 17 minutes for the total harvest, but we're gonna have to unload more often. We're already at 23% full. We got the grain cart operators ready. The semis, kind of just waiting for them to move for it to get in place. But man, good start here. Year 2 looking solid. Yields dropping to 95% right here. Let's take a look at that map. And I think we're not going to see our environmental score increase. Oh, it's at 92, so it did take place. So everything but weed control, because we aren't using the See and Spray. Huge bonus we're going to get there. But let's look at yield here. That's nitrogen. Yeah, yield's starting to change, and it's going to match the soil type. So we're going to get the best around this area. And that's about it for the best. And then, yeah, not bad though. So we got a decent amount there, and then all of the silty clay going to be a lot lower yield, but I'm hoping really hoping we can get that number closer to 0 for our net worth before we end year 2. So I'm finding the best course of action here is to be the grain cart operator, and that one's following and chasing because it's still on auto drive. So if I have that one chasing and we get this one full and I pull away, we should be able to really keep going without the harvester stopping. So that's what we've been doing. It's busting through this. We probably need to have one more load that can go to the chicken coop. We start filling that up with sorghum. So we're gonna get that full, and then we're probably gonna have to save a lot of the sorghum this time around because I think we're gonna burn through more than that 200,000 moving forward. So tracking good. I'm hoping once we get to the, well, I don't know what I'm hoping, but I'm thinking if we get to this pass here and they turn around and let the other grain cart operator take over, I'm hoping they get all the way through that pass before they need to get full. But the yield is pretty good, so they might not be able to, but they may. We'll see. And yeah, getting us about 70% full on this pass completely does make sense to do what I was talking about. So we'll see how it goes when they turn around. Hopefully they don't have to stop and pull out to unload. Hopefully they can make that entire pass. Maybe we should have found some combines with a little more capacity. This field's just too long. Ah, they are stuck with what we thought. Okay, so we're gonna change this to silo now. And like so. And they should go straight to the silo now. And we're gonna hold about right here so that when it comes back, it doesn't run into us, but we should see it through the trees coming over to the silo here very quickly. There it is. Should make a nice sharp turn. Ooh, coming in hot. Nice. So we're starting to get some, the rest of the sorghum is gonna go into the silo. It should be a really good amount. Let's see how we're doing. 19%. They should be able to make it. Turn around, and then either if they don't start, I don't know why they're right there. If they don't start unloading them on the go, we will swap to the other tractor and do that for them. And they should be finishing dropping off the goods and pulling forward. Do that loop again, get back over here. It's a process. We're helping out though, not just having it all automated. We are helping. And if we look at this, we've still got an hour and 52 minutes to go in this harvest if this doesn't stop. And there they go, looping around. And once they get in place, we can unload and hand this back over to auto drive and swap to the other grain cart. Seems to work out pretty good. And unloading again. Perfect timing. And just like that, it gets them in place for us to quick swap. Fun process, man. I love just chilling here, playing the game, giving you guys little updates, but it gives me a lot of time to just enjoy the game a little bit more, like I have been missing a little bit. And just about a full load here on an up and down, which is pretty marvelous. Nice. So we can also just come over here, turn this on, and they will move on for us. Well, forgive the background noise, but the construction crew is here this morning doing some dirt compacting outside. We have a problem here. We have some rain, but luckily we can get to September and finish the harvest. So I think what we're gonna do is sleep. But let's do an update. You can see how much we have left. Actually, this is a pretty good view here. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple good views, but yeah, this is a good one to show what's left here. Lots of rain damage over the night. Lots of rain damage leading to the harvest, so little areas that we didn't get yield from, and looks like here's where we had some crop destruction. I'm not sure what happened up there, but yeah, that's what's left, so not bad, not bad. We did refill the chicken coop, and we have 260,000 liters already. They just got unloaded. They're gonna head back over to the semi with another 20,000 in the semi, and 20,000 in this grain cart, and 20,000 in this grain cart. We got a lot. We got a lot of sorghum going. Already $400,000 in the silo. We're gonna have to figure out what we can keep though. We're gonna have to do some calculations and see how they're burning through food. And I have a feeling if I look in the morning, I'll have a decent idea there. So we do need a little bit of cash to pay for this loan. We have $7,000, so we're gonna have to draw out some more funds. I'm just gonna do 48,000. And we're gonna go ahead and sleep. Once these grain carts get all updated and prepped and back into spot. Because I think the storm actually goes Yeah, it goes basically through the rest of the night. So we've got to wait till the morning and hope we can get it done. So luckily we have the 2 months to harvest the sorghum and we should be able to get by. All right, September morning here. Everything's paid. Let's go ahead and check on the chicken's feed here. So about 10,000 overnight. I am going to write this amount down right now. And when we get to October, I want to see how low it gets. But we do we get more chickens? We have 15,000 eggs. Can we just, why can't we just visit from here? 2,600 animals now. As they age up, this is really going to start escalating. I have a feeling we can get through another year before feed's an issue, but I'm not sure we're going to sell all the sorghum. We'll probably get to where it's December, top this up, give it its full 200,000 liters of food, and then sell the remaining. But we're going to have to find, we're dangerously close to needing to find some storage for the eggs. The time-saving stock check showing $63,000 worth of eggs now. That would be in November, so not looking bad. When we hide things we can't sell, that little bit of wheat we probably will move to, yeah, we'll move that to the chicken coop. Over 500,000 right now in revenue potential, so looking good, looking good. Back at it on the harvest here. Showing 44 minutes remaining, looking good. Did we have weeds, or is that's gotta be from overnight? That's got to be from overnight. Let's see over here where they just harvested. There are little weeds, unless that's the dirt. Nothing in here. Okay, that must just been from overnight. All right, we're back at it. I'm running to the grain carts here. We got one behind us doing the same thing we were doing earlier, trying to get this finished. Was debating planting barley right now and not even doing lime. But I think we are going to wait till spring and do sorghum again. We're going to see if we can afford another field when all is said and done. But that'll probably be next video. We've got just a pass and a half to go here. You can see the little strip we'll have to do. Looking good. We look at time-saving stock check. We're up to $650,000 worth of sorghum. So I think switching to sorghum and treating the field was definitely a good call. Though we're losing the income on straw, which... yeah, I'd like to see your guys' feedback on that. I think it was probably the right thing to do to move away from doing straw, since chickens don't really need straw. We could update the mod or the save file to let animals include manure and make a little bit more income off of that and save money on fertilizer. So I'll be looking for feedback on that. Should we do that? Should we modify it? Should we stay base game? Let me know. Either way, a little intimidated by this challenge right now because our net worth continues to decline. The loans, 450. We'll see where that's at the end of the year. We do have a decent amount of money that we could draw, but I want to see that start to decrease because right now with the payments this high, we're looking at like I think it was $58,000 a year. And that's a lot. That's a lot to have to make just to keep us afloat. So things to think about. We definitely need another field, and we need the chickens to produce a lot more eggs to allow us to afford the next field and keep knocking that debt out. I mean, if you look at it right now, net worth could be around 3 billion, 3.4 million if the debt was gone. So it's tracking the right direction. Thankfully, we have 8 more years after this to get there. And dropping off the last bit of grain, it looks like our grain cart was in the way of the cart, or of the semi-operator, so they have a little bit of grain that will get put in here as well. We'll get that one going, and then we'll switch over here. Should be able to just shimmy backwards. And drop it off as well. Just like so. Seems like a much better way to store these guys. Just drive them straight in, and then we can drive the combine in here when we need to. But now looking at the total, we do have 486,000 sorghum. That's going to bring us $750,000. Looking good. We'll get some more eggs as well. We have 15,000 here and some more behind us. So as that goes up, our money will go up as well. So we will now see you when it's time to sell the eggs. And boy, we burned through about, well, Let's see, 176. Let me do some math here. About 13,000. That's not terrible. I mean, and overnight we got 3 pallets, so now we're cooking over here. That's pretty awesome. That jumped that up to 76,000. So we're looking at roughly about $800,000 we're gonna make. A little over 800,000. Not bad for the second year. We gotta get that higher though. So now we're just waiting for eggs to peak. It says November. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't October, so we'll be skipping time and taking out a little more money from our line of credit to pay our bills if we need to. Hoping this peaks today though, so we don't have to take out any more of that line of credit, though we'll pay it off next month. Just a little more interest. We are above peak price and it's dark, so let's go ahead and get these sold. Where are we going? Right across the street again. All right, so I am gonna, well, we'll just make the payment. We withdrew money just in case, and it turns out we were wrong for withdrawing money, but we're gonna pay interest on it either way, so just a little mistake we made, and I don't know the route this direction, so we'll get there. See you in a second. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and unstrap them, pull through, and seeing the environmental score bonus of $10,000 absolutely helps. That ended up bringing in over $95,000, or just about 94,000 there. Pretty nice. So egg prices went way above that. Okay, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind. We lost about $100 per thousand there, and we're gonna sell what we have, and then we're going to get to December and see when the sorghum prices get good before we end today's episode and see how we're looking net worth wise and get a nice wrap up there. And it was another 10,000, so that's very helpful. Every dollar counts. Well, it's gonna be a long, dark night here selling the sorghum, so I'm gonna do it all off camera, but we're getting started. $55,000 left, and basically a couple hours left in year 2. We're gonna find the right route to this far sales location, and I think it's gonna be about 10 trips, so it's gonna take me a while. Probably shut the camera off and rejoin you guys later, because it's gonna take, well, especially with my driving skills, quite a ways. I don't know how to say words. We're stuck on a mailbox. What I'm trying to say, it's gonna take me a while because I can't see anything. I'll see you guys in a bit. Well, I just did an entire intro without the recording going. We have $788,000 in the account. We have a lot of things to figure out. Let's take a look. Line of credit is still at $4.5 million, and our net worth is at negative $445,000, and we have 4,000 chickens now. So we're 40% of the way there with chickens. We talked about needing about $650-ish thousand to make our payments for 12 months. So we have about $130,000 to play with next year. We still need a spreader. I'm debating skipping a year of doing lime and just getting sorghum down, rinse and repeat, get through year 3 and hope to have about 200-some thousand extra. Let's see what happens, get a little bit more eggs going. Actually, probably get a good amount more eggs. Welcome back to the Chicken Challenge, everybody. We're gonna do year 3 and 4 in today's episode. The last episode, we bought all of this equipment, thanks to the line of credit mod that we've introduced. And yes, we did destroy an entire cornfield for a huge, somewhat pointless farmyard, but wanted to make it a little harder on ourselves. Our chickens are doing great. We have 5,000 chickens now. The feed is gonna be an issue. I forgot to top them up before I sold all of the sorghum the end of last episode. So we have 77,000. You can see they are producing a ton of eggs. We did have to move them a couple times. But yeah, 77,000 food. We're gonna keep an eye on that. If that gets too low, we do have something in the back of our hand here, back of our pocket. What's the saying? We do have a wheat field that we could purchase. Not in the best shape. It does need sprayed or the weeds were sprayed. I don't know how the fertilizer is, but it needs lime, so the yield's not gonna be the best, but it would give us some wheat a little bit quicker than us planting the sorghum ourselves. But that field does run $256,000. But either way, we got to head to the store, start getting prepped for getting the sorghum planted in April. So we're gonna head and lease. I've decided to lease a spreader again. Was doing the math, and it would take 20 years to pay off the spreader I'm eyeing. So I think with only 8 years left, even though it would be an asset to add to our net worth, which is the ultimate goal of this series, to get to a 10 million net worth, 10 million chickens that are fed for 24 hours and have no debt. And we'll take a look at the status of that here in a second once we get to the store. But I'm going to elect to lease and buy a bunch of lime because I think that will be the best course of action financially. And it's a piece of equipment that we're just going to use once a year. So we'll only have to lease it 1 month a year. It's about $5,000 each time we lease it. So that's only going to be, $40,000 instead of the $100,000 that it costs to buy. So let's take a look. And I went through ModHub. I went through all the sites online, and the new leader is the one that I definitely want to go with. 5100. We'll go ahead and get that leased. And then as far as lime is concerned, I think we are going to grab 8 bags, though I don't know how much we're going to go through. This is going to be a learning opportunity here. We have the truck here in case we do need to get more capacity. So this will be our opportunity to learn how much the big field takes in lime now that we have it, being taken care of by us. So every year we're going to do lime instead of electing to lose a 5% yield bonus. I want the full bonus every time. It is a big enough field for us to really feel 5% being lost. But we'll have an idea after this one how much it costs, because we're going to go in here, and if we look at the precision farming data, it is reset to 0 right now. So we do have the total values here of everything. We've used already 160,000 liters of lime, apparently, according to that chart. So we'll know after this how much we used, and then we'll know how much we can buy every year and kind of budget for that moving forward for at least that field. And I am kind of anticipating the chickens running out of food. I haven't completely done the math with all 5,000 as it's changing so rapidly as they age and change the amount of food that they require. So gonna be interesting times. So we're gonna get started with lime, get to planting, and as we get closer to June and July, we'll have an idea if we need to rush and get that field. I was wanting to get maybe 22, 4, 5, 13 first, but if 24 has the right crop type that we need, it might make sense to go for it if it's gonna be able to save us money instead of us having to buy a ton of chicken feed to get us to the sorghum harvest. So got excited. We wanted to sell. We can fit one more. Let's buy one more. We do have a little bit at home, but it was less than 2,000. So we'll grab that later on if we need it. But yeah, so got to get the sorghum ready. We got a lot to do that. I'll see you at the field. And a pretty good working width on this one. So let's go ahead and get going and get locked into place. Oh yeah, you have to unfold this one. Now we're only putting down 1.75 tons per hectare right now and barely changing the chart, and that's what we expected. So I'm kind of interested to see how much of this we go through, how many times we're gonna have to buy more, and when we get to this next phase here, we're gonna see it change a little bit differently, the color, to where it's using 0.88, so even less. We'll get around the headland and I'll give you an update. All right, a little delayed update for you guys, but we are out here still planting. We can see way in the background there, we do have the weeding going. And we're probably gonna fill up fertilizer here on this pass. I keep saying path, this pass, and keep rolling. Seeds looking good, just like we suspected. Making some good progress. Still a little sad about how slow that weeder goes. So we might eventually upgrade to a see and spray configuration for herbicide, but not this year. Definitely planning on doing that. I want to really maximize the environmental score, and you guys are hearing our front deck being installed right now. Sorry about that. All right, let's keep rolling. Sometimes you learn and relearn lessons from the past, and so as I was saying before, our course play driver decided to not do their job right here. We learned a lesson again. I learned it early on with FS25. The way the AI workers, the default AI workers work is if I started weeding right now when I'm not done planting, they're not gonna recognize that I've planted. So they're just gonna weed the areas that I already planted. So I'm starting this over on a course because I have no idea what they did. They all of a sudden caught up to me, and I noticed them only doing the little edges where where their headland wasn't. So I'm just starting them over. Gonna, yeah, probably have one of those days where I finish planting and then I walk away and come back and the weeding will be done. But lesson learned, using course play instead of the default worker when you do it this way. And I think I did it right last episode, but this time I just had a brain fart there and used the regular AI worker. You know, lesson learned once again. All right, I did walk away for a little bit and came back to them being done doing the weeds. So we bought a little too much fertilizer, so we do have a decent amount left over. Let's look at the data. So right now it looks like we did use 8,000. That cost us $10,000. So 83.98 is what we used there. So our costs right now are looking at about $22,668. And we'll see how the yield ends up being, but that's good information to have. And we have a decent amount of eggs. I do want to move those before, well, I might just skip time as we go. Well, we'll see. I just don't want them to run out of space. So I guess these ones are all complete, so they should be safe to pick up, but I think I need to reset this trailer for some reason. I looked into modifying the animal XML to get the manure to work, and it looks like the animal's XML is embedded in the game and not an actual XML that we could just copy and paste. Because what I was gonna do is copy it into the Iowa Plains view map and replace it with the base game one that it is using, but I couldn't figure it out, and it didn't seem completely worth my time to check the internets to see if people have extracted that or figure out how to actually extract it from the game. A lot of things in this game are plain XML files, but apparently that one is sitting in a location that is compressed a little bit better, so that probably for optimization of loading and all of that. So that does make sense. So we're not gonna have manure because Iowa Plains View doesn't have a custom animals XML, so we can't modify that. And from what I was looking at, I'm not 100% sold that the change that they mentioned is the right change. It might have been for FS22. I don't know if it changed for 25 though. So would be interested to see if people have actually had success with that. Did some research just to validate that chicken manure is a thing in real life. People do utilize it, and they do. So it could have been something we used, but unfortunately at some point I spent about 35 minutes trying to figure that out and felt like that was enough. So why is this not working now? And I don't see any of the auto load settings. Interesting. All right, there's a little update to Universal Auto Drive or Auto Load that was causing it to not load these. I'm gonna try to stack all of them and see if we have a full trailer yet. And let's just stop. They should auto load. Yeah, it's getting close, 35,500. That's pretty nice. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take a look at the animals. They have 48,000, and we're gonna get this back to ×5 now that we have the weeding done. And we're gonna sleep. Was it 48,000? I already forgot. Down to 27,000, so boy. What do we do? What do we do? All right, so we're still eyeing that field over here. And we don't have any equipment to really take care of the fertilizer if we needed to. There are some weeds, though. I did notice some were dead. Like this one looks dead, but then this one's growing. So the yield might not be great, but we might not have an option other than just buying chicken feed. So I am keeping an eye on it. What is the cost of that field? It would be nice to be able to handle this without taking out more of the line of credit. $256. So we have nothing to do. And I believe we have at least, yeah, it's July when that'll be able to be harvested. So I'm going to stare at this food number as I go through time a little bit faster and make sure we don't run out. Because like I said, we're going to lose all the chickens if we do run out. Yeah, we're going to get to daytime unless, yeah, let's get to the daylight here. We need to get some feed. We need to do both, I think. I think we do. Let's go ahead and purchase that right now. We're going to buy it. And then just to do the right thing here, we're going to go ahead and purchase the soil as well. And I think we're going to buy about 20,000 liters here. Chicken feed should be wheat. So to get 20,000, man, it's going to be a lot. I'm going to do, that's 8,000 for $12,000, another 8,000. This is going to hurt. And I'm going to do one more. All right, let's go pick that up, get them fed, and that should enable us to get to July and get to that new harvest of our new field. Not exactly where I wanted a new field to go, but that'll be fine. And no field flipping, I am completely against that. You don't buy a field, harvest it, and sell it. Like, once you buy it, you buy it. It's yours. So that gave us 24,000. And I'll do the same, but once we get to early July, we're gonna start that harvest and get some feed over there right away. Lesson learned, we're gonna keep at least 120,000 liters of chicken feed at all times, if not more, moving forward. That's just gonna make this a little bit more difficult, but I definitely don't wanna lose any of these 5,000 chickens. So an extra expense because we sold a little bit too much sorghum last time around. And I really hope I can just take these. It might not be able to, though. Well, we just had to cut the bags open. So it does hold 200,000. And so that might be what we want to target for extra. So maybe until we learn a little bit better, until they're full adults and have 5,000, we're not going to know what the amount is every month. Chickens seem to really fluctuate with how they use feed from what I've seen, but absolutely don't want to lose any of this egg production either. It's rocking and rolling for us, and definitely gonna make for a fun year 4 when we get to make some financial decisions on expanding. Yeah, we do have a full trailer now, almost 60. There's a couple partial pallets there that I kind of want to see. I'm gonna use super strength for a minute. If I take these back over there, will they fill up all the way, or will they just ignore them? I feel like they will fill up. I feel like I've done this before. Let's get it closer. I want to see this in real time, guys. Are we gonna get a new pallet? Like this one was already, or this one I think was already there. So let's speed her up. Nothing to do till July. Well, that's somewhat going. Let's take a look and make sure we don't have any weeds is really what I was worried about. Yeah, no weeds. We have a little speck there, but I think I missed planting. Needs rolled. Yeah, all 3 of those did fill up. Perfect. Okay, so those can get moved over here now, and we should have 60,000 total. Man, burning through it. Gonna get some crop destruction due to the rain here. Not bad. So I'm gonna start getting this all prepped and over to that field while we're skipping through time. Does anybody see our header? Where did that go off to? We lose our header? Oh, I know. I think I know what happened. No, I didn't. I was testing something out. That's why. Oh, you guys probably noticed at the beginning our money looked way different because I sold our header. Testing out my mod. I didn't think I saved it, but that really hurts us financially. Really does hurt us financially. We gonna have enough for this payment? Let's slow it down, actually. Am I gonna catch this in time? Let's double check. What is... I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I did that. Yeah, we have barely enough. Our productions might push us over the limit here. No, we have $1,300 that we're gonna really have to think about. Gosh, that's dumb. But it was my mistake. I live with them. And just double checking the animals real quick. We have 10,000 left, so we need to get to this harvest, get some feed over there right away. Good times. All right, we drew $80,000 to get us by this month from the line of credit, so we're still robbing Peter. We're still robbing Peter to pay Paul. But I did have to do an upgrade to be able to pull this header as well, so. And let's look at the map here. I believe we want to get to this road back here, and that'll take us right, yeah, pretty close to the field. Getting a little nostalgia here. This is one of the fields from the original farm rescue series that we're going to be harvesting here. I was staying away from this side because we did that series, like all of these fields, but kind of letting it dictate to us what we're going to buy that's going to help us. And it makes us see more of the map, so kind of cool. Should be a nice rectangle, wow, that's hard for me to say. Rectangular field. And yeah, what an awesome farm that is for the main farm on this map. It's pretty sweet. Not much has changed over there. I think the farmhouse changed, like the little ranch over there, but the rest of it's pretty similar to last year's version. All right, let's get this header attached. We'll absolutely get this rolling on course play, get an auger wagon, or what do we have? Auger wagons? We have, yeah, we do have auger wagons. And we will be probably leasing a baler, because that'll be extra cash from this. We're absolutely gonna need it. So let's get this all set up and going. We'll get the rest of the equipment over here. We'll do 1 tool, 2 headlands. Get that to generate. Tiny, tiny harvests compared to our other ones. But away they go. Drop in swath for us, and we will probably worry about that in August and start prepping that field to get flipped. But I think we're just going to do 1 cart this time, and I'll bring the semi over as well, because once I get the semi full, we're going to have to get it over to the chickens. That's why we stopped at 1 a.m. to start this. I think we kind of avoided a disaster there, but it might have slowed us down a little bit on getting out of debt. You know, I was watching back when I was editing, and it actually is kind of nice to mix it up at night. Get to see a little bit of the lighting in the game compared to normal. So I'm not going to edit out as much of the night as I have been, because when I was editing, it didn't seem too bad. All right, we'll get a little bit unloaded here, and then we'll get the semi over. And I think before that, I'm going to check to see how good the yield is doing. I don't think it's going to be great, but we'll improve it. And really, we're just hoping this gives us enough feed to get through until the sorghum harvest, which it's looking like it's absolutely going to. About 18,000 on the headland here. And I am going to stop and make sure I set this up for land so we can do this harvest more efficiently. It is a decent sized field, just not, I mean, it's still a good sized field. It's just not as big as our main one there. All right, let's take a look at that yield data too. 64%, okay. All right, let's stop it. We're gonna double check this configuration here. Field, we want to do lands and regenerate that. And then I want to back them up here. And then we should be able to do, let's turn the eyeballs on. Nearest waypoint, and they should recognize they're ending the headland and then start doing the normal thing that they want to do. Unless that was the start. Nope, it did it right. Okay. Well, did we do 2 headlands? I guess I did 2 headlands. That's fine. That gives me time to get this over there. All right, unloading into the semi, and then we'll get back to running cart for the harvest. And I'm gonna do the cart myself. We're just gonna do 1 of them on this field, see how that goes. And yeah, and in the daylight, we'll take care of the straw. We'll be able to do it in July for sure. But now it's like, if there's multiple days where we have need that lime spreader, maybe it does make sense to buy it. And now we did get questions saying it was kind of overkill, the setup we have with the semi, but now it makes a lot more sense to have the auger wagons running around, unloading the harvester, loading the semi, and then the semi heading back to the farm to drop off the goods. Where if we didn't do it that way, we would have a lot more back and forth going on with the auger wagons as well. Or even if the semis were in the field, I guess you could just use 2 semis and have one get full and then the other one take over while one transports. But I find beauty in the way we have this set up with the auger wagons and not ever having the semis on the field really, or limiting when the semis are on the field. And we should have a little bit of runway to go give our first delivery to the chicken feed, the chicken coop, the chicken flattening, and we'll be back in a bit. And we made it. I don't know if we're gonna get back in time before the harvester's full, but that's all right. I do need to set up the auto drive courses. This was kind of impromptu because of the chicken issue, and man, they are creating some eggs. I guess that might be a thing where you could see up to 5,000 a day, right? I don't know. But $300,000 worth of chickens. Yeah, we're going to be able to expand. Did I say chickens? Eggs. $300,000 worth of eggs already, and we still have a few more months to produce more. All right. It's going to be a big episode. Financially, I think. And taking a look at where they opened up the field there. Perfect. This should be fine for the grain cart, or the semi. I'm kind of worried they're not full, but hopefully they're able to turn around and we can start unloading them. Little nighttime harvest. Yeah, they're only at 62% full. 81% is what the yield's looking like, 11.4 tons per hectare. Oh, we need some lights on this thing too, don't we? All right, let's get this in place. Lock in cruise control, and then I can hit control right control home. It'll lock me in at 180 degrees as well. And we just kind of cruise with them. Yeah, I know those decisions we've made right now caused our net worth to decrease to negative 700,000. That doesn't include the commodities that I want to get added to here. And that's why we haven't released that mod yet. Maybe I'll finish it before this video comes out, but if I did, it's in the description. Super bright now, my goodness. Just plugging along here, making some good progress. And let's double check on the chickens. We have 40,000 in there, so they're good right now. They're good. You know, good thing our harvest is, it should be in August. We'll have to double check, but is in August because this isn't yielding as much as I was hoping. So that's 30 more thousand. So I guess that's a couple months worth. But yeah, we'll get this field yielding a lot better. We're gonna have to adjust to not getting, you know, 400,000 or whatever we got last time from the big field. This one is significantly smaller. And there they go, cruising along, getting ready to create another opening in the field. And no reason to rush this back. Next time the semi's full, we can take another trip to the farm. I mean, this just adding more work for us is a bonus. More work, more money, all good. And coming to the end of the harvest here, I don't think we're gonna fill up the grain cart, but another good amount. We're just gonna follow the semi home, I think. Or with this, we'll set follow me going so we can get them both home. And everything from this field is absolutely going into the chicken flattening. So that's the plan. Before we head back to the farm, let's go ahead and take a look at what the data tells us. It says it was 92,000 liters. That's any other situation, we'd be blown away by a harvest like that. And this will definitely get us to the next harvest in August. And this should be the only time we have to really worry about running out of feed for the chickens. I think we've got our problem solved. We'll just make sure we don't sell everything like we have been. Ooh, their cruise control's on. Let's help them out here. There we go. They're able to follow us faster. They're gonna run into the white car. They're not. All right, let's get home. Get all this unloaded. We'll have to figure out if we're gonna lease or buy. Are we gonna? I might take out the. Let me think through some things before I talk out of my butt here. All right, should be some happy chickens here. Plenty of wheat for them. Disaster avoided. Question I have is, can I load this directly into the feed? I might have to turn around, actually. Perfect. Right into the ground. All right, these are the decisions that I just struggle with. We're going square. We're gonna go with the K brand again. Do we buy it or do we lease it? Leasing costs would be $8 grand for this 164,000. Line of credit time. Let's withdraw 160,000. Boy, we are going to need this the rest of the way, though. We're definitely going to mix up the crop types and not just do sorghum, make extra money off of straw when we can, since it's a byproduct of a product that we have to make or can make to feed chickens. Which now begs the question, the new leader spreader will probably get purchased as well. So wasted a little bit of money on that lease in March, but you know, I'm not the brightest sometimes. All right, here we go. Oh, that's, gosh dang it. I did it again. Bale size to 240. So we just adjusted the bale size to 240. We should be able to just cruise along, get this all taken care of. Shouldn't need any help. Probably should have done the headlands last so that the bales aren't in the way. And we can adjust to that like so. All right. Let's get her done. Pretty good little baling session here. Let's open up the menu and we can see we do have 32 bales so far. Probably get a couple more here at the end, but not too bad. A little bit of extra cash. Gonna take a while to pay off the baler, or the baler to, you know, make us money back with all the straw we sell. But we might do a cycle where the big field has straw again, and that definitely would pay for it. But over the next 7 years after this one, it's going to pay for itself. So I'm not too concerned about that. I am concerned about getting to 10 million though, so we will see. All right, let's get these unloaded. We can get the trailer over here to help with this, to get them picked up and brought back home. And then it's time to get the new leader, so we can put some lime on this field and start getting it prepped. I believe it's going to be September when we want to plant, so we'll take a look at that. We'll start multitasking instead of doing just one thing at a time. We might get the harvest going in July and finish prepping this field for planting as well in July, or in August, sorry, all that in August. Boy, oh boy, we need to slow down with our decision making, and that's going to be the plan moving forward. Line of credit's not decreasing fast enough for me, but I think all of this right here and all of that over there, it's going to be good. We might be hurting our case for getting to a 0 net worth by the end of year 3, but I think by year 4 we're gonna have a positive net worth. That's the vibe I'm getting. So just doing some little jobs here. We're gonna start skipping time a little bit to get to August, when we're gonna start multitasking and prepping that new field that we have. I believe it's field 24. Harvesting the sorghum field, which is going to take about 2.5 hours, so should be able to completely get everything prepped that we need on the other field and get that ready for planting when the time comes in September. Extra field added a lot more work, but it's always going to be required to finish this and be successful. Well, now I'm questioning how successful we're going to be today. So it's 9/14. We do have 2 months to do this harvest. But we have, a good amount of rain coming down. Let's check the forecast. It's most of the day and rain tomorrow. Oh my. Okay, so let's look at this calendar here. So we can plant barley is what I want to put in that field in September. And let's look at the line of credit here. Yeah, we're going to have to take out money for our payment this month. How are the prices of eggs looking? They're not at their worst, but we would lose a lot if we sold right now. No breaks in this storm. Wow. And we're really just moments away from the rain stopping now, so I'm starting to get everything prepped here. We're gonna do this to chicken first, so we'll let them get set up. This one we're gonna want, yep, that'll work. And then this one we're going to start heading to the store and picking up that new equipment. And we didn't have enough lime to really care about left, right? I don't know what I did with that. Oh yeah, that semi is definitely in the way now. All right, so I took out $165,000 so we can get our spreader. We bought it with the extension, so we are going to buy, we're just gonna start with 16,000. Well, we can fit 25, so 16, that's 20. 22, 24, we'll do that. So I assume it's gonna use all of this and we're gonna have to get some more. But once this rain stops, and it should be in 7 minutes in game, we're gonna get that harvest started, get as much as we can done during daylight today. We'll probably have to switch over to, it's gonna definitely bleed into September, and hopefully we don't have morning showers. Otherwise, we might not risk it. I might just go through the night with that harvest. And starting to get this prepped here. Let's go ahead and clear the course we have. We're gonna come in here. We're going to make sure lands are selected, 2 headlands, and get it to, whoops, target position right there. Yeah, that should do it. And now we should be able to generate, keep this filling up, trying to use my time wisely here, and we should be good to get started here on this harvest. All right, I don't know where they're going. Let's get out of their way if we can. We'll let them do their thing, and we'll let this reset here in a second. I forgot that we needed to get the harvest started before these guys get in the way. Same with this other one, which is now going to be damaging crops. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what happened last time, but we're stuck in the ditch. All right, now what are you even backing up that far for? What in the world? It's taking 6 minutes just to get prepped here, and I don't know where you're going. Like, do you know where you're going? Okay, let's give them a hand. Go ahead and lower this so we don't damage any crops. Gonna kind of just come out here into the field and then back up. And already see we're at 98% yield there. Kind of interesting. 2 hours and 30 minutes. starts now. And we're getting our 93%. And then this should jump up to 123. Perfect. All right, let's finish getting this filled up, and we'll keep checking on the harvest, but they should be fine to get started with just one grain cart. And once we get the lime done, we could add the second one to the mix if we feel like it. And I wanted to take a route here down Main Street. I don't think we've really made our way here yet. Or what looks like a main street. I guess this might not be Main, but we have a little supermarket there, a bank, farm fresh, and ketchup, and some just old school buildings here. Ooh, struggling with this much weight, huh? Even with this tractor? Getting passed by a school bus? Boy, it's taking a little bit of time to get over here. So we'll definitely want to transport the lime a different way moving forward, especially with this incline that we're going up. And before we get started, I do want to double check to see how the harvest is going. That should be a good spot to park and do that now. They are unloading on the go. I love to see it. That's beyond perfect. 90% full already. We'll get the chicken coop all filled up with sorghum, and then we'll switch to the silo like we did last time. We're gonna leave that alone and get started over here. And away we go. First time doing lime on the new field here. Seeing a large amount being used, as we assumed it would be. 5.26 tons per hectare. But that'll be, you know, just the first time we'll see a huge number like that. And then every other time doing this moving forward, it'll be a lot like the other field was. So the field data will probably clear after this next harvest, because this is going to be a little misleading in the economics tab of precision farming. And let's see what this little corner does. 2.63, not bad. Should be able to avoid headlands on this field, so I'll just do ups and downs. 80 or 20% used already. It's gonna be close. And I'm about to run out here, so we have a pass and a half. I'm gonna buy 6,000 just to be safe. Well, we're getting closer. Maybe I'll just do 4. I'm gonna go look to see if I can find ours, though. I think we had 1,000 left over. I don't know what I did with it. I think I might have drove over here for nothing. We might have returned that without unloading it last time. Oh boy. All right, we're gonna buy 6,000 just to be safe, because we can keep it in this. This is our equipment long term anyways, so we'll get those purchased and ready for us. All right, 6,000 should be more than enough. Let's go get this done, and then I believe we do need our second auger wagon out there to help out with the harvest. Oh, much better performance. Ran right into that truck with less weight on this. Only 24.9 tons getting pulled right now, including the tractor weight. And here we go to get done. This area does need 5.26 tons, so this better be enough. It better be enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. And getting all done here, we now have enough in here. We desperately need to get back to help with the harvest. They've been waiting for a while. They've been waiting for a while. All right, let's get this home, get that other auger wagon set up, and start helping unload the harvester. Drove by here taking the shortcut, and I looked at this field and was like, no way, it was oats. I thought it was wheat, and I was like, we missed out on this big field right by our property. Pretty cool little complex right there too. But it was not, it was oats. So there they go. They're finally going to unload. It's been the whole time since we went and bought that extra lime. They've been waiting to get unloaded, so I think they're still on the second headland, which is rough because it's 1700 already. It's 5 o'clock already. Wanted to make a lot more progress in August. Starting to get quite the collection out here. All right, just hooking up to the auger wagon and getting out to the field. We should be able to just get this one set up too and take a look at how everything's going here. Yep, doing the second headland, which is overlapped a little bit. Interesting. Why do they take that shortcut? They're gonna get stuck? They didn't get stuck. I gotta figure that out. I think I need to add a different loop. And then they just ran into the pole? Like, what are you drunk? You've been drinking? Aye. Like, I don't understand. They should just use this track and not just drive right into the pole. This is like, it's got to be a configuration that I have on here. All right, and we are helping out at this point, getting that unloaded This one should be getting ready to head out now that it's 47% full. But let's learn a little bit about our field. We didn't even look at the soil types. I was so worried about the chickens. So mostly loam. That's good. All right, and then if we click here, how do I... Right here, we can see we did use 31,000 liters, which cost us $7,000. Soil samples cost is there. Vehicle maintenance just shows up. Not sure why. Maybe it did do some maintenance. I need to get that updated. Earnings are showing 81,000 from that harvest we did. So a lot of that's going to the chicken. Well, all of it went to the chickens. So it's not actually going to be earnings directly, but I guess indirectly when it comes to selling eggs. And what are you being shy about? Get up there. All right, this finished getting unloaded, so we're gonna get them going back on their normal track. And I am going to save some hard drive space. We will rejoin you. We've already done this harvest multiple times. I'll rejoin you at the end. Well, we're expecting to see rain any time now, so we're about to take a break. We're gonna go until it does start. If it starts at midnight here. We also have $84,000 because we took a little bit more money out just to help us get by. And let's take a look here at the menu, should help us. Yeah, so you can see what's left. This strip we have left and everything over here, a little bit more than an hour to go. And right now, 316,000 liters are ready. That total's pretty nice. Look at a time-saving stock check. We have 153,000 liters. So wanting that at 200,000, that means about $300,000 worth of goods is going to be sitting in the silo. So what will be nice is when we have multiple grain types to choose between, we'll be able to, prioritize which ones we want to go to the chicken feed. So let's see what this does. It should stop automatically. And let's look at how our net worth is. This is going to look a little different. I am working on the update to add our commodities or our stock in here. So it should have a similar number as time-saving stock check very soon. I just need to test it a little bit. So you can see right now, if we add those two numbers together, we're pretty close to even here. So let's go ahead and pause that because I don't think it's respecting the fact that there is a storm, and we're just going to get past it so we can get this harvest finished. There we go. And nearest waypoint, let them continue. And we're gonna come over here and move around some more eggs as those are starting to pile up. So now with that little time we passed, our egg value is almost 500,000 right now. So we do know at this point that once we have both of those chicken coops completely full, we're gonna be making well over $1 million in eggs every year. So things are looking good. Let's stack these a little bit better here. Good amount of partial ones, but we'll live with it. Shouldn't be too bad to sell these when the time comes too. All right, that's good. Just gonna keep plugging away here. You can see exactly an hour to go. I'll see you when we're done. And we are just finishing the harvest here. We'll look at the numbers at the end. Pretty good stuff. It is daylight. We saw the sunrise this morning. And time-saving stock check has us with over $1 million for the first time. Super exciting stuff. Super exciting stuff. So we are going to let that other cart empty first, and then we'll empty. And we'll take a look at the numbers at that point. We have already refilled the chicken coop here, so it's just under 200,000. And looking at time-saving stock check, I guess we'll get a peek here. 1.1 million, but a little bit of the straw we won't be able to sell, and a good amount of this sorghum we're gonna hold on to. We still have the eggs, calculated. We definitely still have the eggs helping us out. Let's go ahead and that one dumped into the front on accident there. There we go. But yeah, so eggs are still populating. We will get a lot more of those between now and when we can sell, which is going to be either October or November. So I guess it is next month, potentially. All right, the back is full. We'll get the front going here, but they're probably going to take off because I did have them set to... Yeah, so there they go. So we'll get this one put away, and by the time that truck gets back, we'll be able to unload the other auger wagon. But we're going to bring these in because we need to do some maintenance. Well, we'll probably do that after the planting, but we'll just need one of these. I am going to back in, though. We'll need one of the case tractors is what I was trying to say there. Now, if we get this one far enough over to the left, we'll be able to fit both of them. So So that looks good like that. And this one could probably just stay there for a while. And this one will get prepped to dump into the grain truck, the semi. All right, getting this last 10,000 in here, and then we'll be able to send it on over directly to get it dumped, so we have everything in the silo so we can do some numbers. And we'll just send them already on their way. Get this one put away. I think this we will take with us. You know, I probably should look and try to keep both these tractors like even with the amount of hours, just to make sure their values are decreasing, you know, at the same rate. That's pretty good right there. Starting to lose it a little bit, but I think we got it saved. Yeah, much better at backing up, man. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and head to the store and hoping that we're spending money for the last time, or withdrawing from the line of credit for the last time here for the whole series, hopefully. Okie dokie. We're gonna come in here and 68,000 is gonna be, we're gonna take out 300. Is that even gonna be enough? We'll find out. All right, so we're gonna come in here to Cedars and we are gonna go with a horse one. We're gonna do the full upgrade there. We're gonna buy it for $198,000. We'll grab a thing of seeds, and we do need solid fertilizer for this one, so we're gonna do 2 bags here. And we do have enough to make our payment, so that, I'm hoping, is the last purchase we make using the line of credit. Everything else, I'm hoping we just use cash. No idea if this will be enough fertilizer. I don't think it's going to be, but it's a start. And we'll head on over to that new field that should be just ready for us to use this on. No cultivation should be required with this seeder here that we tried to use. Oh, fuel. I think we'll be fine. We got 100 liters left. 110 liters about. Oh, we didn't check. So we have 10 hours on this one. 8 hours on that one, so they're pretty even. We're gonna get that other one over here momentarily to do the weeding. I did forget about that part, so we will have both of them working here. And we're gonna go with barley. Since we had wheat in it last time, I do want to somewhat crop rotate, just it's not gonna completely work out for us all the time. So if barley is worth less than sorghum, we'll definitely keep that for the chicken feed, and then the more expensive stuff we'll use for selling. Make sure they're gonna get started good. I'm gonna have them start so I can get the weeder over here. And you know what, let's make sure, yeah, we got 2 headlands, that's perfect. Fertilizer's going in, barley's going in, all right. Yeah, we need that other shed eventually too. That'd be interesting, there might be a mod out there that causes the equipment to deteriorate quicker if it's not undercover. I think that would be kind of sweet. All right, I'll get this over there. Once they get done with one headland, we'll get this kicked off and I'll take over. And have a nice fun planting session here. Shouldn't be as bad as this other field behind us that we'll take care of again in April. Oh, are they stuck going 6 miles an hour because I'm a doofus? It's like, why did they not get farther? They should be able to go 9. Okay, a little bit of rain here in the morning. All right, we are gonna set this down, shut it off for now. And I am gonna take over right away here. We'll get this done so much faster than them. All right, there we go, and we're going. We've already burnt through 500 liters of fertilizer. Maybe I should have topped this all the way off. Trying to go a little careful financially, though. Seed seems to be burning a little quicker than it does with sorghum, too. Yeah, it's a lot higher. A lot higher. And why did that spot not take the weeds away? That was weird. All right. Time to get busy. So north-south, it seems to get them all, but east-west, it does not get all the weeds. I don't know. We are going to stop here, get some more fertilizer and more seed brought over, and then we'll hopefully be able to get the weeder going pretty quickly here, but only being able to go 9, I'm not convinced we'll be able to pull this off. And it's using almost 200 liters per hour, so I think I am going to drive in myself with this, fill up with some fuel, top off on seed and fertilizer, and come back. It's not a tiny field by no means, but tiny compared to the last one. All right, let's head on in. We're gonna get a bunch of fertilizer, seed, and fuel, and then we'll be able to get this rolling. We got plenty of time to get this done in September, though. Let's remind ourselves, we should take a look here. When we go to that, we have 3,000 seed and 3,800 fertilizer. Okay, so I am gonna pull 2 more of these, and we should have enough money to get to that payment as well. And we do 3 of these. 103,000 left, and we'll be selling eggs in October, so we'll be able to handle the October payment with the eggs getting sold. I mean, we're gonna sell at least some because of the money situation. We'll probably sell eggs 3 months in a row, October, November, and December, while they're at pretty good prices, just to maximize our income right now. All right, all that's full. That's, I'm hoping, is enough to finish. It might not be, though. Now to get some fuel. So many expenses. There we go. Yeah, that's Jackson's store right there. Did you guys know that? Right there, that's Jackson's store. Pretty good stuff on the shelves in there. All right, $862 in fuel. All right, so let's head back. I wanted to take a peek as I drove by to make sure we didn't need to move eggs. And we're good for a while, and we're back. Those weeds disappear when you drive over them. That's interesting. And back at it here. Probably do... Man, one up and down. Oh, they've got to do the headland. Oh, get locked in. Let's back up. We don't want to miss that small spot. There we go. That should hopefully get it. Yeah. All right, let's stop right there. Let's get this thing going. We're going to do a course play, because if we don't, it'll only recognize the areas that are already planted for us to do the weeding. So let's get that rolling. And we will do one headland exactly like that. And that should be fine. Is that width too much, though? Ours is 12, it's 24. This should be perfect. And I want to see if these weeds are going to disappear. No. Okay, we'll figure something out there. Might have to drive over them again or something. Or we just deal with it this time. But we got to stay ahead of that guy. We got a good amount of time while they do the headlands. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, I think I do know what's happening with these weeds. Those are in the tram lines, so I think it's a bug still, but I'm gonna just drive over them when we're done and they'll go away. But I did have to buy 1,000 more fertilizer, so we're down to $100,000. Getting tough, but we should be able to finish this without any more. See you in a little bit. We are finishing up the planting here. I did have to buy 1,000 more fertilizer, and I noticed that the weeds are the tram lines. The tram lines, the weeds are staying. I still believe it's a bug. Maybe it's not a bug, but I'm just gonna drive over it and we'll get rid of them. Got the weeding going. They're almost done with that job as well. Making good time here in September. So yeah, just cruising over them. As long as our tires hit them, they should disappear. So I'm just gonna go up and down the field a few times here and get rid of these weeds. Maybe multiple times to get all of them. But it's worth it to me. Okay, I think we got most of them. And I'm gonna take a quote from City Planner Plays. We're not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good here. We'll just do that one pass one more time and call it good. All right, we're done, guys. All right, we're gonna take a break too. Almost done with a full year here. Been a long day. Well, we have gotten all the way to November. Prices have started to go down. They are at $4,264, about $64 above peak price. That's at the bakery. The pancake house is on its way down, so we will be going to the bakery here. We got a lot to sell, so did have to take a little bit more money out to get through October since the prices didn't peak yet. And I am tempted, at least for year 3 here, to not sell any sorghum. I think we're gonna hold on to it and just learn a little bit, because we're going through so much feed now that these chickens are getting older. But let's get our cash going, and then we'll do a little bit of a calculation to make sure we have enough for payments and a little bit of extra money to get by. I'm really hoping we're done taking funds out of the line of credit as of right now. So we got multiple numbers there, but $34,000 in environmental score bonus. That is super huge, because that was not reflected in anything in our data we're looking at. So First load done there, $386,000. Let's go get this next load. And we'll have another 78,000 eggs here to sell. I think a cool feature would be like expiration dates going on things like eggs, to where you have to sell them whether or not prices are high or not. Like a real supply and demand situation, and also like commodities should go bad, and that would be hard mode. All right, let's get the rest of these sold. And $1 amount that time, another 332,000 and 34,000 more in an environmental score bonus. We're at $750,000. I do have a little bug that I was testing in the net worth mod. We'll take a look at it. The number's not gonna be 100% accurate. In between recording sessions, I was trying to get the stock stuff to work, but I have a little bit of a bug that I need to look into. If I didn't show that already, I don't remember if I had. But what we're gonna do, we'll show that in a second, but what we're gonna do, probably for the rest of November, is watch those prices and sell more. But I do want to look at the chickens. So let's go one thing at a time. So we do have $495,000 showing here, which isn't accurate. It does put our net worth above 0. So that, I feel like that is accurate, because in here we do have 500,000. I think it's pulling in the sorghum, but it's not calculating it correctly. I don't know what value it's using right now to get that. So that's what I need to debug, and it wasn't pulling in the eggs yet, so I need to get it to pull in all types of commodities. But right now we're roughly a positive net worth, because we do have $750,000. The line of credit is basically maxed out. We have 98,000 available, so we're gonna hopefully leave that alone. But that's the calculation I wanted. We're just gonna go with a round number of 70,000 right now. Multiply that by 12, that gives us 840,000. So we need more money. We need more money, and the sorghum, I think we gotta hold on to it, because we were already unloading this. Let's see how much they take today. Though our semi, we might be able to sneak in there. Yeah, we should be able to get this angle right here. Been really just topping them off, and got stuck on the truck there. Yeah, I mean, they burnt through another 40%, 45% of one of these hoppers. Just, gosh, they're eating so much. So yeah, we're not gonna sell any sorghum. Not gonna do it, and we'll leave that there for now. But I'm gonna get through the rest of the winter, and we do have the straw that we'll be able to sell that hopefully will bridge the gap. Otherwise, we might do one or two loads of sorghum to be safe financially. I'll think through it, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. We're gonna sneak on over. We're gonna actually slow down time. We are going fast now. And we'll grab this one too. We're gonna get a good extra amount of cash here. Prices are on their way down, but like I said, we're gonna take advantage of it. This will probably be the last one I show you, and I'll just give you an update at, excuse me, at year end. I just kind of wanted to see, should be about $23,000, and I wanted to see what the environmental score bonus is gonna be here. Because we can get that even higher if we did do the see and spray. And we'll double check our environmental score too. Yeah, another 2,400 in the environmental score there. That gives us closer to that 800,000 amount. And I think between that and the straw, we should be able to have enough to not have to sell sorghum. And then if we have all the excess sorghum and wheat that we have in year 4, we'll be able to sell. And I guess I'll join you again. We did make a payment overnight, so we're down to 710. But that also should have adjusted the minimum payment. Oh, the minimum payment might stay the same because the months remaining is what calculates that. Let's take a look. Yeah, interest rate is in our favor, so it'll only be 65,000, but one of these days we're gonna have to start paying that down a little quicker. Whoa, good amount here. Good amount of money. Got us back to 772, so that was definitely worth selling here, even though the prices aren't at the best. But that should definitely help us get by. We're gonna grab all the straw, start selling that now. Yeah, price is pretty good for that. We'll get it a little bit better, but I'm gonna start getting that first load up and get to that site before we do that. Gosh, we have so much money in sorghum. I really wish we could spend it, or sell it, I guess I should say. Oh, I sold the straw early. Dang it. That wasn't smart, but we're at 800,000. We're just gonna sell the rest, I guess, now. Just got carried away there. And I think it's time to do the year 3 end cap here. Recap, I guess. So time-saving stock check. We still have a decent amount of sorghum. We have over 296,000 liters. We are going to hold on to it. The 100,000 in straw is stuck inside this building. And with the bug in here, we are showing a positive net worth, which I think reflects fine. I do want to get this fixed and figure out exactly why. Hopefully before this video is over. But yeah, showing a positive net worth for the first time. Line of credit still has 4.8 million. That's going to be the big thing. So we're still halfway through the chickens. And then a long ways to go on the debt, and we only have 7 years. A little nervous, guys. A little nervous. It is March. We have $639,000, and we have 7 payments that we're going to have to make between now and when we're going to make money again. So roughly using that $70,000 amount again, times 7, that's 400. Well, isn't it 70,000 times 7? 490,000, and we have 632. So roughly $142,000 to play with, and there are no fields that cheap that are worth it. And we have some money to be made or to be spent as well. But $200,000 worth of eggs already. Time to get the spreader, and let's look at our data again and try to do this pretty, accurately here. Why is it resetting? Oh, so we lost our data. I'll have to go look at the film. I don't know why it's automatically resetting every year. That's unfortunate because I didn't reset it. Well, I believe it was about 40,000. We are going to elect to use the other tractor, which I believe needs fuel. But I want to get its hours a little bit more caught up so they depreciate at a similar rate. And we do need to do probably some maintenance at some point. All right, so 16,000, 32,000, and make that 40,000. $9,000 is what we just spent on lime. Believe this is the right amount that we need. We're gonna have to come back and get more. I don't think it's all gonna, it's gonna be perfect actually. Boy, that took a little while to fill up. But with this 25,000 capacity, man, we should be able to burn through this or bust this out quicker. I'm only having to hopefully reload once. Not changing much, just 1.75 tons it's using. All right, we've seen it a lot. We'll make it so. And it's another April morning, and that means we are planting the sorghum field once again. I think I'm gonna go a little bit more aggressive this time. I'll make sure we do have 2 headlands set up here because that is a good setup for the weeder. We're gonna go pretty aggressive. Once I get the second headland probably started, I'm gonna get the weeder going. Because they seem to, they go a little bit slower than us, so it seems to be the biggest thing that slows us down. I wanted to double check and see, so it is April, and look, we do have stock in here. I might change the name of that. Value of stored goods, $476,063, which pretty much lines up. There's a little issue that I'm having. I think it's with rounding, like some rounding errors. But we do have a positive net worth right now. This is very accurate from what I've tested. So 163,000 is our net worth. Try to keep that positive for the rest of the way through. I mean, we only got 9.9 million to go. And we're in April year 4 already. But I did get distracted by that. I wanted to take a look at the field state of our other field. It's still showing the tram lines. So we're gonna see if that goes away next time we plant. I might lease a deep subsoiler or cultivator next time instead of just directly drilling, and I think that will take care of it. What I am confused by is I thought this field had tram lines and they just went away, so I assumed we would be fine. And let's take a look at if there's any crops that are fields we can target. Is that sorghum? It is for $402,000. I mean, that's a good location. This one has nothing planted in it. We got some more sorghum over here. Oh no, that's oats. I wish you could feed oats to chickens. Come on. Come on. And because I think it's fun, we're at 24 hours already. There's 10 collectibles. We're not going to collect them, though. You know, it would be nice if we could feed our chickens oats, because we could crop rotate on this field a different crop every April. Because I was thinking like crop rotating would probably be good just to like mix it up for me and the harvest and everything. But like calendar wise, we come in here, if we harvest in July, I guess we have till September. No, not canola, it's sorghum. Yeah, sorghum August, and then we have to flip that instantly in September. Or we could do the late October planting, but then we would be harvesting later. And then you have to wait till the next spring to plant again. It just seems tough. Seems tough. Okay, we are halfway around the headland the second time. So just gonna back up and get this prepped just to get going again once we get the weeder all prepared. Like hearing the rain in the cab, I think it sounds awesome. All right, got that hooked up. All right, so we'll go ahead and remember we need to do course play on this. We will do one headland and let them get started. And we're instantly gonna hop back to our machine and get back to planting. So we'll double check here in a minute. I'll probably just do it by opening the map a little bit bigger to see that they're actually moving. And I don't see them yet. Why are they not showing up? Did that not start? Why can't we see that on the mini map? That's interesting. Curious. But we're just gonna stay focused here. Probably, you know, I'll probably rejoin you possibly when it's time to start the barley harvest, unless something important happens. We do have a full we have $561,000, and right now if we look at the line of credit, our payment's going to be $66,000. Interest rates in our favor this time. 81 months to go, guys. I did get that fixed for this file. Still 4.6 million. Got to start getting rid of that debt. I'll see you probably when it's time to harvest some barley. I thought it was time to get a little more pragmatic, I think is the word I'm looking for, with my decision making here, and I just did a calculation. The amount of food that they're going to go through based on the calculation I just did is just under 300,000 liters a year. So that gives us a good parameter to go off of moving forward. And I'm going to do another check probably in July and see if that changes. And because, you know, as they're all become adults, I think that definitely will start getting to a sweet spot. Seems to be what I've been noticing. And let's go ahead, and we're gonna have to get rid of the tram line. So we're gonna probably lease something here to help with that. I don't want to buy anything for it. But let's get swath dropping going, and this yield should be much better. 120% is what we're seeing here. Let's go ahead and set up this course. Let's make sure lands is selected. We're gonna do one headland. I don't think we need multiple headlands on this field. And probably could get away with no headlands, to be honest. But we'll get that going, and I'm gonna spend some time getting auto drive configured with the tractor here, and then once that's all done and running, I'm gonna start doing the baling. That's why we do have the whole fleet over here. But while that's getting started, let's go ahead and take a look at the data from the field we just planted. It was 41,000 in lime again, and just under 8,500 in fertilizer, and seed is exactly the same as it was. $23,000 to operate that field. All right, I will see you in a little bit with an update from this field. And not even around the first headland completely, and they're full. Loving it. We hop over here, we can see 15.9 tons per hectare. 121% yield bonus. Gonna get that for pretty much all of it. And I don't know if it shows us the expected. It does not, but expected yield 112 right here, potential 125. So I'm not sure why. Maybe mulching and rolling, or maybe that number is inconsistent, not accurate. Well, I haven't completely tested everything, but I think we have it all configured and ready to roll. So we are going to start picking up some straw here. Start doing the ups and downs so we don't have them running into our bales. And I'm kind of thinking, a lot of thinking. These bales are going to be in the way for the grain cart. We'll see how that goes before we bring over the other semi, but We should have the one in the back there waiting to get loaded. They should head home and drop off in the silo once they're full. And the grain cart operator here should be staying here the whole time. So that's where you start seeing the beauty of the setup with the semi. So we don't have to, you know, go back and forth with the tractors. The tractors can just stay here. The semi can do all the back and forth for us. And almost a collision there. And it was a collision. And I wasn't watching, picking up my swath. And it looks like they are exiting the field now, so they're probably going to go unload. See how that goes, see if we got everything set up for that. I have a feeling they're going to do an entire loop around the field based on the way they're exiting right there. But yeah, we'll definitely figure out how to get rid of these tram lines, and I think we're going to have to cultivate it. And I think I heard a deeper cultivator, not a shallow one, is required. So I'll take a look at the settings when we do lease something after getting the straw out of the way here. But we are going to want to flip this field pretty quick into some wheat for us so that it's ready to be harvested next June. Going to keep that rolling. So I guess we have till September for that, but or August. I'll have to double check. We're going to keep rolling though. We got to do lime as well, so cultivate, lime, and then plant. And falling a little behind with just the one auger wagon operator, so I'm gonna watch this and make sure it's working. And we'll make adjustments if we need to, but they are stopped and waiting because I need to add some more loops, I think, so they don't have to do the big loop. There they go, unloading. Gonna stop at the first bay there, perfect. We set it up right, so that's full. They're gonna pull forward, and then after did not. Okay, that was the big concern. Let's get this on. We're gonna pull this a little farther, and I believe if we just cycle through real quick, there we go. That will do it. And then the way we have this set up now, that was a full load, so the semi should close and go. Yep, so they're gonna go. And it looks like they didn't complain, so I think I did that route correct. Awesome. So we'll see on the way back, though. On the way there should be good, but on the way back will be questionable. They're waiting for them to call. They got the call. Everything seems to be operating. Fun stuff. I love playing this way. And this is showing 68,000 liters already. I guess that might be right, because we do have 19,000 there. We have all of this that's being unloaded, which is another 19,000, and then 30,000 going in. Cruising along 53 miles an hour. They're doing great. So this says it's going to take them 3 minutes to get there. So yeah, this is where, you know, getting that second grain trailer might be beneficial. Like, we could probably get away with one cart auger wagon operator, but have two semis on this field. We'll see how long the auger wagon has to actually wait here momentarily, but awesome yield so far in this field. Investment paying off big time. Oh, that's right, I sent them to the chickens first. I actually don't want to do this. Hurry up, mouse, stop it. I want them to go to the silo because I want to see the full number. So we will update that. But we saw they got here already, so that's good. So we will dump the barley. We are keeping it in here. I want to see how high that number is, because I don't think it'll be enough to do... I don't think it'll be enough for a full year from just that field, so we'll definitely be looking for a secondary one, another field to do barley or wheat in, and then try to keep the big field behind us as just pure profit long term, at least is the thought that I kind of have. So now, once this is done, yeah, 49,000 already, so they aren't complaining, so I think we will see them back at the field in a little bit. And it'll be just about time for them to be ready to unload. There'll probably be a little bit of a delay. And I didn't see... They're running right next to the bales, so perfect. But I do have a feeling I'll have to help them, because they're going to go past the dump spot when they go to their little location to dump if the semi's not here already. And they are exiting the field, so they're full. So a little bit of a delay. So if we open up the map real big, we'll see they haven't even left the farmyard yet. I did delay them a hair, but maybe 20 seconds. So I think they would have gotten back in time, because there's the semi if I didn't delay them. So we'll see on this next one. And I did see some efficiency improvements I could do in the routes as well that I will do for next one. But we're gonna probably, like I said, have to help here. So I'm gonna shut that off. And actually, as they pull forward, they might stop because they recognize, yeah, they are. So that would have been fine. Actually, that's beautiful. And the harvester is just about to tell us it needs unloaded. So timing's not bad on this. They're gonna pull forward, start unloading them, they'll stop, and back at it. And the semi's already on its way. And the harvest is done. Let's take a look at the data here, because I think it's accurate, and we're gonna find out. 149,000, so just about 6 months worth of feed. Not terrible. And we have the, the zigzagging cart coming. We have this heading back home. Another 30,000, and I am gonna bring this on over now to help move the bales. Everyone's heading back to the farm. We got these two together, and the semi flatbed already made it. The semi trailer with the grain is dropping off the last bit of grain right now, and we're gonna take a shortcut. We don't need to take the course. We can go this way. I'll see you at the farm. We're gonna look at the numbers, see the totals for this field, and see if it does match that 150 in the silo, so that we know we can trust that data. I think we can. And that's, yeah, like I said, about 6 months of feed right there. We're gonna instantly get the lime taken care of on that field, and then we are gonna lease a cultivator so we can get rid of those tram lines. So we will look at the data, like I said, here in a second when we get to the store. All right, let's buy 24,000 liters of lime. We'll start filling that up while we look at the numbers. Okay, in the silo is showing 149,705 liters of barley. Perfect. That money doesn't really exist to us, but we do have $1 million right now sitting here financially. So if we look at our net worth is climbing, it's finally climbing. We're at 382 positive. In stock, it shows only 805, so there is something not getting calculated in there. And so that's why I haven't released this mod yet. So I want to debug this later on tonight. I have a feeling barley's not showing up. Yeah, I'm learning. And looking at pH over here and nitrogen, yeah, you can see yield was a lot better. So if we hide some numbers, there's 125 in that area, 120 in a majority of it, 115 in small places. Then we have some 100, some 95, and it looks like our worst was some 80, 95. Okay, so a little bit of 85 was our worst. So pretty solid field. And away we go, applying lime. We bought too much, I'm hoping, because it's not going to apply much. Just 1.75 probably on most areas will be the most. You can see 0.88 going down right now. So this should be more than enough lime. And we had the money right now, so it'll go into the next treatment of the sorghum field. No worries there, no loss for us. Just spending money now instead of later. And we might do I wasn't going to do the headland, but I think I'm going to have to because of where I left the bales. So you can see we do have 3 full figs of straw bales there. Pretty outrageous yield on this field. Did awesome. It did great for us. And with the net worth mod, I think I was being a doofus. 807, and we come over here to time saving stock, 859. So there's just a small amount that's missing. So it should be the lower dollar amount, not the full dollar amount. So I think we might be close to having that one ready for you guys. There's just like a rounding issue or something going on when it calculates the cost, that it's doing a little differently than time saving stock check is. And it's just an estimate. And if it does average to be lower than higher, I think I'm okay with that. Again, I'm not going to spend a ridiculous amount of time on that. I think it'll be good enough for what we need. Okay, way too much bot, but that's okay. Like we said, we will be able to use it later. Did we reset this? Yeah, so 7,000 was used. Not bad. I'm going to send this home. We're going to grab the other case. Boy, it's still struggling. Almost 40 tons here. It makes sense. But I'm going to grab the other case, get the cultivator, just kind of trying to keep the work a little bit even between the two. One, yeah, 13 hours. It's a little ahead still, but that's all right. And we do have money, so we can get away with this. We should have plenty for our payments between now and when we're going to make some money in late October, I hope. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. We can sell some eggs if we need to. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at our tractor to remind ourselves horsepower. We have 435. All right, let's take a look here. I think we'll go with this and just lease it because we're not going to need it a ton. So just $4,000 to get rid of those tram lines, and hopefully over the next 6 years of harvesting that field, it'll pay for itself in this 4,000 bucks, but I don't know. Yeah, it shouldn't be bad for this field size, that width there. I didn't see the speed we could go, but it is what it is. And you know, might be time for a little time lapse. We haven't done one of those in a while. Lots of headlands expected here. And hopefully this gets rid of the tram lines. If not, it's a big waste of time. 9 miles an hour. Let's get it done. Okay, I'm being a doofus. I don't need to do everything. I just need to do where the tram lines are. I just need to do where the tram lines are. So we're going to hopefully, I think what I'm gonna do, okay, I can kind of see them when I'm this far away. So instead of using this, we're gonna shut that off. Let's reset it. No, I don't know how to shut it, actually deactivate it. So I'll just do it that way. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here and line up, get it lowered, activate it, and then I'm going to lock into place with the enhanced mod, and we'll take care of just everywhere where we see the tram lines. That'll save us a lot of time and fuel and everything. Okay, this thing's broken. That's weird. All right, so I gotta learn this a little bit more because that was locking into place even though it was yellow. Like right now it shows yellow, it shouldn't be locked into place, and then I should be able to just turn to deactivate it. And it stuck for me. So we got 3 more passes after this to go, and we should be good. I'm glad I recognized my goofiness there, that we didn't need to do cultivation on the whole field. Maybe something you wouldn't want to do in real life. Probably would want to cultivate the whole thing, but I prefer the no-till planting. So we'll be putting wheat in this field in a couple months. 3 more passes here, and that'll be it for June. Yeah, this is a decent view to see. We would see these as tram lines. We don't see any more. We're finishing this last one up, and we're drifting a little bit. Let's fix it. I wasn't locked in. Make sure we really get these, and then we'll take a look at that chart afterwards just to make sure that we're good. So if I lock in there, it should go straight. Yeah, if we come here, I don't know why it doesn't refresh. If we like change screens, it does. So yeah, we should, big should, if I'm understanding this correctly, we should be good. And that will complete the month of June. Needed pretty much the whole month at this point. But we're gonna get this home. We're gonna clean it off, and then we'll return it to the dealership. And I think that means I won't see you until August when it's time to do the sorghum harvest and plant this field. All right, I'll see you then. We're in August, we're deep in it. We have just this little bit to go in the harvest. Let's look at the field data to kind of show you how it is going. So far, 462,000 liters of sorghum have been harvested. So while the team finishes up the harvest, we're gonna go do some smart math over here. So I have done a little bit of calculations. It's about 50 liters of feed per year per chicken. So that'll give us 250,000 liters a year is what we need per flattening that is completely full with 5,000 adult chickens. Based on some research I've done, it's about 140,000 eggs per year we're gonna get, give or take. If this production is base game speed, it gives you about 28 eggs per chicken per year is what the calculation was. So doing some fancy math with that, we would need 500,000 liters of feed to fill up 2 of these and have 10,000 chickens. So 10,000 chickens, 500,000 liters. If we look at time-saving stock check right now, we have 109,000 barley, 635,000 sorghum. Fancy math time. Now those numbers could be wrong, give or take, but we said with the max eggs at $4.2 per egg, which is 4,200 for 1,000, how high must the grain be worth per 1,000 liters where it makes us more money to sell the crop and not get extra chickens? So basically, if we're making money on selling grain, when does it make sense to do that versus just buying another chicken flattening and having more chickens? So we're using this calculation, had ChatGPT kind of help me with it here. We do have a breakdown of 1,000 liters times 0.56. So how did they get that? The base rate of 50 liters per feed, but there's also 28 eggs per year. So those are the base rates right there. I don't think I said it right. 550 liters of feed, 28 eggs. The ratio is 0.56. So we're getting 0.56 eggs per liter of feed. So for every 1,000 liters of grain, we would get 560 eggs. Perfect, right? So the grain being a little bit more, like a little bit more than 1 grain per egg, almost 2, means that we would need to sell the grain at $2,352 to break even versus making eggs. If we use our brain instead of just winging it and seeing how things go, we want to maximize the amount of chickens we have. I know we said that 10,000 was the goal. We never said that was the maximum that we could get. So what we're gonna do is get through this harvest, do some math, see how much money we have when it comes time to sell all the eggs. And if we have enough money, we're gonna go all the way up to 15,000 chickens. But we did have some extra sorghum that we didn't use. So I'm gonna look at the math and see, are we producing 750,000 liters with these 2 fields, or are we gonna need more fields? If we're short, we're gonna hold off and just have 10,000 chickens by year's end here. But we're gonna keep going. That is gonna 100% be the strategy. We gotta keep going and keep expanding and getting more chickens and more eggs from those chickens to maximize the amount of money we're making. Looks like we got about 18 minutes left in this harvest, so I'm gonna get that done. We're gonna see what the numbers are looking, probably get to the point where we can sell the eggs and go from there. We do have the field that we haven't harvested yet, or we haven't planted yet. So over here, we got 149,000 liters, and that was from barley. Now, we should have done this from day one. I was trying to mix up the crops to maximize entertainment, but I really think we're about to go down the maximize income route. And if that's the case, no more wheat, no more barley, no more baling, no more cedar, planting sorghum everywhere. We're getting 16.8 tons per hectare. I'm gonna look back at the film. I believe it was around 12 for barley and even less for wheat. See if I can find somewhere that has 120% yield. I don't know if we have it that high, but I'm gonna take a look. I'll be back in a moment. I did see 15.7 at 120% yield, so it is comparable and we get the extra straw. But what I'm kind of thinking is if we sell the baler again, sell the cedar again, we'll have that extra money to possibly get an extra plot of land or more chickens. So we're just gonna go 100% full on sorghum the rest of the way, the next 6 years. It may get a little bit stale, but the way we're moving quickly through these videos, I think it'll be all right. And I want to see a massive number at the end. I want to see us push about 20 million. And given a check here, we show 1.3 million in our stock, but when that is at its peak, it's 1.8 million. So the 1.3 million is pretty accurate there. That's actually the closest we've seen it. So I don't know what's happening, but 840,000 is our net worth right now. We are pushing and getting close to a million. I don't think we'll quite see a million by the end of this episode. Like, we're gonna spend money, we're gonna make money, but we're gonna, oh, they just missed. We're gonna make those goods up. So it'll be interesting to see how we end year 4, but tracking the right direction. We're in the positive. We were in the negative when we started. I'd like to get this loan down, but I think by the end of year 6 is when I'm going to start tackling that loan a little bit heavier. So 13 minutes to go in the harvest. We'll get that done, and then we'll probably rejoin you to go on to the next phase. All right, the harvest is all done. Let's look at the numbers. It brought in 545,000 liters of sorghum. So we were about 54,000 short to be able to get the 15,000 chickens, but we have that in excess to get us through an extra year right now. If we're always harvesting in August, the thing is August and September would be the 2 months. So if we're only doing sorghum, we have to make sure we don't overdo the amount of fields. And that would be when we would start switching probably crop types to have multiple years of harvests. So there's a couple fields over here I'm kind of looking at. We do have this one here that is showing 25 or 27.5 acres. And then field 5 here, which happens to have sorghum and some weeds, is about 24 acres. And looking at dollar amounts, field 4, the first one we looked at, is 472,000. Field 5 is 402,000. So after selling all the eggs, if we can afford, you know, it would be nice to buy that sorghum field now, but we do have enough to do 15,000. Just the thought is, can we get 2 chicken enclosures, 10,000 chickens, and another field, or are we gonna have to get through a whole nother harvest, which I do feel like we have the extra feed right now to get us through until year 5 when we can purchase those fields. And maybe one of them is sorghum at that point where we could purchase it, because there's this one down here for 313 that we could potentially sell things early. Prices just aren't super great right now. I don't want to lose. I mean, look at that. It's over 1,000 per 1,000 eggs that we would lose right now. And then sorghum's about 500 per 1,000 we would lose. So that could add up to a lot of money for not being patient. So what I think I'm gonna do here is we are going to, well, we don't need to top this off yet. Let's get egg prices good. That should be our next priority. And looking in here, we have 127,000. So we definitely have enough to get us through until egg prices start peaking. I'm gonna hang out over here and keep loading them up on the trailer, you know, and then we'll see how we're looking money-wise and get as many chickens as we can afford. Nighttime selling here. Prices have peaked. We're in late October. Let's go ahead and load as much up. It's gonna be 3 trips here, and we're gonna do the same thing we did last time. We will do some more selling in November, but while we have this peak price, we're gonna go make a good amount of money. Back to the bakery. 73,000 eggs to start with. And first set sold, 316 plus 38,000. Puts us at 471. So that'll be enough money to buy the next flattening and 5,000 chickens. But we also need to make sure we have enough money left over to pay a whole year worth of the loan. So we can't go too aggressive. I'll do a calculation on that here and see what our budget is to actually, you know, spend money on. And with a little estimate of what it costs to run each of those fields, we should be able to take a look at the data right now to get that number as well. Really trying to use my brain this time around. Let's maximize how much money we're gonna make in the next 6 years here. All right, a full load here, 80,000. So it should be about the same amount. Actually, a little bit more. Might put us above a million. You know, my math was wrong there. It put us at 855. But the leftover definitely will put us above a million. So We might be short budget-wise, but we're gonna find out here. We do have the straw to sell as well. I'll need to check prices on that. And to finance the next 5,000 chickens, we might sell a little sorghum. Definitely want to at least get 5,000 more today. And this should be about half of what we got in the last loads. We are at 1,044,000, and I'm gonna get home, crunch some numbers, cross some fingers, and see if we can afford it. And look at this, 1.5 million is our net worth right now because the stock, did the stock not change? No, the stock's accurate. It's accurate. We have a net worth of 1.5 million. Glorious, glorious. All right. Right now, we're going to still use that round number of 70,000. So 70,000 times 12, that's $840,000 right there. Now let's go into our field view and we'll go to the precision farming tab, go to the economics here. We're going to add to the 840,000, we're going to add 32,424. So that brings us to 872,000 right now. And our second field, it costs us 4,300. Is that right? Well, we haven't done seed yet. We're just gonna add 6,000 just to be safe here. So we're at, 878. And then the money we have, even though we'll have a little bit more, leaves us 165,000. We don't have enough. Oh, we don't have enough. My goodness. What do we do? What do we do? What do we have in straw? I think we make it happen. We make it happen, and we make it happen right now in the dark. We're going to go right here. We're going to turn on snapping. It is on. Let's make sure these are lined up really good. They are. I wish I had more daylight, but let's give enough room. Place it about right there, and we're going to go buy them. So we're at 687 now after that construction. And what did that do to our net worth? Yeah, it stayed the same. Perfect. I don't know if the buildings will lose their value. I think they do, and that'll probably kick over soon. But now let's hop in here. We'll go, the 6-month ones are the only ones we can purchase, right? So if we spend a ridiculous amount of cash here. All right, we have 5,000 chickens. We officially have hit one of our goals for the series. 10,000 chickens. Now to get them some food. We will go with the barley here, and they are getting fed, so I guess October of year 5, as long as we keep them fed, will be another goal. So we'll just be getting rid of debt and $10 million of net worth after 5 years. We'll get, we're halfway there, right? Halfway through our goals, but only 1/4 of the way right now. And the net worth did drop because we used some of our goods on feed. That's okay. We're making progress. All right, so chicken coop 1 has 71,000. This one has 40. So I think that's enough to get us through. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to top off both of them. I'm going to use the barley first, and then we'll switch to the sorghum. And then I think what we're going to do is sell the baler, sell the seeder. I know it's been a mistake, and there's a lost revenue there that we could have saved. But I think that's going to bridge the gap to have enough money to make our payments, to not have to sell any of the sorghum. Though it might make sense to sell some of the sorghum if we can't really feed them, if we just, the excess that we're gonna have. But let's get to where that's, I think what I wanna do is get to where sorghum is at its peak price, and then see how we're looking with extra capacity of feed. All right, I've been doing lots of loading. We have we topped them off at night there, or the early morning November. So we'll do some figuring out on what we have extra of sorghum here, but we're gonna make sure we get enough money because we need that $800,000, right? And we're at 343. Well, we've made one payment, so we can redo that calculation. In November, like October's when we'll bring in money for the first time next year with this plan. So we need to get from October to October really and make our payment. We didn't make our payment in October before we made money, so it would be 12 months worth of financing that we'll have to keep an eye on. And so we'll get the straw. Is straw peaked? Straw is not peaked, so straw and sorghum will peak here soon. And we'll definitely target that 840 number to make sure we have enough money to get by. I don't think we'll be lucky enough to buy fields right away. That's another 70,000 bucks right there. That's definitely helpful. We'll go probably the rest of the day and get even more eggs produced here from both chicken coops here and see how high we can get that dollar amount. Again, we do have those things that we do want to sell, and I probably should do that before sell the equipment before the value of it decreases more. I don't know if that's time-based or usage-based, and I don't really want to find out that it's just time-based. So let's go ahead and take a break from this, and we'll do follow here. We'll bring both tractors to the dealership. Make sure we get maximum when we sell these. Just solid fertilizer, not gonna worry about that because we can't sell it anyways. Yeah, I think this is the best plan, and then we can lease a baler if we ever need it long term, because we decide we need to do multiple crop types because we have too many fields and we can't handle them in one crop season of sorghum. We probably cost ourselves close to $1 million with mistakes we've made by not thinking this way at the beginning. And, it's time to not focus on diversity so that the videos aren't all exactly the same. I can handle that with the way I'm distributing it or publishing it for you guys. Producing it, I guess, is what I'm looking for. Make wise decisions. We'll get even, the most impressive sales numbers is kind of what we're aiming for. So here, let's do the little $40 repair, and then we will sell this, and we're gonna get $145,000 for that. Not too shabby. And if I do this right, I should be able to have them follow me home as well. All right, they're in the right spot now. We'll do the same thing. We'll get that repaired, and we'll come in here $44 to repair and then sell for $116,000. I think this is the best decision that we could have made. So that puts us at $667. Not quite where we need to be before the end of the year. We need to be at $840. Well, minus one payment, so about $770 really. All right, I'm going to get some time to pass here, and we're gonna keep an eye on the egg price, and once it gets, once we get a decent amount, or but we're gonna sell some more. All right, super late here in November. Pick up these eggs, and we should have a decent amount. So they're already cranking them out over there. They should be at 100% health. Let's double check that. Yeah, they're all at 100% health now. So late November selling session, we'll get all of them over here loaded up. Should have about 17,000 more eggs, and we're still going to the bakery. All right, and then prices are close on sorghum and close on straw. They will definitely be good in December. And that brought in another $80,000. Puts us super close to having enough to get through the year. So now with the straw that we're gonna sell, that'll definitely push us over the edge. And we're gonna actually start heading that way right now. Nice little cut across right here. Close your eyes, we're gonna drive through this crop. Okay, it's late in December, our last opportunity to sell this year. So let's go ahead and start getting the bales sold. So we know we have 3 loads of this. The first one's gonna bring in 26 plus 3, 29,000 there. Let's go get the other ones. And then we're gonna do some math to figure out how much sorghum we can sell, because I think I am trying to budget to get another field for planting in March. Oh, this one was deceiving. It's not a full load. Okay. Must have been an auto load glitch there. So just 4 short on that last load. That'll be all right. Yep, same amount. One last load. We'll go find out where we're at. And then we are gonna sell probably like close to a couple 100,000 liters of sorghum, probably to the train station. And last load of straw puts us at $773,000. All right, so the next step is gonna be unloading or topping these off. I wanna get them all the way to, because right now is the time when we could sell sorghum if we have excess. So we're gonna get these topped off. We need a little bit more here. They burnt through 40,000, not too bad. Health is at 100% on both of them, and their ages are all the same there. That's kind of nice. So we'll do a couple loads here, and then after that, these things hold 200,000, and they go through 250 a year. So what we're gonna want is at least 100,000 in extra capacity. You can see we have 500,000 liters. So I'm gonna top them off, see what the numbers are looking like. I don't think we can afford another 5,000 chickens, but is a field more important? All right, so we have 400,000 liters of feed between the chickens right now, and if we have 100,000 left over, we're good. Kind of like the idea of stockpiling stuff for the future, but let's look at our net worth right now. We are at 1 million right now, which is good. And the field I was kind of thinking was 26 here for $291,000. So what's the math there? We'd have to sell 184,000 liters. I think that's going to be the plan. So I'm going to start heading to the train station. And how many trips is that going to be? We're going to do 5 trips. Yep, going to be a little bit of time, but 5 trips should be good. We're at the train station filling up our 203,000 liters here to get it sold. A little late at night. Wasn't thinking it would be this dark for us. I think that's far enough. It is. All right, can we get this 23,000 in this last one? Looks like we did. All right, we're going to back up and sell. And there we go. My horses are crazy. Original grain. We just got that achievement. Let's go inside and look at some numbers here. Okay, we have 1.13 million, but we're gonna spend a little bit of it. So looking at this, 26 can get up to 108% yield, 27 can get 104, and 25 can get 97. So absolutely gonna buy that field. And we will extend these and connect them into one next episode. So now let's look at how we did. Current balance on the line of credit is 4.29 million. So we're getting there. Next episode, I'm hoping to see that closer to 3 million by the time it's over. But our net worth has grown. 1.178 million is our net worth. We got a ways to go still, but I think we're tracking to definitely get there. And I'll probably put the graphic, next to my face here so you guys can see where we're tracking. We did get the 10,000 chickens. We got that goal achieved. In 9 months time, 11 months time, we will have the second goal of feeding them for 12 months straight at 100% production, 100% health. Just got to get out of debt and get that net worth above 10 million, which at this point it's going to be. I'm confident. But we've got at least 3 more episodes of this before we find out. I'm Soxway Up. Thanks for hanging out on years 3 and 4 of the 10-year chicken challenge. I'll see you for 5 and 6. As soon as it's done. I appreciate every single one of you. Well, hello and welcome back to the Chicken Challenge. It is part 3. To recap the goals of the series, we need 10,000 chickens. We need to feed them for 10 months straight. We need to end with no debt and have a net worth of $10 million. So right now we can see our debt is still at $4.1 million. Net worth is above $1 million for the first time ever in this series. As far as animals go, we do have 10,000 chickens. And when we hit, I believe it's October or November, I can't remember, I'll have to go look back, but we will hit the 12 months in a row and get that part of the goal done in this episode. And we'll see how much we get into that debt. But we are over here at the dealership because we do need to lease a piece of equipment. This time around, we are going to lease it. We don't need anything else. That should do the job for us. But we are heading to our new field that we purchased last episode. And I'll give you a little recap of that once we get over there so people new to the series can see what we have right now as part of our operation here. We're arriving here at our 2 fields that aren't close to our property, but we purchased at the end of last episode the field down south here. And I wanted to double check that it didn't have tram lines because you can see here we did some ugly cultivating. We didn't do the whole field because we didn't really need to. We just wanted to get rid of the tram lines. And it doesn't appear that this one has any. I don't know how to check that. But let's give you a little recap of everything that we have right now. So these 2 fields we own, 24 and 26, we're going to be combining them together here in March. And then field 20 we own. And then let's go ahead and visit over here. This is our farmyard, a really ridiculously huge farmyard, but we're going to buy a few more of these potentially chicken coops, chicken flattenings to add over here. There's also probably the refrigerator unit that I want to get to start storing the eggs. And the reason we have $630,000 and we're not expanding by more fields is because if we look at our line of credit mod here, right now we're paying $67,000 a month. That is when the interest rate is low. Luckily, it's at 4.81% right now. So if we use a round number, because that interest rate does fluctuate, if we just say $70,000 times 12, that's $840. But we do know that we have a few months yet before we're going to make money, which is typically October. So we need around, $400,000, but right now we have $630. We're just kind of being careful. I did, for a short time, have precision farming disabled because it was it needed to be upgraded. So we're going to take liberty here And we're going to purchase the soil types and give ourselves the money back. I just wanted to make note of that for you guys so you do know when we look at the finances later on why the money looks a little weird. There'll be some negatives and positives in there that don't necessarily belong. Just kind of getting us back to the state we should have been in. And we have not purchased the soil types. I don't think we did on the field in front of us. I don't remember. So we'll eat that cost and we'll have to repurchase from this field as well, since there'll be a little section here of the fields getting combined that was not sampled earlier. So we're going to do a little connection right there. Go ahead and lift it, and I think we'll make it, you know, one more wide before we go up the field. Now it looks like we did lime over here already, so we'll have to just do the remainder of the field. But now that we have this a little wider, we can kind of just start heading up the field here. So by the end of today's episode, we will only have 4 years remaining in this challenge. I'm hoping, really hoping that we can see that net worth grow to probably about 4 or 5 million in today's episode. It'd be nice to start gaining 3 million an episode. So $1.5 million every year should set us up to get to that 10 million. And that's probably good. We'll go ahead and lift. We'll connect the fields on this side. And we did make a decision last episode as well. We started actually using our brain when it came to figuring out which crop type we should do and when we should add chickens versus when we should sell the crop. And we've decided to go all in on sorghum. Makes it a little bit more tedious than it was, where we're going to lose a little bit of money on straw, but I think we did the math and the calculation to where we weren't making enough on straw to actually benefit the difference in the extra yield. It's close whether or not we are, but the vibe I get when I do the calculations is it's less work. And we have to own less equipment. So less to maintain, less to worry about. Speaking of maintaining, we need to do some maintenance on these vehicles soon before it gets too outrageous. And that'll help with our net worth too, a little bit, give or take, because we'll spend money on maintenance, increase the value of the vehicle a little bit more than the maintenance costs. So at least that's how it used to work. But almost done here. And then, like I said, we need to do lime. And the goal for March is to get the fields ready to be planted in April. And that should give us 2 months to do the 2 harvests. And we've been running into a lot of weather doing the sorghum harvest. So it'll be interesting to see if we do run into a time crunch to where we finally feel like we need a second harvester. And that might be something that we do think about eventually. Is right now we have the 1 harvester and a couple semis, so we could get 1 more semi to run grain back and forth, but that really hasn't been an issue. We've been getting by with 1 semi and 2 auger wagons dumping into it. All right, I'm gonna get this done and I'll see you on the next phase when we get prepped to start doing lime. So right now, these are the only really 4 items that I really care about doing maintenance on. It's gonna be the 2 tractors, the header, and the harvester. So let's go ahead and spend that money right now. Let's get all this stuff repaired here. So 3,000 for the harvester, not too bad. Yeah, we're starting to get up there on the magnums here. 9,000 about for that one. This one here at 9,300, and then the header $400. Let's see what that did to our net worth. We're still up there. We're still above $1 million. Pretty good stuff. All right, so I did lose the data, I believe, when we temporarily had that disabled. So if we come here, no information for us right now. Nitrogen's bad. We do need to buy the samples here. Let's go ahead and purchase that for 3,300, and then we'll come back up here, like I said, and repurchase this one. We knew that was going to be the case. So the dollar amount now works. So nitrogen's looking bad, but pH is looking decent over here. So it might not take much to get that bottom of the field. It actually looks done. This one, I can't remember. Did we do it already? It doesn't look like it. It does say pH is bad. Let's do the same over here. pH is bad. Nitrogen's showing a little bit, but we'll run over there. I'm going to make sure nitrogen looks good, or pH looks good. So bad. pH is bad, even though I see lime on the ground. I think that might be a product of me not being careful when we loaded in the game. So we're going to grab this first. And I do want to prioritize the field farther away. It just makes sense in my little pea brain. So we're going to buy, man, probably 60,000 liters of lime and it's getting to the point where I want something to be able to buy that in bulk. So we will do the old song and dance. We'll pick up as much as we can, take it on over there, and then we'll get the spreader over to the location so we don't have to deal with how slow it is to drive while the spreader is full. And I probably should, well, we're gonna need the lime anyway, so we're gonna buy 40,000. We're gonna have to do multiple trips anyways because it all won't fit, so we might as well just buy 40 right now. Coming in here, jumping into lime, that will be 16,000, 32,000, and we'll just do 3 of these. And we're gonna auto load as many as we can, get it, like I said, get it over to the field, and then we're gonna grab the Magnum that has the least hours right now, the least miles used, so that we can keep the maintenance a little even on those. That's why that number was in my head. 40,000 fits on here. We might swing by and get that. Was that 8,000 right there on the way? Yeah, that's a plan. So this one with 13 hours has 2 hours less. So like I said, I'm trying to keep them even. Wouldn't hurt to get a little bit of fuel soon too. Back it on up. I'm hoping there's a bunch of lime in here that I forgot about, and I think there is. 17,000, okay. So between what we have on there, this is already gonna be pulling a little slow because of the weight. You know, almost 40 tons here. We're just gonna go straight to the field, top off on what's over there, and then that 8,000 at the dealership we'll get later, maybe on our way back to do this field up here. So we are gonna probably burn through a lot more lime and have a bigger expense. I don't know a way around that other than refunding it, but we'll see how bad it is. I think we're just gonna eat the costs. I just gotta be more careful when I start up save files. And away we finally go here. Looks like we are putting down 3.5 tons per hectare, so it is gonna burn through a decent amount here. And man, now looking at this field is long. Interesting to see what it's doing on the spots that aren't cultivated. Getting a different amount. Yeah, we'll see. Not bad, 1.75 on the new area, so it's not going to burn through it very much like we saw. It seemed like this field was already in pretty good shape, but as I speak now, it's at 4.38, so it's going to be an expensive March, a little more than we expected. Used about 35% just going up the field once. It's just not super exciting, but this ridiculously large field now that we have 2 pretty good sized fields. I think we're gonna do pretty good here. Let's look at that here. I want to zoom out and kind of take yeah, once we combine this, they're gonna be comparable because we do want to target these 2 next, which is about, you know, $630,000. What would we lose on eggs right now? Oh, way too much. Way too much. And we just have enough sorghum to get us by until we harvest. So we could take out more of the line of credit, but I'm done with that. I want this to keep decreasing. I was tempted to try to buy the 2 fields to the left, but we'll have to hold off on that. So I have a feeling this first yield's not going to be great because of this problem with the lime not applying. Like if we shut this off and look, it's still bad. I think this is a huge flaw in the game. It should still apply it, seeing that the pH is only okay over here. But I think we'll only get about a 5% yield loss on that, so it shouldn't be too detrimental. And we're ready to start off April. Let's take a look at how much lime we used. So coming in here, economic analysis here, we can see 108,000 liters on this field. Insane. That was like our first number. Over here, we used 33,000. And the top field, we used 24. What I did do is I bought about 65,000 for this field. And then because of the issue we had with the game, I went ahead and spawned in the rest of the lime. So last month we have maintenance costs and leasing costs, property, and then down here, $96,000 is what we did end up spending. And our payment did come, that's including the lime and our payment. So let's look at the line of credit now. Line of credit is down to, oh, we're almost under 4 million. That will be nice in a couple months, but 71,000 this month. Net worth, it dropped a little bit. We're still over $1 million, and $500,000 in the bank account. So still some expenses. We're still gonna favor this tractor because it still has less hours, but still a decent amount of expenses. I think I am gonna get the flatbed truck to move, to get a bunch of fertilizer and seed. And we lost our data, and I'm not sure how much to buy, so we'll get a couple pallets of seed and a decent amount of liquid fertilizer. First time doing the big fields. The two new fields. We've only harvested and planted in one of them so far, so we'll be learning. We'll learn here. I don't even look at the soil type. We'll have to take a look at that before we plant over there. We are going to plant this one first, the one near the farm. The chickens are all topped up with food. We moved all the eggs already. I did look into getting some storage for the pallets, and we will still do that if it becomes an issue, but the one I tested wasn't a big fan of the way you load it in, so I decided not to go with it so far. So let's grab 3 of these, and we need liquid fertilizer here. And I'm gonna we'll just grab 12,000 for now. And we can always come back and get more. And like my motto, or the way we've been running this series, is to, favor less before spending too much money. We're trying to limit our expenses. I know it's year 5 and we could spend a little more than we need to. Really wanna focus on being disciplined financially moving forward though. Make sure we're not buying things we don't need to. We do need to take care of weeds as well today, so we will be using both tractors. Probably get a decent head start on planting, and then we'll get the weeder going with a worker, but I'll do all the planting myself. This is by far my favorite playthrough right now. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We'll get a little bit past the halfway mark of it throughout this episode here. We're gonna go with 2 headlands this time around. That'll give a good jump start to the seeding, or the planting here, while we wait for getting enough room for the weeder is what I was trying to say. It'll give us enough room, a good jump start for that, so when they start, they can do 1 headland and not run into us. And we'll have to remember to do that on course play because we've talked about that. And almost done with the first headland. Just doing a resource check here. We've used 35% of the fertilizer. Nothing in seed. That's the awesome thing about sorghum. It will use a lot of fertilizer compared to seed, but we can get by with that. Let's hold this straight. We'll do a little loop, turn back around. We're gonna have to avoid the end of the map here, so we'll loop to the right first. Yeah, we cleared it this time. Finally learned. And lower it back down, get back to planting. And I think we'll be able to get around the headland twice before having to refill, so unless we're at 50% when we get there, then I will go ahead and refill, but I think we might be lucky enough. We'll see in a moment. Yeah, 55%, we should be good, and then that'll give us an opportunity while we're filling that up. We could also get the other tractor all prepped on the weeder. Should be perfect timing for that. So let's get this second headland done and proceed. The weeding has gotten started. We have the case already filled up with fertilizer, but I did want to take a look at something that we got a couple comments about over at the chicken flattenings before we get back to planting. So the new one, the second one that we have over there, we bought all the chickens at the same time. They were all adults. Did get a comment about making sure you don't have roosters. So we look in here, they're all chickens. That is gonna be base game. Doesn't care. You don't get roosters when they're born. They're just chickens. Just like there's no sex to the cattle when they reproduce, they're just cows. So my understanding is that's the way Giants wanted to do it, to stay E for everyone. I think that's the rumor I heard. So that's what I've always believed to be the case. Oh, it looks like we do have this partial pass, but I think we have plenty of time. They have to go pretty slow in the weeder. So we should be able to just lock in here, lower it. And as we get close here, go ahead and activate it, and we'll catch up, get some more ups and downs before they get that entire loop. Should be fine. We'll have to fill up multiple times with fertilizer, and as we get closer to, well, we got 3.5 pallets left of liquid fertilizer, so I think we might be okay with this field. We will pick some more up before doing the second field. Moving along nice, and thought I'd give you guys a little update on how long this series has been running. We're at 34 hours and 37 minutes at this point. So doing the last pass here, and we did buy a little bit extra fertilizer, but we're gonna use it on the next field, so all is good, but just kind of thinking about efficiencies, and I don't see the weeder. Where is he? There he is. So we can see on the bottom left, kind of, there's 26.5 minutes left in their course. The efficiency of that's kind of driving me nuts, so I kind of want to evaluate some things here. Let's look at the width of that in the max speed. So it's 24 meters and we can go 7 miles an hour. And I was thinking about the sprayer. It's 7 miles an hour. We can gain 4 meters, but I just don't know if that would be worth it. And especially when we did the upgrades we would want, it'd be $100,000 for this. And we would only get back around 28,000 for selling the weeder. So just trying to look for things to be more efficient. There it is. And I think we're just going to have to deal with the fact that the weeding takes forever. You know, one thing we could do is get another weeder and have them work at the same time. And it is something I'm kind of eyeing, is doubling up on the implements. Get another planter like this eventually and a second weeder, and we can get this done in half the time. So just things they're kind of thinking about, and we will get to keep the worth or the value of the implements when we buy them. So they are calculated into our net worth tracker. We can see vehicles here. We have almost $1 million. It was well above that when we started, but they lose value. They depreciate. So something to keep in mind as this dollar amount decreases in loans and the net worth increases. We might be a little more comfortable spending more money to be more efficient. Just thinking of things, if I like, selfish, right? It's not, I don't know if it's selfish, but I don't want to spend 4 hours planting fields if I can turn that into 2 hours. Now, for the challenge sake, would it make sense to buy all that stuff? That's the things that we're kind of learning. And we said in the first episode, this is kind of a baseline, doing the whole net worth instead of just the dollar amount in the bank account and having to sell everything at the end. So we'll learn a little bit more about it as we get closer to year 10. And I originally was hoping that we were going to just blow this away and get to like 20 million of net worth. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. I do feel confident we'll get to 10. I don't know how higher we'll get. Like 20,000 chickens is kind of what I'm aiming for now. So if you joined us last episode, you know we did the calculation. It's about 250. Well, it is 250,000 liters of feed a year per flattening. That is completely at a 5,000 chicken capacity. So to get 2 more of those buildings and fill them up with 10,000 more chickens, we would need to be harvesting 1 million liters a year. So we're going to see how close we get to that. We were super close to filling up seed. I guess we can. Oh, that's actually good. It's not going to be on the trailer anymore. But we were close to the 750 if I remember right. So it will be nice to do this full harvest here in year 5 and see how close we actually are to being able to save up for 2 more flattenings. Hopefully we can at least get 1. I'm hoping that new field we added adds enough yield to get us to that 750,000 range. And if we're not selling any sorghum at the end of the year, it's not the end of the world, because we did the calculation last time. We get a lot more money from eggs than we would get from selling the sorghum. So things I'm thinking about while I'm, spending an hour already, just planting. And you can still see on the timer, 22 minutes. So that's not terrible. They're not too far behind us because they did start. We did give them we got a pretty good jump start on planting. So we'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to see how I feel at the end of this next planting session. We definitely need more fertilizer, but I did notice the new field is in a pretty good place when it comes to its nitrogen. So we shouldn't use as much nitrogen or liquid fertilizer on this next phase as we did on the last field. It is a little bit smaller of a field, but also with the nitrogen levels already being pretty good, we're not gonna struggle as much as I was thinking. So let's head this way. I think we can get to that field. Oh no, we're a whole road away, aren't we? I really do love this simple inspector mod, and thanks for I'm drawing a blank right now on who it was that made that comment. I will look that up during editing and put it on the screen. Pretty sweet. It is a little big, so I'll be looking in the controls to see if there's a way to hide it when I don't want to, but right now is an absolute great time to have it running. Like, I can keep an eye on how they're doing down there with the weeding, and if we're doing other tasks, like if I had another planter and we wanted to actually do multiple machines, I could pay attention to, you can see on ours, the top item there, our sorghum's on there, our liquid fertilizer's on there, so you can keep an eye on those things and know when it's time to go babysit it, refill it, and all of that. I'm going to get a jump start here with the 60% liquid fertilizer, and we'll see here once we get to that next field how much it's using. Application rate right now, 333 liters per hectare, trying to adjust the nitrogen by 130 kilograms. So I'm hoping that's down to close to 0, because then we can save a decent amount of money on product here. So we'll see real quick how that's going to help us on this other field. The other part of this field, I guess I should say now. Yeah, we can see in the mini map now the green. It's the same color. So once we get over here where the fields get connected, that's what we're getting into right now. And now we're back into the original field, and that application rate dropped all the way to 22. It's still dropping 14. Lovely. So that being said, we shouldn't have to buy as much liquid fertilizer as I thought, but the flip side of that is we're not going to get that number that we want to know for next time to know the exact amount we could purchase. So we'll have to do that in year 6 when we do the planting, and we can write down how much nitrogen we used or liquid fertilizer we used, and then every year moving forward we'll know exactly what we need to buy. Speaking of that, we can capture that from the data over here. We use 10,000, I'm writing it down, 363 liters of liquid fertilizer. All right, not too bad. Keeping an eye, we got 17 minutes or about 18 minutes until we get the weeder over here to help us out to do the weeding. And then at that point, it's just to get to the first harvest. We'll make sure the chickens, we keep moving eggs. We might need to get a pallet storage. I did try one out. Forgive me if I already mentioned this. I didn't like the way you load it. I did one of the refrigerator ones, the US refrigerator storage that's in ModHub. Probably going to go with the regular default game pallet storage because it's easier to load into that than it is to the one that I found. So, worried about the pallet max, and I don't know what it is on PC. I can't remember. I don't know if I've hit it ever. So I'm worried about the max amount of pallets, and I believe pallet storage is the way you get around that. So that might be something we have to do now that we have both of the chicken coops going. It's getting interesting, guys. This is fun. I'm enjoying this style of playthrough. I hope you guys are loving it too. Trying to figure out the best way to deliver it to you guys. Doing 2 years at a time. Not doing a ton of updates when there's nothing changing. You know, we're spending a lot of time per field, so there's a lot of dead time when it comes to the recording. I hope you're enjoying it though. Let's keep on rolling. And just finishing up the headlands. So now we're looking at, we would want the weeder to start, and they're about 6-7 minutes to go on their first job. So they're not too far behind where we would want them to be. All set, like, in reality, they're not too far behind. So, I mean, they're, whoops, we want to get that. Oh, we can get that on the, let's get it just in case. But we want them already over here and starting. So only losing about 6.5 minutes plus the travel time right now is not terrible. The thing that I'm really paying attention to is that we started this about 5 a.m. and I wanted to see what time it was to give us a realistic idea of how many more acres we can add to a single planting day. So we know we're only going to have 2 days to plant sorghum if we look at the calendar here. So sorghum, let's find that, is April and May, and then that would be harvested in August and September. Quick turnaround on this crop. So that's something that I am taking into account, and we're going to see what time it is when the weeding is done and know, can we add these 2 fields next to us and still do it in 1 day? Potentially. And also, I was, sorry for moving the camera so much. I was also looking at the map and thinking, man, if we added 23 and 1, that would probably be end game right there. If we could add those 4 fields and this big field, this would turn into our biggest, or we could go here, we could go there. We'll see. We're going to see how the yield does. Because the last thing I want to do is not progress and just rinse and repeat. So I do want to kind of keep pushing the envelope, or, you know, keep pushing it the limit of what we can do on this baseline first challenge of this style. I am going to start another one here probably next week. You'll see it coming and have them overlapping. And I'm always going to want these challenges overlapping. That's the way I'm going to run them. So we'll get through 3, we'll start another one, get through 3, start another one. 3 episodes, that is, and try to do them 5 parts each. It seems like a good amount. We'll see. Some of them might be a little bit shorter. We'll definitely be doing some 2-year challenges as well. But that's enough rambling for now. We're almost out of fertilizer. We'll have to get that going, and it might be just about time to get the weeder over here when that happens. So pretty good little coincidence there. We're going to pick up some fertilizer right now. We just got the weeder started, and we do see the number in the bottom left now. We have 39 minutes to do the weeding in that field. So should be done before sunset, which is good. That means we do, without buying more equipment, we do have a little bit more time to add maybe those other 2 fields. I just don't know if we could add the other 2 fields, but we definitely could get away with the other 2 fields using April and May. I'm doing a little math in my head, figuring it out. Probably could have got away with only 2,000 more fertilizer, but we bought 4,000 as well. Filled up the gas on the other case, so both of them have been filled up today, so that was about $600 each time. You know, little expenses. I don't think it'll break the challenge, but just keeping you guys updated. Yeah, we could have got away with 2,000. Looking at the field now, I'm pretty sure we started with like 1,600 and got that far. So got the 2 headlands done on this side, 2 headlands completely done, and then just this part in the middle still left to do. So we'll put as much as we can. There's the weeder doing its job. 36 minutes to go at this point. So if we're too sloppy here, might not catch up, or he might catch up. We got 1,300 left that couldn't fit in the seeder. The planter, it's a planter, Chris. So we'll get this out of the way, and gosh, it feels like they're going faster on this field because it is a lot smaller. Now that I'm over here, it is definitely a lot smaller. All right, we'll shut that off, leave it there for now, and get this done. Like I said, we should have daylight, and I got some chores to do, moving around some eggs and making sure that we're topped off on feed. Just been doing that every chance I get so I don't forget. But we're back at it. Handful of ups and downs to go here, handful of passes. We'll be to that harvest before you know it. And just about to finish up weeding here. They just got to get past this last pass. It's 17:43, so we have a little bit of time, so it's good to know. At this point, we're going to work on getting to that harvest, because that's the next big thing. I'll let you know if anything exciting happens between now and then, but I'll see you then. It's late, it's raining, we have an issue. The chickens stopped laying eggs. They've got plenty of food. I think we hit the pallet cap. Look at all of these eggs. We have $1.2 million worth. This is unbelievable. Okay, so we lost about 2 hours worth, which isn't the worst, but I didn't want to do this in the dark, and we're going to absolutely have to. And for 49,000, this is what we're going to go with. Which way is it face? Can't see in the dark, guys. So we're going to go about right there. And when it's daytime, we'll fix the terrain and everything and the looks of that. But let's go ahead and get this loaded and make sure that that is the issue. I'm fairly confident. Should be able to just unload them, reload, and unload. And we got them in there. All right, so 250 will fit in here. So we're gonna end up having to buy multiples of those. And I don't know what this is gonna do to our bottom line. But we're gonna sit here until 3 o'clock in the rain and make sure some more spawn. And they did. Okay, so that's definitely the issue. We're gonna move it back down to ×5. And I'm gonna finish moving those in there, and yeah, we're gonna need more. I'm gonna look for some mods because I don't like the size of these or the look of them, but we'll get through at least this recording session, and then I'll probably look in the morning. But I will see you. We're so close. We just are hours. We just need daylight to get to the harvest pretty much. And let's look at the weather report. Late afternoon showers, so I think we should be good. What's our net worth right now? Oh, we're only at 7. Ooh, net worth has dropped. Oh, stock's not updating. I think the stock must have got messed up with the eggs being in storage. That's why I haven't released the net worth mod to you guys yet. Lots of bugs to work through still. Storage is full, so we'll just move these ones to the side for now. And we'll get through the rest of this year and see how much excess we have. And, well, to be honest with you, I'm pretty confident at this point that we're going to be getting more chickens. So we'll definitely be looking into some sheds like that with better capacity. But okay, I will see you guys at harvest. All right, getting a 6 a.m. start, heading on out. We're going to get some fuel for the case for the harvester here. Everything else should be fine. We have the 2 tractors heading that way and the semi. So let's sneak over here, just get some diesel. It looks like they are a couple minutes away from getting there. We should arrive just after them. Oh, there goes one of our guys right now. Wow. $1,500. We got another month to get through. Oh boy. I'm super interested to see what a full pass on this field is going to be. Let's see, yeah, we're not far enough over. To figure out how many headlands we want to do long term. This one will probably just set up as 2. But what I want to do is make sure these passes aren't to where we fill up on a pass. This will be interesting. Quite the field here. Oh, we need to get the time rolling. 5:28 is when we're starting. Let's look at the weather now. We can get to 11, so we're gonna hope to get this first harvest done before that 11 o'clock hits, that hailstorm, and then have the rest of the afternoon to do the rest. All right, so we are seeing this. We've seen this before. We know the yield on this field. Let's take a look at that soil type. We never did. Bunch of loam. What a good field. So we have a part over here that's not going to be as good of a yield. This right here should jump up to close to 120. Yeah, 120. Beautiful. Getting almost 17 tons per hectare right now. It's interesting to see how this header responds to this bump here. Just kind of, this is a flexy one, so it handles it great. All right, 50% full, just passing into the new field where we're also getting a 121 yield. So that tells me we're gonna want like 3 or 4 headlands on this, but we'll do this one with just 2 and try to remember next time it comes around. We got the pipe out, so one should be driving this way, and our little simple indicator, I forget what that mod's called, is showing us that one of our cases should be on the way. They're going 25 miles an hour right now. So like ideally everything in front of us would be harvested already, so that when we do the ups and downs, when we have the pipe against the grain, it isn't a problem, but it looks like it's gonna be. So it just caused us to the harvest to cause, wow, Chris. That just means the harvest is going to take a little bit longer to finish. And at this point, I am going to set this up for course play. We will do 2 headlands and 1 tool. And what do we have? Land set up. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll give it a shot on this. This field might be a little skinny for this, but I think it'll work fine. And probably nearest waypoint is perfect. And they're on their way. Awesome. They're probably going to juke us out here and not pull up all the way. Well, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. All right, so for our goal, this is a good start. So we're already, already been doing a full pass, and we're emptying. Should be a pretty good yield. And we're back at it. Still getting that. Well, we're getting a weird number right now. We must be getting close to. Yeah, we're switching into the bad stuff, the silty clay. Dropping all the way down to 97% yield, which is pretty good for that. That's not bad. Still 13.5 tons. Won't fill up as fast around the bend here. I'll keep you posted on how this is going. Anything interesting, we'll let you know. It's time to get her done. Hour and 13 minutes for this harvest. Apologize for the loudness, but the rain did hit before we finished the harvest. You can see we have about 4 passes to go here. And let's look at the update here, though. We did start with the silo being empty. We do have 170, well, basically 180,000 liters of sorghum right now. Would be nice to get 250 from this field, and we're going to get close, and that means that we would want to get 500,000 from this. I don't remember if we get that much, so it'll be interesting. We got everyone prepped and ready, though. Oh, then there's another 19,000 here that's not part of that equation there, so, about 200,000 right now. Eggs are looking good. I am a little concerned that I'm going to have to get another one of these, and we're going to have to figure out something financially, whether it's sell some eggs early Well, the prices aren't great just to get by, because 149, and we're not supposed to make money on eggs till October, so we still have September and, well, we have our payment in August and September to go. So it'll be close, and then in October we can start making money, but we got about an hour to go before the storm's gone, I believe, so we're gonna skip time so we can get back to work, and I'll report back at the end of this harvest. All right, finishing the last pass here. We do have a full grain cart, so they're gonna fill that up and send them on their way. I'm going to unload the harvester with this one myself, take it home, instantly get this into the silo, and we'll see that total number. I'm excited. I think it's gonna be real close to 300,000. Should be pretty close. Just curious if this would work. I mean, I had to, it worked. It worked. That is hilarious. That's a win right there, man. That's classic. Auger wagon, no problem. All right, we are getting started on this harvest, but we're also going to double check because the semi, I hear it right behind me. It's about to drop off the last bit of sorghum from that harvest. We're gonna check that number. Sorghum from the first harvest brought in 287,306 liters. And you know, the value is pretty nice to see here, but we're gonna use all that for feed. We're pretty much all of it. Right now, we have plenty in capacity. So we might be able to do some math to figure out exactly what we need for the rest of the year because of the leftovers that we did have. Gonna go aggressive in year 6. Hopefully not too aggressive, but we're gonna go aggressive with expansion, whether it's chickens or more fields. But we'll see how this harvest does before we make that calculation. According to the timer, a daunting 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. But everyone's prepped. Lots to do. I'll probably run cart on this myself. Got the other one coming back, and yield's looking good, 123, looking good as normal. Let's look at the other field. Now that that's all done, we should be able to come in here and see the yield is pretty solid. Even down here in the silty clay, we're still busting out, what, 95 to 100% yield. I think the worst I see is 90 in a very small area. We have 85 and 90 in a very small area, so A+ on that harvest, in my opinion. We're gonna get heads down, and I'll see you when I see you. One thing I did want to talk about, it is 1500, almost 1600, so 4 o'clock almost, and we're just starting this harvest, so it's gonna go into the nighttime. We'll probably skip time and finish it during the day in September, but that tells me we can't do these 2 fields in 1 month. So as we're pretty much close to our max of fields that we're gonna be able to harvest with confidence with 1 harvester. So just putting that out there. It is nighttime here, so we didn't get very far. It's hard to tell. I think if we open up this way, let's get this out of the way, you can kind of see what we have done here. A lot left to do. We are probably gonna get to daylight here soon, but I wanted to kind of go all the way till midnight and see how close we got. There was a couple things to slow us down. That rain did slow us down, and well, I think that's about it. So I think we have our answer that we probably aren't going to be able to pull off both of these harvests in 1 day now. Got some more dropping off. So we got 30,000 here and then 407,000 in the silo right now. And I have to remind myself what the capacity is over here. Just don't want to run out. That's another thing to keep an eye on. 2 million. Okay, so we should be okay for a while. Like, I don't know if we'll get as far as having enough fields to do 2 million in 1 year. Super excited to see if this gets up to 750. It seems like it's gonna, since we're at like 437 right now. Plus, you know, 18,000 in this harvester. So going good. I think we'll have enough to do the third chicken coop, but I'm really debating tackling the debt because this payment, you know, the interest is still going to hurt us for the next 65 months here. So we're going to see. We're going to see. So right now we have like 1.6, almost $1.6 million worth of eggs. We'll get a little bit more between now and when we sell. Was hoping that number would be closer to 2 million, but 1.75 is more what it's looking like. And we'll do that calculation again when the time comes to figure out what we need for the bills for an entire year and then figure out if there's, you know, a field we want to target or a couple fields versus balancing, you know, getting the debt gone and having that interest amount that we're paying the rest of the way a little bit less if we tackle the debt now. So kind of thinking through all the options here, and they are struggling to get to the harvester in time to unload on the go today. Not sure what's up with the grain cart operators, but going good still. Like I said, we'll probably get to daylight soon, which means I need to move some eggs around and make sure that they have areas to spawn. And I don't think we're gonna need another storage yet. I think, well, definitely once we add that third chicken coop, we'll need another pallet storage. But oops, we're gonna get in his way. But overall, it's going swimmingly. I think that's the word I want to use today. And just getting to the morning here in September, it did move our balance for eggs up to 1.6 million. Right now, if we sold them all, we'd lose $400,000. That's insane. Kind of just reminded myself of the peaks. So it should start going up here. We do know late October is when it's actually going to peak, but we can see most places are on their way up now in September. What's our payment going to be? 71,000. We have 8,000 to hopefully be part of our like maintenance costs. We're looking at finances in August. Property maintenance was only $800. That's not bad. 66,000. We had fuel costs there. Construction costs in July. So yeah, it looks like we will have enough to get through or get to October. Have a little bit money left over. So we did spend a lot more than we wanted to, and we had the right amount of cushion, it seems. So not too bad. Wonder if we can pull this off again, guys. Nope. It was smooth last time. Be a new tradition to end a harvest. It did work. Oh, well, you know, worst case scenario, you can unload an auger wagon this way. We're gonna get the other car is pretty much full, so we're gonna have the semi just bring that over, and I'm gonna get things out of the way, and then I'll rejoin you and show you the last numbers. I thought that was fun to show, though. Pretty cool. And we did almost run out of fuel, actually, on the combine here. Looks like we had, well, we got 64 liters left, but that's a lot. That's a lot. So before we look at the numbers, I am gonna say, if you've been around the channel for a while, you probably remember the maize challenge. And this is about the time I lost my steam. Well, we're gonna prevent that this time. We're probably gonna spend money on a second harvester. I believe it is 100% needed for us to finish this. We showed the statistic earlier. We are now at 41, almost 42 hours through this playthrough. So it's been 8 hours since I showed you that last one. Both harvests, I think, you know, it said it was gonna take 2.5 hours. This actually took closer to 4. Not wanting to do that anymore. So we're going to expand. We're gonna expand our fleet, not necessarily our chickens this year. It's gonna be a risk. Right now we're looking at about 1.7 million. I need about 1.8, a little bit more than 1.8 to pull off what I want. We're gonna get a little more eggs, but we're well over 750. I don't think we're gonna be able to afford buying the flattening this year. So I'm gonna lean towards selling a lot of sorghum. And so the plan is going to be, and we're going to get to it really quick here in a minute. The plan is going to be to buy the harvester, you know, the exact same harvester, the exact same header, so that it'll work good with some course play stuff. And then also I want to see about as much of the debt as we can pay off this year. Since we're not going to get another flattening, I don't believe we'll have enough cash, but so we'll do it in phases. We're going to get the harvester. We're going to, in our head, set enough money aside for our monthly payments, which are going to be around still $840,000, and that's why I want to pay some debt down to get that a little bit lower per year, you know, for the last 5 years that we have in the challenge. And then at that point, we'll see how much money we have left from selling the excess sorghum, and it's going to be a good amount of sorghum we're going to be able to sell, because we have 833 as they're finishing up here. 833, almost 837,000 liters. We need 500,000. So what we're going to be able to do is come over here and see we have 100,000 left here. So that makes that number, you know, that's 100,000 over there that we can sell for sure. And another 100,000 here, I believe. a 97. So between the two, it's about 200,000. So we only have 300. We only need 300,000. So we're gonna be able to sell like 500,000 liters of sorghum. Now we might try to do some trickiness and get to the point where we can afford another one of these buildings. They're like 300,000, right? 356, and it would go, you know, approximately like right here, and then we could do another one there. That is the long-term plan. I think we'll still get to that, but we might only have about maybe 2 years of 20,000 chickens. Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead, get all the equipment put away. We're gonna get to the point where the price of eggs is good, and we're gonna sell them. To really help with our math later on, what I'm gonna do right now is fill up the flattenings, and that'll put 200,000 in each of them. And that'll tell us that we need 100,000 left in the silos, because that'll be 400,000 in the coops already. We need 50,000, you know, reserved for the rest of the year. So 100,000 in here is going to be the goal to keep. I'm actually debating modifying this mod to where it holds 250,000, so we can just, you know, top it off and then not worry about it. But that seems a little. It's tempting. So we're gonna get that number here in a moment. We're gonna get these completely full to 200,000. Then we're gonna look at what's left in the silo, subtract 100,000, and that's what we're gonna aim to sell of sorghum when the prices are good in a few months. But right now is the month to do that, because in reality, it gives us a month leeway. We do start harvesting in August, so it's really only 11 months that we need to save for, but just being safe, we'll do the whole 12 months. All right, we got 200,000 in each of these, so 400,000 accounted for. You can see there, 200,000. Still got that 100,000 straw, that's silly. But then if we look in here, let's go ahead and go this way. This is a nice way to look at it too. I always forget about it. 638,000, and most likely it's probably gonna be Alma that peaks. In December, so that'll be a good way to end the year. But right now we've got to get to where these eggs are at a good price, and that means I got to skip some time. But we do, let's write that number down before we forget though. So we feel comfortable. I'm just gonna say a nice round 500,000. That 38,000 can be extra to help us get by as we need to if things happen. I guess slowly getting to harvest, or you know, me not doing calculations right. All of those things could be helped by having a little bit of extra inventory. So speeding up time, we're gonna get to where the eggs are at a good price, and I'll see you then. All right, we're at peak price. It's late. We have to make money here in October. Luckily, it's at peak. What I'm gonna do is sell enough to get us through, and then we're gonna keep an eye on it, because we do know that that price does go up a little bit more. So I wanted to get us through October, be able to make our October payments, and then we'll probably wait for it to peak, because we've been burnt a little bit in the past by me not completely waiting for the peak and waiting for the price to start dropping before we sell. So let's see if this gives us enough for our payments. We got so much eggs to sell, so many eggs, and we won't show all of them, but we'll definitely show the first one here. There's 85,000 plus another 114 plus 23,000 environmental score bonus. Not a bad start. That's plenty of money. That's probably a little much to sell there, but we'll be all right. We're gonna go back home, start getting reloaded here, preferring the ones from the coop so that they don't run out of spawn locations, and then keeping an eye on that time-saving stock check to see when it peaks. It's pretty stable at 4,317. I'm just kind of waiting for anything to change on this. But I think if we get to about 8 o'clock, we're going to get through, yeah, another hour, 16, so it's starting to decline. Okay, that's where we will pick everything up and start getting them sold. And if we're lucky, we're going to be real close to 2 million, guys. But I'll see you at the end of the insane egg selling. And the prices, or the dollar amount in our balance is a little bit lower because that November payment did come out already. So that's why. See you in a little bit. Wish me luck. Lots of driving. Well, we're taking our second load in here, and we are jumping in because we hit one of the goals. We've kept the chickens at 100% health for 12 months. 10,000 chickens, 100% health. 2 out of the 4 goals are complete. Now, getting out of debt and getting our net worth up to $10 million. That's all that's left. There's a good peak there. We're up to almost 900,000. $2.1 million. So that's pretty awesome. Let's get home. Let's get in the office. We're going to take a look at a few things. Kind of want to see how far we can push this before we spend any money. But let's go over here. Just kind of roll in here with the engine off. Oh, a little premature there. Hop over here. All right, let's take a look at things right now before we sell the sorghum. So with that move, Our net worth is all of a sudden at 3.39 million. 3.39 million. Pretty awesome stuff right now. 2 million cash in hand. Stock is still showing $1 million worth of sorghum. We're not going to get that full amount. So the stock is still off a little bit there, unfortunately. But, oh, well, is it top price right now? No, it is right. It is right. So that is our net worth. We just got to get the goods that are in the storage containers over there to count towards the stock. So looking good. That's the highest we've seen our net worth. I am shocked that we got it at 3.3 million, just 6.6 to go. All right, it is hailing. 7 o'clock at night here in November. We are going to be making a decision here. I did grab all the eggs that were produced the rest of the day. We're gonna get them sold, another 20,000. So that's gonna bring in, gosh, is that gonna bring in about 80,000 plus the environmental score bonus? Maybe another 100 grand here. So, and then we're gonna buy the harvester. And then we're gonna do a little bit of math to figure out how much of the debt we can attack before selling the sorghum. So 84 plus 10, so 94,000 brought in there. We're at 2.2 million. Let's get home. We're gonna buy the harvester and the new header. We're gonna get that home. That should put the balance at about 1.2 still? 1.3 maybe? So progressing beautifully. All right, harvesters go here, and we're gonna grab the same one. Combinations, we want that same header. We want to add the wheels, make it the US version. Yeah, 1.3, let's get this home. So we know about 80, we know what, we'll do the math again, but I think it's $840,000 is what we need for payments. So this is exciting though. The next harvest should go much faster. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. That seems wrong. Seems extremely wrong. All right, it's still loud in here. Come on, rain. Have a solution. Doesn't impact us. Let's just change it right now. There we go. All right, the rain has died down. Let's do a little bit of math here. We're gonna use that $70,000. I don't know why I can't keep this number in my head, but 70,000 times 12 is 840. Okay, we did have that number in our head. So now let's take a look at our balance. 1,368,338 minus 840 equals $528,000. Let's subtract 30,000 from that for operational costs. All right, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna come in here, we're gonna make a payment, and we're gonna pay $500,000 towards our debt. So now we're at 3.2 million in debt. Our net worth is at 3.385. That's not bad. That's not bad. We are getting there, guys. Got to get there quicker, though, in my opinion. And we'll see now what this does to this payment. You know, we do have a low interest rate, but we should be safe to sleep till morning. So that leaves us just enough money to run the business, really. $26,000 to get by on operating costs. But now our payment, we could use probably, that's a high interest rate. So now we can use 60,000 times 12. That gets us down to 720. So we saved, I mean, we're going to save $120,000 this year by making that early payment, which makes me tempted to do another 100,000. Thinking through things, how much sorghum do we have? We're going to sell, how's the price right now? On its way down? Let's run some time and see how that's going. We're gonna go to 9 o'clock, see how that's tracking. It is going up still. All right, what we're gonna do now is a little calculation. Let's just say it is 1578. Now, if we just sold 200,000, so that would be 200, I guess, is what we're looking at. 200 times 1,578 will give us $315,000. If we look here and we go into chicken sheds again, or chickens again, 356. Oh, I accidentally just hit that. I guess it's so. I guess it's so. So now we need to make sure we're gonna sell. Well, let's go ahead and fill that thing up. We're not gonna buy all the chickens like we did last time. We are gonna definitely slow roll the chickens. I think we wasted some money. I don't know. That's a calculation I'd like to do, but that was a lot of money that we spent on chickens. We're gonna get a decent amount to start with and let them reproduce, and then we need to do some math. So we're gonna need to have 150,000 left over in here after I fill this up. A little less than that, but I feel confident that we'll be able to produce enough sorghum every year to feed these soon to be 15,000 chickens. I mean, we had a good year. We had a lot better year than I was anticipating. So this is a big move compared to what I thought we were going to do today. A lot more to maintain, to keep an eye on. Everything as we move forward is going to take longer. All right, I'm going to get this filled up. I'm going to get a ton of sorghum, or what we can, over to the train station to sell at Alma, and hope we didn't just shoot ourselves in the foot financially. But even if we did, we can grab some of that line of credit to get by. You know, big chunk taken out, down to 60,000 a month. That's going to help out a lot. I think this is a good move. All righty, it's 10 o'clock on December year 5. We're about to end this year with selling to the train, but we got to hope we bring in enough to make us, like, we're still looking at, you know, we got to have 700, about 750 is what we need. So we need to make about 250 here, and we have $270,000 in inventory that we can sell. We could have gone potentially with another chicken flattening. We just don't have the funds for it. So we're going to make some cash right now. Pretty solid year, if you ask me. Boy, this thing took its sweet time getting here. I don't remember what we can fit in here. I think we are going to have to do 2 rentals this time. There's a lot of sorghum getting sold. Well, 90,000 in there. Well, I don't know, we'll see. It's just going to be a little bit we have to do at a second trade. And I don't think this one's going to hold enough. We're going to be 350 short. If that's the case, we'll sell it next year. It all is going to fit. All right, one selling event. I think we can get, like, it looks like it might be 300,000. But I think we've made the right decisions here. I think it's really going to pay off years 8 and 9 and 10. I think we're really going to start seeing our net worth skyrocketing those years. All right, about to fall through the world here. There we go. It's nice to see the bottom of a map. And let's tab. All right. So we just made, wow, $500,000 there. So $720,000 we need. Let's add 30,000 just to be safe. That gives us a nice round 7.75 and then I'm gonna add, let's hop in here. Let's see what the actual cost of this is. It is 49,000, so we're gonna add 50,000 to that. So 800,000 is the number we're gonna go with. That means I'm gonna go buy some chickens. We have $185,000. Oh, now the brain is turning. 240. Oh, that's 250. That's too much. I was gonna buy another planter, but that's too much. Now we have a lot of feed, and we know that we have to. We don't want to buy them all. Like, I don't want to do what we did last time. Let's go ahead and do that. That is a good 250. See where our dollar's staying. Let's do another. I think I'm going to do 1,000. Okay, so we're going to start with 1,000 here. So they're not going to use all of the feed this year, but it's just good practice. We'll do some terraforming here to get all this looking good. We're actually pretty close to needing a full-on session of that. But now, let's see, we want to keep 800,000, so we're just going to make a payment, nice round number here. We're going to go back into the line of credit, and we're going to pay $130,000 right now. Our debt is down to $3,100,000, and as we speak, our net worth is $3.1 million. We've added $2 million to our net worth in 1 year. Do the math. 5 years to go. Even with how long the harvests are taking, I feel like we're flying through this. Just so much fuel we're going through too, which is insane. So 18 hours on this bad boy. We got 19 some on the other one. So we're gonna do the lime with this one today. We are gonna pick up some fuel on the way. Oh, let's grab this little bit of lime right here too. We have 40,000 liters waiting for us at, I'm gonna call it the east field, I guess is what it would be. Now I'll get the time rolling again. We're in March. There's our new harvester. So I was kind of thinking through this in between little recording sessions here, and I don't think we're going to get like a 50% reduction in the time it takes to do the harvest. It'll probably be more like 40%, but I think that's more than enough. Like it's fun. Oh gosh. I was really thinking about the maize challenge and how I burnt out on that one. And we're finishing this one. There's no burning out on this one. We're in year 6. We got 4 years to go. These last 4 years are going to be tough. It's going to take a lot more time to get things done, especially if we do expand again. But I'm super excited that year 5 we were able to do what we did. We were able to buy a harvester. We spent almost $1 million on the harvester. I'm going the longest way possible to this field. I spent about, almost $1 million on the harvester and header, and we're still able to, really knock out over $1 million in our debt as well. I think at the end of this month we'll be below 3 million. Yeah, So the next payment should, well, it'll be real close with the interest and everything, but it'll get us real close to being, you know, almost there. We're almost there. I think this time of year I'm going to start doing more multitasking too. So in March, we're going to get the lime done for this field. And then as we go home, we'll make it April and we'll do the lime on the big field while we have a worker do the planting here. And we'll have to, you know, pay attention to fertilizer and everything, but I think it'll be good. Let's take a look at that. pH is still looking pretty good down here. Nitrogen's going to be pretty even, which is typical. So we never looked at this data over here. It did reset, but we can come over here and see that we got 500 and almost 550. Wow, that's a big boy. We're being efficient with it too. We're doing everything we need to prep it. I still don't know if mulching and rolling actually helps with precision farming. I want to do a test on that eventually. Doesn't seem worth it, even though our fields are huge. It's another pieces of equipment we could purchase, but I digress. So I'm thinking through this multitasking. We already do multitask with the weeding. I'm going to try it this way this year. We're going to do this field in March, make it April. We'll do the bigger field. I'll probably do the lime myself while they plant, and then the second we're done with lime, we'll come over here and hand it over to a worker with weeding. I'll take over planting, etc. I think that might be a more efficient way of doing it, using our time wisely so we don't burn out as quick, and just get it done quicker and get it in your guys' hands a lot quicker as well. I'm excited to see how this ends, guys. 2 more videos to go after this. I think it will be plus 100 hours. Let's see where we're at now. 43. Alrighty, full tank here. Gonna be real slow of a start. Pulling 48 tons and locked in, and away we go. Now it'll be interesting to see if we do get a consistent color this time. No, it's gonna turn that middle blue. Yeah, that's just gonna be a problem. I guess if we would have cultivated or plowed the entire thing, it wouldn't have been. So pH is going to be a little high where the tram lines were. Not 100% convinced. I don't know. Is that going to make a difference if the pH is too high? I don't know. Things I do worry about that I haven't tested. And we're going to start testing things a lot more moving forward on the channel. I'm having a blast with this style of playthrough. Really focusing on the business end of things and statistics and, you know, and calculations and making sure we're making decisions that are logical instead of just guesswork like I've been doing the past 2 years. Really switching and turning that brain on and using it where it makes sense here instead of just winging it. So hope you guys have noticed a little bit of a change there. By using a decent amount here, 20% already burnt through, almost 17% to be exact. All right, let's get focused. Oh, let's get her done. All right, last pass here. We did fill up a little bit. I did one up and down and filled up, but it seems not bad. So we're gonna wanna do a calculation and get a little bit over 40,000 because I do remember that number for the other field of lime. That's what I started with right now. So we could probably do the math to figure out what we used, and we'll be able to see that on the 2 fields in the analysis here after we're done liming. Only 10 o'clock. Kind of debating if I really want to do the double dipping, if it makes sense or not, or if it does make sense just to get the lime out of the way. I think I'm going to try it this time, and we'll see if that actually feels quicker or not. Oh, we have 2,000 chickens. Our 1,000 gave babies. So a couple more months, we'll get another 1,000. And I have a feeling before this video, I think we might, if the math's right, we might hit that 15,000, which would be pretty sweet. All right, so about 11,000 left over, and we come in here and let's take a look. 20,000 on the north field and about 10,000 on the south field. So we still are benefiting from a high pH level on this field. So I don't think we actually have our final dollar amount yet, or not dollar amount, our amount that lime is, but 30,000 is not bad. I mean, do you guys really want to see me filling up gas all the time? Filling up diesel, excuse me, at the fuel station. Jackson's, what does it say? I forget. Jackson's, oh, store. Yeah, that's a simple word. Oh, we're filling up lime. I thought I was, what? I guess if I do that, that'll work, right? Refill, please. Oh, okay, it's confused. It's confused. We'll come back later. Now we should have enough seed for this entire planting session. We will need some more fertilizer. And that might be data we can actually pull, but I know we can't because it wasn't completely, we only really put fertilizer on half of it last time. So we'll go with this. We'll get it out there. We'll get started. And then we'll come back here, do the lime. Like I said, I'll do the lime myself, and then we'll get the weeding going. Yeah, and the simple enhance mod, or I think that's what it was called. The little thing on the left there by the map, it's going to help me keep an eye on the fertilizer level here. So I'll be able to head over and fill them up if we do end up running out before we are done liming, which I imagine will be the case. I'm hoping we have enough lime. We'll just have to buy some fertilizer today. Just under, well, let's see. We're just under 600,000. We are in April now. Did we just miss a cool moment here? Debt is just one more month. I know I skipped real fast through that screen, but one more month and we'll be under $3 million. That's crazy. Steering assist. I'm going to have them start with the headlands here, and we're going to do, let's do two. Let's do one. One should be fine. And on their way, and we can just top off here. And I think I'm gonna just drive back here myself and hope this is enough. And they're starting. I can see they're getting up to 9 miles an hour now. I don't see any numbers going down yet. There we go. Fertilizer is dropping pretty fast there. So we will keep an eye on that number. You know, my eyes will be hopping right down to there to make sure we can move as fast as possible and, you know, keep them fed with fertilizer. I'd love to allow workers to just buy it, but it just feels like they spend way more money when you have them buy it than it would be if you bought it yourself. Like the delivery fees, or however they're calculating that, just seem a little too aggressive, in my opinion. Maybe I'm being silly. I don't know. It just always seemed a little... The dollar amount just drops dramatically when you have them buy, and it just doesn't make sense to me to do it that way. I wish it did. Hopefully we don't run out of fuel here. We do have 170 liters, so we should be good. And away we go. What is this, the 6th time? I think it's only the 5th time putting lime down on this field. Should only have to fill up once. I'll see you on the other side. We are making absolutely great time over here. So we're close to being done. We got a couple more passes to do, and we can see in the bottom left, they have 76 liters left. So after this pass, we're gonna head over there, fill them up with fertilizer. I think they've made pretty good progress because being that we're almost done and they're just running out, pretty fabulous if you ask me. They don't have much left. This is awesome. Let's go find them. They're probably turning around right now since the numbers stopped adjusting. Oh, let's drive on the part that's not planted. Come on, Chris. 25 liters left. Getting here right at the right time. All right, let's get this out of the way. And we can actually, because we've set up courses, we're just gonna send them to the silo and they'll just be at home for us. So let's get this turned back on. Ooh, that caused some lag. Ooh, did they not find their route? There they go. Okay, now we should be able to just hit H. They'll keep going. We come back over here, get back on the lime. We're real close to getting over to weeding. So I think my decision on this route is, or this setup of doing one lime session in March, the rest or the other one in April. I'm going to flip the fields next time. We're going to prioritize this in March, plant it first, you know. I think that'll be a little more efficient. Yeah, 6,700 left. We should be able to get this passed with the amount of lime. I think we bought the exact right amount. I'm pretty proud of myself. 3,500. We bought one pallet too many. That's all right. We'll use it next year. So now it's time to grab the weeder, head on over there. They're going to be pretty close to being done, so the timing should be pretty marvelous here. And we do have our truck with fertilizer showing up. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It looks like they should be starting the last pass now. Too far to see them in render distance. But they're moving 11 miles an hour according to our data here. Yeah, everything back here looks okay. So we'll let them finish this pass. We'll go do that little spot. But I can't really do that spot until the weeders, or I can't do that spot with the weeder until we plant, so. Little lost time, but not too bad. So that's a regular worker missing this much. It's a little discouraging, but no issues. Just come over here. Oh, you got to turn the seeder on, or the planter on, bud. Let's grab this little spot first. Loop around, lower her back down. And we're all planted here. We flew through planting season. We have the weeding going. And we're, you know, just busting things out right now. Pretty excited. Let's jump over here, see how much more they have to do. Not terrible at all. So opening up the big map here, we can see, oh, let's get course play out of the way. We can see they have about a couple passes left and they'll be all done. Chickens are doing good. Everything's progressing the way it should be. And it's, you know, it's 1700. We couldn't, you know, we can't fit another field in. And also, if you probably saw the screen ripping a little bit there, I got to figure out what I did to my settings. I'm only getting about, you know, right here good, but over here about 40 frames a second. I got to figure some things out, but we are going to let this finish, take care of the chickens, make sure they have feed, move some eggs around, and move pretty fast to our first ever 2 combine harvest. Man, if my graphics card's dying, I'm going to be so sad. Look at how I had to change my, whoops, that's not going to help. Look at how I had to change my render view. Like, you can't even see the freaking crop. We have the big ugly circle again. And it is holding right now to 60 frames a second, but it wasn't earlier. So we're getting started though. The new harvester's out here. We're gonna set up a course. It's gonna be a multi-tool course here. We're gonna have to save it. So we're gonna come in here and do 2 tools. I'm gonna do 2 headlands each, and we're gonna do lands. I'm gonna set us up to 5. I think that'll be better, or more than enough there. It could be all the pallets that were causing the lagging. I am not sure, but I am gonna have them go ahead and get started. And 15.2, and I'm gonna hope these headers don't run into each other, but I'm gonna let them get a pretty good head start. So hopefully we can avoid that if it is a problem. I think they are gonna clip. So get the auger wagons all prepped here. Yeah, let's get these wagons hooked up, get it all set up on auto drive, and now that we have 2 harvesters, we're gonna have to do a second wait for one of these. So things I'm gonna be doing in the background. I'll get it going though, and it'll be interesting. We can see an hour and 20 minutes instead of the large amount, so this should be ideal, guys. All right, let's get that one all prepped. You can get prepped, and then we have the other one that we're gonna have to make a new waypoint for. And I'm gonna get I might have them do both headlands before I even add the second harvester, just to give them that much of a head start. So still should be way better than the 3 hours plus that it took last time. But dollar amount's at 330. And once we get this all set up, actually right now is probably a good time. Let's do an update. Let's see how things are tracking. All right, our debt is down to $2.8 million, and net worth is right now it's off, because we do have, I haven't fixed this bug yet. We have $1.5 million in eggs. Majority of those aren't showing up in the net worth right now because of being in the pallet storage. So net worth we'll see a little bit better at the end of the month here, or the end of the year, when we do sell those eggs. But times 5 running, looks like we do have a rainstorm coming. Why wouldn't we? Yeah, in the afternoon. So we probably are gonna end up doing just this field in August and the second field in September. But we'll see as time goes how that turns out. And everything is rocking and rolling. We're unloading for the first time. Yield's looking about what we expect. And if we take a look at the chickens, we are pretty close to being empty on food on the 2 that had 5,000. And over here, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5,000. We have 15,000 chickens. Dang. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out if they're going to run into each other. We're getting the second harvester going. We're not actually. This one needs fuel. Let's drop the header. Let's go get some fuel. That'll give us a little bit more of a runway for them to be ahead of us, and a big dollar amount we're about to spend. But we might actually, we'll see how it goes on this one. We might end up needing that second semi to keep the harvest rolling fast. So the second trailer, and I think we do have cash for that, because I don't think we're gonna produce enough eggs. You know, they tried to swerve out of our way. We swerved out of theirs. I don't think we'll produce enough eggs this year to need the second storage, but if we do, money's gonna be close. $941, I stopped it too soon. Man, I feel bad for real farmers. It's so expensive these days. It's been a while. Let's say hi to the lurkers, the ones that don't leave comments but are here every single video, that keep this channel alive. you're appreciated just as much as those regular commenters are. I always want to reach out and say thank you to the lurkers at least once or twice a year. It's usually the forgotten group of a community like this, and I'm a lurker myself. I rarely leave comments. I think I say that every time I bring this up. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all. All right, this is exciting though. Double harvester, first time on the chicken series. Got dedicated grain cart operators for each of them. This all unfolded. I am gonna get this started for them. We sneak in here. And we'll ignore those lines because they're not accurate. But now I should be able to just kind of back up and send them on their way. They're gonna sneak over just, we're gonna see, yeah, so that's how much that offset is off. We're gonna try the other field. We're gonna set it to 16, but these are absolutely gonna run into each other if they're going head to head on the passes next to each other. That's gonna be the big thing here, figuring out exactly how to adjust this width here. And I think it needs to go to 16 because if we set it to 16, that looks a little more accurate than the 15.2. And we'll figure out if our theory is correct, but I think it's going to be 16 that needs to get set at. All right, anything eventful happens or need to be updated, I will let you know. So nothing really super eventful happened. It's 1:20. No, it didn't take us that long to harvest. We had an 8-hour rainstorm that did delay us a little bit. Let's look at the numbers. Another 553 yield there. That's pretty fabulous. So if we look at time-saving stock check, we do have 482,000 in the silo. I did move a decent amount over, about 2 loads worth, or about 1 auger wagon worth over to the chickens. So they still have food. They almost did run out when we had that storm. So I think we're gonna let everyone rest and sleep, and in the morning, we'll get that smaller field done. It was beautiful, no issues. It took about an hour and a half. And like it said it was, I ran 1 cart and made sure that that first harvester got far enough ahead that we didn't have to worry about any of the issues with the carts running into each other. So pretty awesome. Process worked exactly how we wanted it to. Heading on in to get started here with the harvest. We do have 1 combine already running, and it's lovely to see the course play time is 37 minutes and 17 seconds. So this is going to be awesome. Going to be pretty quick compared to last time. Loving this decision. We didn't seem to hurt ourselves too bad financially by doing it. Everything seems to be going actually pretty solid in this playthrough right now. Couldn't be more thrilled. So we'll get this done. We'll give you a little updates as we go, but we, just did this probably like 20 minutes ago in the video, so not going to be very different. I'm going to have to help them get started here because of the semis being in the way, but other than that, we're ready to go, and I think I am going to let them finish getting a head start on this one. That seemed to work pretty good last time around, last harvest. Probably just get this prepped, and then at that point, I'm going to start running carts, and that seems to be the ideal setup as well, though. Where are you guys going? This thing's gonna be full and you're not even near it. But this will be my vehicle to operate. And we have both the trucks and the trailers here. If I didn't mention that, we did buy the other grain trailer. So now that's gonna be in the way. Goodness. Yeah, and getting him out of the way so he can continue on his route. He's gonna run into the other, they're gonna run in? They're clear. All right, so this one, like I said, I do want to let them get a pretty good head start. So once they're done unloading here, I'll probably send that one on. But also, we could be passive aggressive and go cut that guy off. Let's do that. We'll get there quicker. There, he's way behind me right now, so that's good. We'll get this unloaded so I can keep driving, and then we'll get the other harvester going. And it, like I said, 36 minutes while it's sitting here, but we're going to do our best to keep them operational so that they're not stopping at all. And that should mean this should be about a 45 to 50 minute harvest, which compared to 2 hours sounds glorious. I think what I'll do is I'll cruise around with them until we get to 30,000 liters, and then I'll get the other one started. So we're technically going to be attached to this harvester, And the grain cart behind us is set up to listen to the other one. So that'll work out pretty good once we get the other one started. They typically don't ever run into a situation where they're blocked by grain when they are running on course play and they're the second machine, because this one will be clearing the way for them. So it should work pretty good to where they don't stop it very often or very frequently either. That seems to be what causes these to really take longer than they should, these harvests. Pretty good yield. We are about to be full with 30,000 liters here. We know we get close to 300,000 from this field, so just gonna be a solid year here. Year 6, gonna wrap up soon. All right, that is unloading, so let's hop in here and get them on their merry way. First waypoint, and away they go, I think. All right, well, that'll work. And that should also be the first semi heading into town, or back to the farm to drop off the goods. And we'll go catch up to our harvester, who's about 38% full right now. So not bad timing. We're off. And this field feels tiny after doing that last one. What a great feeling. Just love seeing multiple harvesters out here. Got to figure out what's going on with the graphics so I can get the rendering to be a little bit better, but man, this is just sweet. See the terrain real well right here. Making good progress, guys. I'm loving this series. So this harvest is going good. I just adjusted the semis to require 100% capacity, or 100% to be filled 100% before they leave. They were set at 70 because it was perfect for one load of the auger wagons. But right now we do have the one that's there is basically ready to go once we unload into it, and the other one's not even on its way back yet. So we're a little more efficient than the time it takes for the semi to get here and back, or to the farm and back. So that's why I adjusted it to 100 to hope that helps a little bit, but we're only going to get to dump part of this. That would allow me to go somewhat unload the harvester and keep it going, but gonna get stopped waiting for the grain carts, because the grain carts aren't going to be able to get unloaded quick enough to the semis, even though we have 2. It's about a 6 to 7 minute round trip for them, not including the dumping time, so you can see why that can become an issue. But pretty good capacity still left in here. That'll give me a decent amount to unload them and let them keep going, and hope that other semi gets back here soon. We should see the time soon for when they're going to get here. They are unloading right now. Yeah, they are unloading right now. They're the bottom one on the little simple indicator. They are at, now they should be on their way back now. Oh, and we'll see what the time says once it shows up. Ooh, if they're gonna stay, we're gonna let them unload as much as they can right here. Yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds on their way back now. Should see it coming past the trees here any second now, out in the distance. There it is, flying. Not even gonna slow down for this turn, watch. Oh, they do slow down a little bit. Almost hit the pole. Here they come. Awesome. But we are both full, so that is the situation. And this one, they're close to the property, not too bad. But that'll allow us to get back to work. And that other one, yeah, the other harvester is gonna end up stopping, but I think we can keep ours running. Not too bad. It looks like we got about 15 minutes left. This thing's flying. 23 minutes in the other harvester, so entertaining to me, man. Just getting work done today. Great teamwork. First harvester is done. We just got a couple passes left with the second one. It did get a little bit behind, but not too terrible. All right, we got a good caravan going here. Heading back. We're gonna, oh, what's the harvester doing? They're gonna figure it out? I don't know if that one will. There it goes. All right, so we're gonna head back. We'll look at the numbers when we get there, but we got plenty. We got plenty. I don't think we're gonna sell any sorghum this time. I think we might just let it sit in the silo until next episode, but let's get back. We got lots of eggs to sell still. See where that net worth gets by the end of today's episode. Exciting times. We're in the office once again. That means we're gonna look at some numbers. Apple pie, that sounds amazing. We have 294,000 liters in stock right now because all of the flattenings are completely full. So that means we don't quite have enough for a fourth chicken enclosure right now, or chicken flattening right now. So we could sell a little bit, but I think we're going to hold on to that. Look at that ground. It's time to get it to where the eggs are at a good price. Right now we have 1.8 million. We know that's going to grow. We're going to get well over 2 million when we do sell. So we're going to skip some time, and we potentially can get all the way to that peak price in November now that we have a little bit of extra cash in hand. This is the most money we've had this time of year. So it's getting pretty good. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, it's time to get a full load here. The prices have peaked. And let's see how much we have. We have 523,000 eggs. Man, that's a lot of eggs. We'll be selling just full pallets. I did, thanks to a comment, remember that you can adjust universal auto load to only pick up full items. So everything in the shed and everything on the ground are all full eggs. Full egg pallets, so it makes it a little easier. Oh, we're going to the bakery today. Let's tag that. That's a different place. 80,000 each trip. Let's get this going. I think we're going to the pancake house before. I could be wrong. Another tornado, man. We've had a lot. Okay, that was a lot of selling. We're at 2.4 million. Let's take a look at what our net worth is right now. We're halfway there with 4 years to go. A little more than 4 years to go. We're halfway there. That is insane. With 2.4 million and a little bit more money to make, I'm going to pay off $2 million of debt right now. We're going to go in here. We only have... paid off $2 million. Holy cow. Can we do it? Can we do it? Balance is 705. Can we do it? All right, what do we have? What do we have in here? Let's say we have a little bit of time before sorghum goes up. We're going to do a little bit more eggs. What I want to do is get to the point where sorghum is at a good price. And we should be able to sell more eggs at that point too, because eggs are still, they're at they're well above peak price right now. And we're going to get them. We're going to see what happens here. Oh, I thought we were out in here. That was a mistake. Okay, yep. All right. Same plan, but we're going to sell a bunch of these right now. So let's go ahead at this point, change that. We're going to hit O to go to filter any, because I'm going to get all of these out of here. We do have some partial ones in here. Next year, that'll be when we don't. All right, now that's empty. And all of these should fit. And we will go grab what else we have. So the thing is, if we pay off the debt, we don't have to save all that money for the monthly payments. And we're rocking and rolling if that's the case. My goodness. All right, that's it for this load. Let's go get it sold. Okay. I have a feeling this might be enough. We're getting out of debt. We are getting out of debt right now. Come here. We're going to hit this little button to make our full payment. And boom. 3 out of 4 goals met. We can also come in here and close the line of credit. We are officially out of debt. Line of credit is closed. We used 70 out of the 120 months. We're way ahead of the game, guys. Way ahead of the game. So no better time than now to do a end cap here of year 6. Let's take a look at the numbers. We're just going to be using this. We need the... Maybe I'm on the old version. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it's not working. I know that bug was fixed. So we're at Our net worth is at 5.42 million. That is the only thing we care about the rest of the way. We got to get that up by 4.6 million in 4 years. Right now, I'm going to say we're going to try to get it done next episode. I'm Socks Way Up. I'll catch you on the next one. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Chicken Challenge. We are going to finish out year 6 here, December of year 6, and probably year 7 and 8. And let's do a little recap. We started with a $5 million line of credit. And with that line of credit, we bought this farmyard here. Well, this whole field we turned into our farmyard. It's not done yet. We're getting pretty close. We got this field here originally, and majority of the equipment that you do see down here was all purchased with the line of credit. Outside of the second harvester that we're flying into right here, we got that later on. But then flying way over here, we ended up having a field not very close to our farmyard, but that is our field out there, that one that is connected. So between this field out here and this huge one over here, we're getting around, I think it was 800,000, maybe 850,000 liters of sorghum every single year. So we set some goals with that in mind. We know we had to pay off the line of credit within 10 years. We also needed to get our net worth up to $10 million. We needed 10,000 chickens, and we needed to feed them for 12 months straight and have them at 100% health. So taking a look at our net worth mod here, we do have a net worth of $5.5 million at this point. So we've had 4 years to double our net worth to hit our last goal. We already have 15,000 chickens. We've had them fed for, multiple years at this point at 100%. We have 5,000 in there, 5,000 in here, and 5,000 in that one. And we need $250,000 per chicken coop there. Not dollars, sorry, feed to feed the chickens. So we're selling a little bit of eggs here. Prices were still good. I wanted to get a little bit of cash because I am tempted, and I think we're going to try and see what type of mulcher we can buy. And we're going to buy a roller. We're going to see, I think $210,000 here should be enough to help us and get through the whole year. The line of credit's paid off. That was our big expense. It was costing us around $70,000 to $80,000 a month just to pay the bill on that. And now that that is gone, we are kind of free to make some financial decisions on our own. And being that it's December, we're gonna, just take advantage of the good prices of eggs here. And I want to see if it's really worth doing it a little bit longer. Let's see what the prices are right now. They're starting to go down, so they're about $300 less than they were. So I think that's about where we'll leave it. But let's go ahead and take a look at mulchers to start with. And we're going to find out. We're going to see if it actually works with precision farming. I think with a field the size that we have, we'll probably see a nice bonus from that. 12 meters on this. Design 2 makes it 12 meters. I thought I added a mod. Maybe I didn't activate. Oh, here it is right here. Is this a mulcher? It's a weeder. Mulchers can be used. It says mulchers. So this is a mulcher weeder combo. And we can go up to 27. But we don't have enough horsepower for that. That's one thing I do want to take a look at. Let's grab the one with the least hours of our, well, they're pretty even. We did a good job evening that out. Let's see if how we can do, or how much of an upgrade we could do horsepower wise here. Now, the other thing I was thinking about was getting multiple seeders. So we're going to go repair for 11,000, but then we're going to come in here and customize. And if we went 400, yeah, let's spin that. We're going to customize that. We're going to get up to 418 horsepower now, and I think that means we can afford, or we can handle this one right here, which gives us 21 meters. It says it's mulching function, tillage, mulcher, weeder, so we could adjust it. Adjustable. It doesn't change the price for $61,000. I think that seems pretty nice, so we'll go ahead and do that. And then also, before we lose our money, let's come in here, and I think the base game roller is gonna be just fine for us. 27 meters width. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy that. Oh, we do not. We're just short. So for that, let's look at prices of sorghum right now. I think we'll go to Jackson's farm so we can save the cost on the train since it's such a small difference there. Let's sell a load here. We can afford to get away with selling a little bit of this sorghum. I just wanted to kind of save it to make decisions like this in the future. So we do need operating costs too, but I mean, we can sell things early if we need to just to get by. but having no bills, this will be nice. Let's go ahead and purchase that. We do know we want the roller. We're gonna go ahead and buy that. Now we have 23,000 right now, because that brought in about $36,000. So I think I'm pretty confident that we have enough operational costs now to get by. What do we have liters? We need, I believe we're gonna need to hold on to 150,000 liters here. I just don't know if we have enough to be able to afford another planter, which would be nice to speed us up. But it's almost like, well, we have that to where it could be a weeder as well, so we could technically double up on weeding now. And if we went with the same planter that we already have, that would be $250,000. I'm going to drive into the ditch and then crunch some numbers to see if we could pull this off and if it's even worth trying. We would be short. I'm gonna hold on to that feed to see if it can help us next time. So, but that'll be fine. Like, we can get through year 7 and then we can buy a lot of, we can buy some upgrades if we really want to. We're gonna go ahead and just park this. We're gonna go pick that up and we're gonna see how that mulcher is gonna function. So this, now how are we gonna know the difference here? We have a 380 and a 400. Really? Is this one, what's the difference? Let's go in here. I want to see. This one, wow. Oh, I was looking at repaint. We're going to repair it. And this one's already at 4. Oh, this one's a 435. So we did upgrade this bad boy already. Okay. Well, let's go grab, let's hop into this one, shut it off. I mean, the extra horsepower is not going to hurt us on the 380 there. But let's go ahead and head in. We have plenty of horsepower. We know this will be best for the mulcher. We're gonna grab that, test it out, even though it's December. And I think I might just get all the fields prepped here. Just kind of slow roll that and slowly replenish the feed of the chickens and move their eggs around instead of rushing and only doing it in certain months. We were doing March and April, which we'd still have plenty of time to do. Let's get some fuel right now too. Dang, that thing's huge. Let's go to the smaller field first. Give it a shot there. All right, let's see how it works. And let's go a little double check over here. That's the mulch state. Let's drive a little bit farther and make sure, because that almost looks like, I mean, maybe that is the mulch state. Let's go into the map now. The whole thing's mulched already. What is, makes 0 sense to me. Needs rolled. Is this pointless then, bonus wise, if harvesting gives us a mulch state for whatever reason? I'm confused, guys. Were we already getting that bonus? Why would mulching? Why would you get a mulch bonus from harvesting? I think we're gonna go with it. It's definitely gonna help with the weeding. Like it's 12 miles an hour, which is faster than our current weeder. Not 100% sure what to do here when it comes to the precision farming score. I mean, I'm just beyond confused. I think what I want to do, how much would it give us back to sell the weeder? Because this one going 12 is just magnificent. So here's our existing weeder. We'll get $25,000. We are going to, well, let's go ahead and repair it first. See if we can get a little bit more cash for that. Because with that extra width and the speed that we can do, that's a huge upgrade. This one can only go 7 miles an hour and the width is less. It's like half. So you get more than 100% increase on that. And when it comes to time spent on the field, or more than 100% decrease, you know what I'm trying to say. If it takes an hour, it's going to take us 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes instead. So let's go ahead and see about this. Small repair fee. Well, the value right now is $27.85. It's going to, I don't know if that actually did enough for us, but that gives us to 77,000. Beyond confused, guys. I don't understand why the field's mulched already. Just kind of thinking while I'm loading all of these up, I don't think we're gonna actually increase the yield enough with just rolling. So we'll see. We're gonna go through 1 year and find out. So yeah, I don't necessarily think it's gonna actually increase it enough, but if it doesn't, then year 8, at the beginning of year 8, after we finish year 7 here, we will probably buy more land so we can get an extra 5,000 chickens for the last 2 years or 3 years, whatever that is. Just getting to March here, we have 174 pallets in here already. Let's take a look at time-saving stock check, which shows we almost have $1 million, almost $750,000 worth of eggs right now. You can see 9,000 of sorghum, so we should be good with that. So next stop is to pick up about, well, we'll start with 40 40,000 liters of lime, bring it back. Super impressed that we're gonna have enough horsepower to pull that roller. I don't think I've used the biggest one yet. We used the one size lower on Cattle Ranch. Fascinating. 3,000 in here, which should be enough because I think it's like 41,000 that we need for the big field, so we should be set. And having the time move by a little quicker because I'm trying to get the rain gone, because who wants to apply lime in the rain? And here we are, putting lime down. And it shouldn't be, you know, there's going to be spots that just don't need lime at all, it seems. So there's a couple spots there, but we're only putting, you know, 1.75 tons per hectare right in this spot. Let's see what the soil type does change here. Down to, wow, there's a little speck of 0.88. So, yeah, big field. So we should only have to fill this up once today. And I think what I'm going to do is I am going to lease a planter so that we can get the planting done twice as fast. Random thoughts come to mind. The reason our environmental score isn't as high as it could be is because we're not using the See and Spray. So if we did end up upgrading to that would increase our environmental score, give us even more of a bonus when we sell everything. We're making a ridiculous amount of money off of just environmental score already. If we look at finances, I don't think, yeah, we can still see it here. We spent so much money, so we can't. But the little bit of money we made in December, you can see 24,000 was environmental score. I think it was a couple 100,000 last episode that we saw at the very end, so pretty awesome. But you can see here, everything to the left is what we have, you know, besides the headland over there, left to spread, and we still have 4,000 liters. So we are going to top off right now and finish the field, but just kind of giving you guys an idea of how far we can go off of an entire spreader worth. We haven't been showing a lot of that in the video. I don't think it's ever too early to start looking at the retrospective of this series. I think the 5 million line of credit was too much to start with. We kind of knew that at the beginning, and I've said multiple times throughout this playthrough that we're building a baseline here, and the field size definitely helped. But I think the next challenge that we do, we're going to start smaller and have to show progression throughout the years. I think that's the missing thing in this series is, you know, starting with the big equipment was fun, and I wanted to do a series where I had just massive equipment compared to majority of my series. I don't ever get to really have large tractors and semis and the biggest harvester like we have. So it's been beyond enjoyable for me, and that's why I'm jumping back into this series before Cattle Ranch right now. Yeah, just retrospective, we'll start a little bit slower. I think we're gonna probably start using the normal mode instead of the sandbox mode of the line of credit. So we'll have to earn money to then earn the ability to take out the line of credit. And there's a couple ways around that I'm thinking to make it interesting. But yeah, looking forward to some really cool challenges that I'm trying to come up with and mix things up so they're not always the same. But this one's fun. This one's really kind of just pushing the limits to see, really making the muscle memory of doing these long playthroughs. Well, long for me, and making them entertaining for you guys. We are super close to being done with this lime, and we're gonna have just about 3,000 left like we assumed. And I think I am gonna do the other field today. Since we're gonna lease that the planter, it would make sense to take care of the lime today. We don't have a third tractor, so we're gonna have both tractors planting. That means that there won't be a tractor available to do the lime on the other field. So I think it'll still be quicker. It'll definitely feel better, and I think this is the natural progression of the farm right now. And maybe, you know, doubling up on all of our implements is what we'll do for the last 4 years here. And we're gonna have money to spend, so we're gonna figure out how. I'm gonna go straight to the store. I am going to buy. We're gonna do 22,000 liters. All right, applying some lime. 1.75 tons per hectare, just like the other field. Should be pretty similar the whole way. It's just a little bit smaller of a field. I think it might be a longer field. Did we ever figure that out? Let's look again. I think the longest, man, it might be about the same. It's hard to tell, but hopefully this is enough. If not, we'll get the flatbed over here to give us a little bit more lime. But we're gonna get real quick into that planting session, get that other planter leased, and see how quickly, if that even feels worth it to me. It appears we will have enough lime. We're doing the last pass here, and that's good to know. I don't know what those totals were adding up to. They don't make sense to me. I guess part of it was the initial lime that we put down when we re-enabled precision farming, so that number is accelerated or fluctuated a little higher than it should be. I'm sure I calculated it. My brain's just not comprehending, and I don't think I wrote it down. So looking at my notes, I don't see anything about lime, but looking good. So we're going to get quickly to April here and get that planter leased and try out double planting. I love it. Multiple tool planting, I guess I should say. Kind of wondering if we are going to need another storage unit this time around. I don't remember when we filled up with it and when the limit hit. So it'll be interesting to get through this year and see if we do need to spend or sell a little bit of eggs so we can get that, because we don't have funds for that right now. And we have no ability. Once we close that line of credit, we can't take it back out. That is my rule. So we're kind of on our own here. We have to, you know, sell our goods if we want to buy anything after we run out of money. So, but I think it'll be fine. Worst case, I'll just sell a little bit of eggs. And I don't think all of these are going to fit. We're going to see how much do, but I think we are going to run into our limit here once we put these in. Maybe not. Oh, how much more can we fit? Oh, we might be fine. We might be fine. All right, we got this one ready. Let's grab the other tractor. Let's head into the store. We're going to buy, I think we're going to buy 2 pallets of seed. And we're going to use the fertilizer we have right now at home. There should be, well, there might not be enough. I'll buy a little bit of liquid fertilizer as well. And leasing the planter, 2,100 seeds and 4,000 liquid fertilizer for now. And actually, while we're getting prepped here, let's go ahead so this one can get a head start. But we do need to set up a course since we're doing 2 of them. 2 machines, 1 headland each, and we will do ups and downs for that configuration. We'll go ahead and generate it and let them get started. Then we're going to come in here, field 20. We're going to save this as planting. So away they go. Now we can finish getting this prepped, and yeah, this is where a 3rd tractor would be nice. So that's something I'm going to keep in mind between now and when we make money in December, or when we spend money in probably November. When we make most of our money is October. You know what I mean. We'll get there. And we might buy another tractor because it would be nice to be able to just start doing the weeding right behind them or the rolling. So it'll be interesting to see how close we get to 10 million after these 2 years. And remember, buying equipment, if we buy it, counts towards our net worth, the value of the equipment. So that is something to keep in mind, because it's just because we buy something doesn't mean we lose the money. Leasing, that money's just gone. Yeah, and having the 3rd tractor would absolutely speed this up, if not a 4th. But it'll be interesting to see what time we get done in April with all 3 processes, planting on both fields, weeding both fields, and rolling both fields. And it's just 33 minutes left on the first one. Not bad, but we will, we'll have to keep an eye on it. We'll get the flatbed going to move some fertilizer around and get everything situated for them. But we should be able to just come in here and go planting, load course, come over here, and we'll set this to right, first waypoint, and let them go. And looking good. And we'll see if they run into each other. I've never done double planting like this with courseplay with two planters, so this is new to me. Yeah, 3rd tractor would be sweet. Yeah, still a little bit of overlap. Seems like the auto width isn't really working really good right now. 18 meters does show. Yeah, I don't understand. Seems like courseplay is not setting these up correctly. They're going to clip each other when they're doing ups and downs. So we might, I think I'm going to adjust this. We're going to switch this, and it shouldn't affect it. We'll do 2 headlands. Let's go ahead and clear the course, and we'll do 1 tool, 2 headlands. Go ahead and generate, and we'll let them take off on that. And then we're going to grab this one, and we're going to go to the other field. I think this will be a good way to do it. It'll also allow me to be able to just do the planting here and get it done quicker than the worker will, and be able to get to weeding and rolling faster. And I think we're going to do, I was just debating what is first. I think we're going to go with rolling first, because that has to be done the month that we plant, where the weeding can go into the next month. So keeping an eye on the planter on the bottom here, I can see they have 67% of fertilizer left. So once that gets low, I'll hop over there, help them get refilled, and then get back over here and finish planting. So An hour and 8 minutes for them to do that entire field. Shouldn't be too bad. We're cruising along. We got well ahead of the other one when it came to the fertilizer. So we're going to be able to take a break here, fill up the other one, come back, fill this one up, get done, get quickly into rolling on the other field. I do like this process, guys. I love it. What would be really ideal is if we got rolling done on this field, started rolling on the second field before they're even done planting. When they're done planting on that field, get the weeding going here and vice versa. That's the ideal timing that I'm looking at here. Weeding's gonna be super quick over here. It should be, but we will turn around. This will be a good opportunity to refill. All right, this is crazy. I've never used these. Let's get this all configured and unfolded. That doesn't seem right. That headland does not seem right. What is going on here? 28, yeah, I guess it might be. We'll get the little bit that we missed on the way back. Was it 9 miles an hour? That's still not bad, but we do see they're at 35% fertilizer on the other field, still 35 minutes to go. So we should be able to rock and roll and get close to getting this done before having to top them off, but we'll see. One thing I did want to see is if we do see 125, we do. So we do have full yield there. You can see at the bottom right, 125% expected, 125% potential. So we did not need to do mulching for whatever reason. Maybe that's my misunderstanding with the way the game works. I just got a comment too. I can't believe I've been saying this wrong. This is a chicken fattening, not a flattening. Goofball. I thought it was flat because there's like a bunch of stacks of chickens that are real skinny, so they're flattened down. I don't know. I guess they're fattening them so we can eat them as meat instead of just producing eggs. I don't know a lot about chickens, to be honest. Well, we're jumping way ahead here. We're cruising along. We're getting the weeding done in field 24 and 26 here. We have 12 minutes to go on rolling on field 20. Very exciting stuff, guys. Driving around for half an hour. You guys aren't missing much, but I'm making good time. 1500 right now, 3 o'clock. So just got one pass to the left to do, and then we'll get over to the other field. It looks like I will get there before the rolling's done, which is what I was trying to do. I was hoping to get there a lot sooner to where we had potential to finish almost at the same time, but that didn't happen. Tracking good though. We'll get to those harvests pretty quick here. We're gonna move a lot faster through these videos the rest of the way. And we are arriving home, and we can see they do have about 5.5 minutes to go. So we did get here before they got done. We're gonna go to the far end of the field, get the weeding set up, and it looks good. But if we hop out here, we can see we have 89% expected yield in this area and potential. So that means we're at full capacity, the best yield we can get possible on this field. Just got to get the weeds taken care of so we can see that potential actually get hit. And they are started with the weeding. We'll get to that harvest in about an hour. All right, it's an August morning. We have a bit of lag, and I think I figured out why. I think it's when I have all of the 6 vehicles all set up on auto drive and course play. It seems to be when we start to see the frame rate start dropping, specifically over here. But anyways, I digress. We're going to take a look at our update right now. We do have a net worth of $6.4 million. The stock is finally working. That number should be really close to this 1.5 million as we come back over here. It's pretty similar. Again, it's off a little bit. We're doing it a little bit of a different calculation than Time Saving Stock Check does, but we do have the goods from the pallet storage added in here. So 6.4 is where we're at right now. Getting there. We did not adjust this to 6 meters. I'm just gonna let this roll. We're gonna end up getting this cart running. Should be able to find its way. So that will be working with the second harvester, and we're gonna run with this one most of the way. And that seems to be the best way to get this done. The headlands are gonna be rough no matter what. And so me doing it by myself definitely helps speed up. So we got an hour and 15 minutes left on this one, hour and 20 on the one behind us. And as long as I keep this moving and minimize how often it stops, it should only take that hour and 15 minutes. But my guess it'll be closer to an hour and a half. Way better than the 2.5, 3 hours it was taking before. Like I said a lot last episode, we're gonna keep on progressing. And full yield now. So we'll see where that amount gets at the end. We have nothing in the silo right now. Everything is in the fattenings. And we almost ran out, actually. We got about, I think, 9,000 left, so we're going to have to get those filled before we get to September. There is a early morning, or late morning, I guess, rainstorm coming in about 9 to 10 o'clock, so we'll have to skip and lose those couple hours there, but try to get as much of this done before that, and try to see if we can get a full calculation in the silo before we head on in to start filling up those fattenings. But if they run out of feed, we're gonna have to change course there. So keeping an eye on that. We got 30,000 liters already. Gonna start dumping this into the semis and have them do their job. Progressing real nice still, guys. I'll see you at the end of the harvest. All right, we got a decent amount of this field done. I wanted to kind of take a look. 124 is the percentage right here, and I think if we hop over the header here and try not to die, we can see 125 is the goal. So it's just saying 124, which is interesting. Over here is showing 99% yield bonus. Let's see what it says in front. 125. So that should change. So it looks like we're getting super close to the 124 or 125 number. So it should be bringing in about 1 to 2% more on this yield. Pretty exciting stuff. So I did want to give that update there. So we'll see how close we get to 1 million. I don't think we're gonna get to 1 million liters, but it'll be close. We'll find out though in a couple hours. Decided to take a look at it this way. You can actually see the difference in the yield. So we're definitely getting a lot more in the 125 area, but they fall within the same gap, right? They're 5. I'm guessing that this is showing like 121 to 125, and this is 116 to 120, but you can see the difference on the chart. That's the point there. Lovely. Rolling seemed to be worth it. Yeah, and just kind of recap, we are at $9,000. We did repair both harvesters, filled them up with fuel. That's why we're at $9,000. So the yield shouldn't have been affected by that. I guess I'm just a little disappointed in the increase. It doesn't seem like a full 2% to me, but maybe it is. All right, and finally done with the harvest. We're gonna get everything into the silo and see if those numbers match. I don't believe they do. So I think that's the disconnect. I don't think the number that this shows on the map here, where it shows, well, that was a little fast, sorry guys. Shows 560,000 liters. I don't think that's what we're gonna have in the silo. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I might be wrong, but that's not the increase we expected. Not even close. There we go. Not bad. And now this one we can send on to the next field. We got to get that harvester over there too. But I do want to take a look at those numbers before I worry about that. Okay. That is all in there. We have 560, 618, and this thing says 560, 636. So it's a little bit off, but like I said, that's definitely not the yield increase we were looking for. Not enough. This is not, I don't believe that's 2% increase. Maybe it was 2%, and I'm just thinking 2% is more than it is. So like 500,000, 2% of 500,000 is only like 10,000. So it was, I don't know, guys. It doesn't seem worth it. I am disappointed in that, but we'll keep going. Definitely not going to get 1 million this harvest. We'll get like 850, I think. And we're officially started on the last harvest of year 7. I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, it is September. Let's take a look at the numbers from the other field. So kind of hard to tell, but we're gonna go in this way. We did get 147,000 from the bottom field, number 26, and number 24, we got 150. So just under 300,000 there. Over here, we got our 560. So we got around 860,000. We need another field. If we're gonna get 20,000 chickens, which is what I'm kind of aiming for at this point, net worth I'm not even paying attention to right now. We need another field. So we're gonna get through. We're gonna get to the point where it's time to sell the eggs and rejoin you. You know the song and dance at this point. Well, while the time's going, I didn't even really show you guys because I was being a doofus. But we have 240,000 liters, so it's not. Uh-oh. Stop. We just lost a bunch of eggs. Why don't we Come on, game. We need to get a warning. We need to get a warning, at least a warning when you can't spawn pallets. We just lost a ton of money because of that. Let's see if we can load in. All right, this is where we started that segment. I don't know if we hit our max yet, but this is as far back as we're gonna go. How are prices right now? Prices are decent. We're gonna sell. I don't want to sell them all. We're gonna sneak up to the sales location, and we're gonna just get enough to get another pallet storage. I was tempted to add the more pallets mod, but I think for the sake of the challenge, we don't add mods like in year 7 that change the way the game functions. I think that makes sense. Like adding implements is one thing and productions is another thing, but adding actual like more spawnable pallets seems a little cheaty at this point. I don't mind using it if we start with it, just kind of, I don't know. I think that makes sense. All right, that's almost enough. That should be enough. We're gonna they're strapped in, so they shouldn't sell, right? All right, let's go home. We'll go home. We'll put another one of those pallet locations down and store a bunch of them. And it's really only gonna be half a month worth that we need. This thing looks like a mess though. Well, disaster avoided. Just cruising around picking up pallets, and we have maintenance is only like $1,200, so we're gonna be able to get to that tip-top price like we did in year 6 here. It's so nice not having debt. Man, I've missed it. So right now we're at 3,700. We're trying to get this to around 4,300. Just, it might not be till November, but we're on our way. We're getting there. $372 as we click into November, and it's still going up, so we're keeping an eye on it. I'm checking it really often at this point, and learn from my mistakes of the maze challenge. Try not to show me going click, 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 because we used to do that a lot with the menu. But I think it's going to be closer to daylight if I'm remembering. Should write it down this time. And it tricks you because it says it's going down, but it's going up still. We got the supermarket at the top here. Interesting. We're gonna let it go a little bit longer and see. Supermarket's on its way down, but what is the bakery? Is it on its way down too? Yeah, let's slow down time now. Supermarket. All right, I guess we're gonna sell to a different place. Gonna get a full load. We're gonna start heading in. It's a little farther away than the other one was, but not terrible. All right, let's see how high this dollar amount gets in year 7. Nice to see a different sales location. We're gonna have to sneak behind the bank here. Boy, 3.26 million. To start the finance tab here, we've made almost 2.9 million plus $368,000 just from the environmental score bonus, making $3.2 million this month. Jumping our net worth all the way to 8.4 million. We're gonna hit it this video, guys. What we're gonna do now, we're not gonna sell the excess eggs this time around when the prices are not at their peak like we've been doing in December. We're just gonna we'll get to the end of the year, probably actually get to January, and then we're gonna look at our net worth at the the actual end of the year here, at the end of year 7, and make the decisions for year 8. I've been trying to figure out why things look so similar all the time around here. We've had fixed visual month on, so we got that finally fixed. It is the beginning of year 8. It does say year 7 on there, but we are definitely in year 8 now, and I want to do a little recap and start a new tradition for the last couple years here of spending a lot of money in January. So a quick recap here. We can go into our net worth and see we're at 8.6 million right now. If we look at time saving stock check, we have about $500,000 worth of eggs already, over 124,000 eggs in our possession. A decent amount of sorghum. If we look at the chickens, you can see they do need somewhat topped off, maybe a couple more actually just one more grain trailer in each of them should get us to the harvest in August and September. But let's take a look at the map here. We talked about a while ago, I do want to buy these 2 fields, so we're gonna start a little spending spree right now. We will reconfigure our multi-tool over here, our mulcher, tillage tool, and weeder to help us take care of the tillage over there. This guy, yeah, we'll probably still use it. I'm not happy with the results from it. I guess I was thinking 10%, not 1%. I was being silly, messed up my own brain there. But let's keep going. So we do have a decent amount of equipment right now. So, I mean, I'm not completely 100% sure we should, you know, have to do anything else, but we're gonna go ahead and buy this. We are gonna buy the quad track. We're gonna do the 470. It's gonna have 524,000 horsepower. Absolutely want this beast. And I think we're gonna pause momentarily for that. I want to get those fields combined. I want to get an idea of how large they feel. I'm almost wondering if those two fields are going to get us to 25,000 chickens and not just 20,000 chickens. So we're kind of close to being able to hit the 25 or the 20 number already. We just need 5,000 more. One thing that I was going to add to the series, and I've decided not to after crunching some numbers, we're not going to add the slaughterhouse. I went through and was looking at it would have been like 48 chickens a month would be the most we could butcher, and it would have taken 60 months to break even from buying the slaughterhouse. Now that sounds terrible and it sounds like a mod you wouldn't want to use, but it was one of those things where if we did beef, we're going to profit a lot more. If we did pigs, we'd profit a lot more. And I think sheep, do we have? I don't remember what the other animal you could put in there is, but being that we have chickens and chickens do not, you know, produce a ton of meat, we're not going to get a ton of money off of that without extremely modifying that production. And I felt at this point, it really didn't make sense to just manually change a production to make a ton of money on this challenge. So kind of was going back and forth with that. It would have fit really nice in the design of the farmyard here. I was kind of hoping we could have like a slaughterhouse per 2 chicken fattenings. All right, let's go in here. I am going to set this to adjustable and see if we can figure out how to get that to work. If we should just see something here that shows us the work mode. I don't, so we're just going to make it a tillage right now. We'll remember to come back and change it for weeding. But let's head over. This should be really quick to blend these fields. There is that center area, and we're going to have to extremely change our auto drive configuration over there, but it comes with the state of things. You know, 2.1 million, we're going to keep that around, and we're going to have the ability to buy things when we need it. We'll probably start adding a few sheds here and there so we can get the rest of our equipment in cover. And then the other thing that I've really been eyeing is, and I talked about this in the first episode, is some of the, like the lime silo and maybe a fertilizer and seed silos or little containers, whatever they're called, to be able to just buy that at the farm, so we don't have to go to the dealership all the time. We can just buy it in bulk and load things a lot quicker, just do our jobs a lot quicker. And that's what the next 3 years is going to be about. I want to really be able to do things as fast as possible. I was looking at some planters, and once I get over to the field and start blending them, I think we'll take a look at that and why we're not going to make that decision. All right, before we get started, let's close the loop on that. So if we go in to planters, the biggest one I could find was this early riser by Case IH here. It is 27 meters, but it only goes 8 miles an hour. Our current planter is 18.2 meters and it goes 11 miles an hour. So I don't feel like it's that much of a gain when we have to go slower. Maybe I'm being silly there. Maybe it is that much of a gain, and it's definitely something that I'm kind of learning about myself here. Let's see what state this field's in. Is that I usually use speed override, and not using speed override for this series is definitely changing the way I think about some things. All right, so that's going to create seed bed. Is that going to actually ruin our mulch state when we get over to this field? I don't think it will, but what we're going to do is I am going to enable fields right now. So once we're not going to let go of course play or auto drive here. We're gonna let our steering assist, excuse me. We're just gonna drive straight, and we're gonna blend it into the other field and see how that does it. And it's actually cleaning up the edges of this field as well to match what the steering assist does, which is kind of nice. So we'll see how this blends, if these fields are, they're not completely lined up. So I think what I'm going to do is do it the other way around. So let's turn back this way. We'll get locked in here. And I might have wanted to like finish that entire pass. We might want to come back and do that. But now we're going to extend this field a little bit farther to the right here. Give us a little bit more plantable area. And then we'll figure out the best route on the bottom for that as well. And then after we get done with this, we'll buy the soil samples and make sure we got that completely covered. And right there should be good. Let's go ahead and stop and look. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good turn. And I don't think there's any need to do all of these fields. Lock back into place here. We'll go ahead and lower it. Might as well. We'll just drive around a little bit. Change the ground texture just a hair. And just because I'm curious. Oh, we're not going to know it yet until we buy it. So yeah, we'll get all of this in here. We'll show the top, but all of this is pretty basic how we're going to blend it. We'll show how we blend up down here at the bottom, and then I'll finish it up by myself. But I'm kind of thinking, you know, maybe every time you get a field, you should do this with the fields allowed so that it is perfect with guided steering moving forward. This one looks like it'll be good to just hold on to and blend, but we'll get to the top of the field or the bottom of the field. I guess that is the south in a moment. All right, this one we're going to probably have to do on our own just because of the angle here. So let's get, let go of steering assist and just kind of drive straight here at a 114.5 degree angle and blend together the two fields, or the four fields really. So I think I am going to completely get rid of this barley that's in here, even though it's a crop we could harvest. I think we'll have better luck if we just do this whole thing in one go here. Probably could have done the whole center by myself there, but all right, I'm going to get this done, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. To make sure that all of these fields are in the exact same state, I am going to do tillage on the whole thing, but let's get the soil samples purchased. Come up here. Oh, we got to go into the right thing. Purchase this one. Okay, we got to purchase all of them, so we are going to spend a little bit of extra cash here just to get the middles to blend. No worries there, and that's a decent looking field. So these two, I think this one's bigger now. So we should get, I don't know, we're going to definitely have our first ever million liter harvest. Absolutely. Well, hello. You can see we have a lime station. We're starting to get prepped for planting here in April. We got all the lime done in, actually it was January. I just kind of had a little bit of time where I enjoyed just playing all by myself with the camera off, guys. It was pretty marvelous. So we got the lime done. We could probably take a look at the statistics for that. I think we have enough seed here to get started. I'm going to get this started. We're going to really quickly get all three tractors on this field. I think that's going to be the fastest way. We're going to start here close to home, and then we'll go farther from home after that. And I think this rainstorm is going to clear up soon, but I don't have time to wait for that. We've got to get started. 2 headlands with the planter, and away they go. We're going to go ahead and give that a little bit of time, and I do need to head to the store. We're going to need more seed today. We're going to also need more liquid fertilizer, and I was debating getting something for liquid fertilizer, just like the lime station here. But then we'd have to get something to deliver it to the field, and if they're not in pallets, we'd need another trailer. One for liquid, and then also lime's already going to be an issue with that going back and forth, so that's something we'll have to think about. So while we let that get a head start before we get the weeding started, we're going to get some liquid fertilizer and seed, like I mentioned. Oh, look at the used market. We don't ever look there, man. Too bad we don't need that. That would require us to cultivate. Let's go ahead here. We'll go with, we have money, so I'm not going to be as gentle with buying as I have been. And then we're going to go with seeds. We'll grab 3 of these. I don't know how much we're going to use on the new field, but it'll be nice to have all that in inventory. We'll probably need a little bit more fertilizer unless we get lucky with the new field, like we did with the last time we bought a field where it was already in a good state fertilization-wise. So that is a possibility. I haven't taken a look at that part of the data yet. But we'll get, all of 3 of these tractors on the field at the same time. All right, so we'll have the semi all prepped with all of these goods to just head on over to the planter when the time comes. They've already burned through 10% of their fertilizer. So we know that's going to be pretty quick, but we do want them to get back here before we start the weeding. But I do need to reconfigure that because I wasn't brave enough to try the adjustable setting. So let's find, yeah, this is the one I wanted, the Magnum 400, and we'll grab the weeder and make sure it's reconfigured. And then with the 380, we'll get the rolling going right behind the weeding. And I need to take a look at the widths of those to see which order we should, like, do we need to do 2 headlands with the weeding? Because if that's the case, then we need to do 4 headlands with planting to be able to do this at the same time. All right, this is all reconfigured. And just to remind ourselves that we do have 27 meters on the roller, 21 meters on the weeder, and the planter is 18, so it is more. 2 headlands will be plenty for rolling. Okay, so I do think I want to do it this way. Once they get started on that second headland, I'll probably get the weeding going, and then we probably can go pretty quickly on the rolling, and I'll probably do the rolling myself. So let's see where we're at here. 11 miles an hour. We're getting there. We are getting there. The reason why I want to give it so much extra time is we're not, or we're gonna have to stop, and we're like 87% already. You know, we're gonna have to fill that up multiple times in between now and starting the weeding. So that means we need even more of a head start. So I think once they get about halfway on this next pass, we'll let them get going. All right, and there goes the weeder. It says 53 minutes. So, I mean, it'll be close. We probably will catch up and have to maybe slow down the speed that thing does. But I believe this one's width is not as wide and speed is slower. So we should be good. Love this thing, man. Or maybe it's bigger. It is bigger. That might be a problem. We're going 9. They're going 11. So they're just gonna keep pulling away. So it should be fine. Look at that. In the rain. Nothing like 3 tractors doing the job, getting the field prepped for what's going to be the first ever 1,000,000-liter sorghum harvest on the Farming Sim SWU channel. 12:15, we're finally heading over to the second field here. We've got this all prepped and filled up. We have 4.5 minutes left on the weeding, probably about 8 minutes left on the rolling, and we'll be able to get on over to the other field. The timing seems to be pretty good with the way we set that up. I do think that was probably the best course of action there. Oh boy. My guess is it's going to be an hour and 20 minutes to plant. I hope it's under an hour, but I think it's going to be an hour and 20. And probably a 2-hour, even with the 2 combines, I bet it's going to be about a 2-hour harvest too. It's going to be worth it though. We're going to get well over 1,000,000 liters. That's the goal. If we don't, it's a bust. About to see the hour 20. Okay. Yeah, I was about right. But let's get back on over here, make a little bit more progress with the rolling. You can see what we have left, and they are doing their last pass of weeding. So we'll get them over to do the weeding pretty quickly. And the timing should work out pretty nice. By the time we get them over there, we'll see. We might have to delay a little bit, but we should be able to get started, and then vice versa. Or also, with the rolling, once I finish the rolling here, I should be able to just head straight over to that field and get started. A little more than an hour and 20 minutes to go in prepping for harvest, and then it's time to, you know, move a bunch of eggs around, get ready for that harvest, and probably do this field first, not feature it too much in the video, but we'll feature the new big field a little bit more. Yeah, moving fast. Year 8. We're like halfway done with year 8 almost. We are over here waiting for the weeder to be ready to start. We definitely need to get the 2 headlands done and start the ups and downs. So we did get here a little early. Not too terrible, though. They have used 25% of their fertilizer. So that tells me this field's a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. I guess while I wait for that, I could potentially get this completely done. Looks like we have 2 more passes here. Maybe a tiny one after that. It's 1 o'clock. I'm wondering if we'll get the rolling done before sunset. Alrighty, we've got the roller and weeder over there prepped, ready to go. Still getting the head start on the planting. We're gonna need, I think, 6,000 to 8,000 more liters. We're in year 8, so buying some materials that we don't necessarily need right away is probably the best time to do that. You know, if this was year 10, we'd be a little scarier with that. But I mean, our net worth is going to be well above 10 million when we get there. But let's get 8,000 to be safe. And that will cost us about 1280. And they're at 30% right now. So we'll get them topped up before we start with the weeding like we did last time. And we're probably gonna just miss them finishing the second headland by the time we get there. Pretty good timing here. We're gonna let them finish this, and then I'll have them get started on that next pass instead of doing what we did last time, and then we'll interrupt them. Some of this place already says 89 out of 89%. I think we're getting like half a percentage increase by you doing the rolling. This might be the last year we do it. 0.2 tons per hectare improvement. I don't know, guys. Are we just wasting diesel? I don't know. All right, try to sneak over here, top them off. Should give them a good runway. Let's go. We want to turn this way. Just jackknife it over there. Come on. There we go. That was seed. Gotta get so close for fertilizer. And they're back at it with an hour and 4 minutes to go. Can get the semi out of the way now. Back into the harvest field here. That's what the family was called in Farm Rescue that lived in that farm. The harvest family. I think what I'm gonna do to start is I'm gonna set their cruise control to 8s. We're gonna go ahead and let them get started. And then this one we're gonna set to like 6. That way we can just move. I feel like we get stuff done more by when we're moving than when we're just being stagnant. About a 2-minute difference right now in their timing, but controlling their speed. Let's see if it's respecting it. Yeah, let's go. We'll go 7 until they get a little bit of a head start, and then I'll hop over here and move them back. Same with this one. And that extra width might be a problem, but they are turning around right now. I think we'll be okay. It's gonna feel like a drag for a little bit for me, but it'll be all right. Oh, that's the snow, I was gonna call it. The lime really makes this a little tough on the eyes, a little too bright. Nice sun rays in the clouds there. A little rough though. What about if we, yeah, just a little too bright. I'll see you guys on the other side. Well, hello. We are jumping way ahead. We did finish planting and rolling all before sunset. It was pretty awesome. I'll show some numbers of that soon, but we are just finishing the 4 headlands here. This is headland 3. We have another combine way in the dark there doing the other one. We did start at midnight, right when we could. Wanted to get going because we were absolutely running out of feed. I think I did something wrong with my 250 calculation. So we're hoping for well above 1 million liters in this harvest. So we're gonna have to take a look at the analytics from Precision Farming to validate that, because I did have to put some in the chicken fattenings already to make sure them chickens are taken care of. So we're finishing this headland. I did want to get them completely empty before they start their lands here. And then we're gonna take a look at some numbers, because something exciting is gonna happen probably during this first harvest here in August. That's why we started in the dark. I'm hoping it's daytime by the time it happens, but we'll see. First, let's take a look at these fields. We can kind of do some math. 2,700 fertilizer on this field, and it didn't show any lime, which is interesting. Oh, because we did it in January. 2,000 here. It must have reset after that. 2,000 here and 2,000 here. So a little over 10,000. Seed rate you can see throughout there. Soil type's looking good, but still have a little bit of that pH issue with that first mess up we did, but nitrogen looking solid. Environmental score a little lower. Hopefully before we sell things that gets a little high. You can see what we've accomplished so far here. That's actually probably the best way to look at it. See, this harvester is waiting. This one's starting its lands right here. Not too bad. But the exciting thing is taking a look at our net worth right now is at $9.6 million. So as we start seeing this sorghum number increase and this dollar amount here go up, we're going to hit that 10 million probably during this harvest. But looking at the chicken coops, we do need to get a little bit more feed over there. This one's probably okay for the day. That one's good. This one's the one at question here. So we'll keep plugging away, and I will be frequently checking that net worth so we can hit the number live, hopefully, as much as we can. Super interested to see what our net worth does after this drop here. 20,000 more liters of sorghum. But while we wait for that, you can see the harvest is going real good. This is probably a good view of what's left. On our timer, we got 5 minutes on this guy and 10 on the other one, but it's really, you know, about the same. Looking good over here. They are done. Let's take a look. Let's make sure it saves. 9.8 million, guys. We're getting there. And so far, 509,000 liters. So we just have 500 or 481 or 491,000 to go. Hopefully we get that in this field. And what's left, I think will be good because another 40,000 going in right now. And then, you know, all types of liters out there just chilling in the harvesters. So I think we're going to get, well, the rain's going to get here in 28 minutes. So I was hoping we got to that $1 million mark or $10 million mark before that, but I don't think we're gonna. But I'll keep you posted. This early morning plan seems to be working pretty good. We are just minutes away from rain hitting here. And just finishing up with the first combine, we just have one more pass to do after the current one they're on, and the second combine will be done. Pretty solid harvest. We knew it was gonna be. Pretty familiar with this field, being our 8th year harvesting it at this point. But that should complete the first one. So we'll drop off the goods here. We'll get things moving. We're super close to that 10 million, guys. Less than 100,000 to go. Exciting. We got to get that over to the other field and get started right after the rainstorm. Well, maybe it's 9 o'clock. Maybe we do have another hour and we are going to finish this in time. I'll take a nice breakfast break for the workers here before we figure out if we did successfully have a 1 million liter harvest. We are cruising over to get this second harvest started, and we can see an hour and 24 minutes is left right now. And that's pretty good. So it's about the same, if not a little bit. I think it's a very similar harvest. So I think we'll be good for the 1 million, but we'll find out. Yield will matter. You know, over here we did get 560, almost 561. So we do need 440 from this field to hit our goal. Go ahead and let them get started here. Once they figure out their life. And this one's already full once. Man, the lag is bad. All right, second one is started and the first one's getting unloaded. We are just moments away. The next load in the semis is gonna do it. Is gonna get us to the $10 million mark. We're actually gonna try to drop this off and see if it's enough. All right, let's try the trick. Let's try the trick. Perfect. Get it unloaded and then we will check the net worth amount. All right, moment of truth. 9986. Okay. One more load. We got this, guys. We got it. In year 8. Can we get this? Okay. This is awesome. Come on. Come on. That's insane. Okay. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Man, the headlands are painful in these big, huge harvests here. Basically having to do all this myself because look at the angle they took here. This is kind of interesting. We had to skip the rain. It is 1 o'clock now, almost 2. We are just about to fill up the semi for the first time on this harvest. I think that, geez, that thing's already full already. The yield is great. I'm not sure where the 380 is right now. It should be trying to deliver good, so we might have to help it. I did kind of reconfigure all this stuff, but not completely. Let's actually help out the one that's stopped right now, and then we'll figure out why things aren't getting unloaded. Get another 10,000 in here, and then we'll be able to take it in, and that should trigger the semis to go, and we should see our fun $10 million amount here soon. Semis are facing the wrong way. I think that's the problem. I don't know how that even happened. All right, this should fill this semi up, and I actually we're gonna ride along with it on our way in. to be a 10 millionaire. Is that a thing? 10 millionaire? Up on it. Moment of truth time, guys. Almost moment of truth time. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. It's not really a moment of truth, but we're getting there. This is why it takes so long right here. I haven't watched this in a while. This is crazy. It's because the turn's straight. So there's a lot of time that we could save if I could snag this real quick there. Next time around, they should use that better turn. Oh, and then they have to loop. Oh, that's a mistake too. There we go. Now that we're almost done. Delay, delay, delay. All right, dropping off some goods here. We're gonna let it finish, then we're gonna save the game. Then we're gonna look at our net worth. All right, time to save. Game saved. We are at $10,075,000. So this is where the call to action comes to you guys. If we can get 500 likes between when this video goes live and Sunday afternoon when I plan on recording again. So this is gonna go live on a Thursday. Sunday afternoon's when I'm gonna record again. It'll either be this series or Cattle Ranch, depending on how many likes we get. If we get 500 likes, we will finish the 10 years. If not, seeing if we get 1 million liters in this harvest will be the conclusion. Let's get it done. You know, I didn't mean to skip the entire harvest. I had some complications pop up, but it's over. It is over, and just kind of feeling like we're playing Game 7 of the World Series, even though we wanted the World Series in 6 games, if that analogy makes any sense to you guys. So looking at the statistics here, it looks like this is field number 25. We got 164,354 liters. Field 27, we got 147,464 liters. Field 26, we got 158,080 liters. And field 24, we got 156,353 liters for a grand total of 626,252. Then when we come in here and we add in the 560,906 from field number 20, our grand total is 1.187 million. As we're watching our semi slowly pull in to drop off the last couple loads here, we had a 1 million liter harvest in, well, 2 days, 2 months really, but 1 season. I'd call it a success. Make the turn, get it dropped, and we'll take a look at our final net worth numbers. Before we do that, we are 68 hours and 29 minutes into this playthrough. Insane stuff. 868,000 liters of fertilizer, 11,000 liters of seed, 19,000 liters of fuel were used. Too bad lime doesn't show up on here. And like these worked numbers per session in total, we worked 2,000, almost 2,400 hectares. Oh, those are acres. Craziness. All right, the last 15,000 getting deposited right now. And that'll give us our final net worth number. And looking at the net worth mod, we are at $10,857,000. Feel like it's a success, guys. 500 likes. We'll do more. I don't know when I'll do it because, like I said, I feel like we're playing Game 7 of a World Series that we clinched in 6. It was a success. I got a lot of information I've learned. Be able to make these challenges a little bit tougher, and we won't go as big. I'm a little burnt out. I'm a little burnt out from the big fields. We did this pretty quick. 8 years, $10 million. I'm Socks Way Up. I'll catch you on the next one.